Defense made a motion for a mistrial. Prosecutor was up to some fuckery. Potentially damaging evidence, no basis for it. The judge specifically said, do not ask that question. Do not use that as evidence. She walked right down the path and asked the question. It may be over on Tuesday morning. Batman Bruce Wayne bitch snitch. Gerald Brooks, your constitution does not apply to me because I'm a sovereign citizen, a traveler on the land, I'm from the Moorish Empire or whatever, bitch snitch. Because they're so fucking absurd. If you want to be a sovereign citizen, just do yourself a favor first. Go to YouTube here and just get every sovereign citizen that's ever been before. Find me one that won. God dang, you're right. Don't go down this. It's not the path. Don't have time for stupidity. Some clever dick on the internet didn't find the great loophole in all of the world's law. Bitch snitch. God dang, you're right. God dang, you're right. Traveler on the land. Moorish Empire. Traveler on the land. Bitch snitch. Moorish Empire. God dang, you're right. Traveler on the land. Bitch snitch. The late evening U.S. people.
In the trial of Halyna Gutierrez Reed, all eyes turn to the courtroom as the case unfolds. Halyna Gutierrez Reed, the armorer on the set of the film Rust, faces charges related to the tragic shooting incident that took place during production. On October 21, 2021, a prop firearm discharged unexpectedly, resulting in the death of cinematographer Halyna Hutchins and injury to director Joel Souza. The pretrial phase has been marked by intense scrutiny of Gutierrez Reed's handling of firearms and adherence to industry safety protocols. The incident has sparked widespread discussion and raised questions about safety measures on film sets, prompting calls for stricter regulations. As Gutierrez Reed prepares to face trial, the outcome remains uncertain, with the film industry watching closely for potential implications on set safety standards. For further developments in this high-profile trial, stay tuned on the Legal Vices channel as the case of Halyna Gutierrez Reed continues to unfold.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. Stay tuned to me because this is the best, albeit delayed, but it still is the best Halyna Gutierrez trial you're going to ever find anywhere on the entire internet. And that's because you are here and I am here. What more could you ask for? Welcome, everybody, whoever you are, whatever you're doing, wherever you are, whoever you're doing it with, however good it feels, however many times you're going to do it. I'm just glad you're doing it here with me because that's why we are the best. We are going to pick up where we left off yesterday. We got a bunch of stuff to cover because we're extra behind today. I had to tap out. I was way too tired after watching Dune for 3 hours instead of sleeping like a normal human should do. So, yeah, that's what we did. But we're making up for it today. We're in for the long haul. It is now it's Thursday here in Korea, Thursday night. Tomorrow's a holiday, so I'm good. We can go as long as I can handle it. And there will be no show tomorrow night. Tomorrow morning, like normal, because I will be in China. I'm going to spend Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in China visiting. You may recall Abby was here on my stream. We did the whiskey thing. She's shown up here in chat a couple times. I just got a 3-day weekend, so I'm going to go over to China. We're going to hit some great bars and do some amazing cocktail lounges and sort of do a a whiskey tour of Beijing. That's my card for the weekend. So, but we will do Sunday morning, early Sunday morning. We will do Friday's trial session. But depending on how fast I can get things done and get ready to leave tomorrow, if I got some extra time, we will have a show this evening U.S. time. So stay tuned. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Make sure you have the notification on, because if we do a stream Thursday evening, it'll be an impromptu thing. So stay tuned for that. Let's see. I think that's it. We need to get into this because we've got a lot of ground to cover today. As always, there's 200. Not as always. I mean, as usual, we have a lot of people here. There's 212 of you here now. We're just getting going. 83 likes. Less than half of you have done your job. About 40%, 35% of you have done your job. Get on there, smash that like button. I haven't given you anything to like, but I promise I will. You'll have a ton to like by the time we're done. And then make sure you like the video and hit our like and subscribe poll. If you haven't subscribed, by the way, my wish was fulfilled. We are now at 67,202 subscribers. We broke that 200 level. Let's keep going north. I can taste the 100,000 subscriber plaque. I can taste it. It's in the future. Let's get there and take our like and subscribe poll. Today's like and subscribe poll is: who is the best witness for the prosecution so far? The prosecution is putting on their case. By my account, they're about halfway done. They should be done early next week. The defense should take a couple of days, and hopefully, according to the judge's schedule, sometime between Wednesday and Friday, there should be a judgment in this matter. So let's find out how that goes. But take our like and subscribe poll. Who is the best witness for the prosecution so far? Who has been the most helpful to the prosecution? FBI firearms guy, production unit coordinator lady, Walter White / Rob Halford, and Halyna Gutierrez. Just take that like and subscribe poll, and we'll check back in an hour or so and see how things are doing. I rolled straight out of bed. I got here, I turned on the computer, and it gave me this: we can't find your OneDrive, which is where I keep all my documents and links and things. So I had to reconfigure that. That's why I was late. But in my rush, I didn't have time to groom the stash. So bear with me. I'm slightly unkempt today, but something we haven't done for a while. It's trial time, and I hadn't broken out our official Johnny Depp cup. Yeah, for those of you that watched the Johnny Depp trial, you may remember the scene where he was like as a play. You may remember the incident where he was in his kitchen, and he had just found out that he had lost many monies, tons and tons, dump truck tons of cash, because I believe it was his manager or somebody had embezzled a shit ton of money from him, and he was upset, and he poured a glass of wine. That's what I call my official Johnny Depp Megapint Legal Vices Pimp Cup. This is the cup that he poured the wine into. When he said, "Here, you want the crazy? Here's all the crazy," and then he slammed the cupboard doors and all that stuff. This isn't actually his cup, but it's the same cup. So that's where we broke out with the wine. We have a lovely Monte Alpha Cabernet Sauvignon. We have that in the official Johnny Depp Megapint Legal Vices Pimp Cup. So that's what we're going to be drinking out of today. That little bit of levity out of the way. Let's bring up the trial. We're just going to hit this. We're going to hit the ground running. Let's see. Share screen. Day 5, New Mexico. And luckily, there actually isn't that much to catch up on from yesterday, because it was a day full of audio-visual problems by the prosecution, as always. The prosecution just looks terrible on the audio-video front. Let's go. This is Hannah's. For those of you just joining us, this is Hannah's second interview with the police. This was about 3 weeks after her first questioning by the police. And all right, I guess we do need to review what she said during her first interview. Here is the very, very unhelpful things that she testified to during her first interrogation by the police without a lawyer present. She said, "I was the armorer. I was responsible for everything." She said she's responsible for everything because she's the armorer. She dummied up the guns with the dummy rounds. She put the dummy rounds in the guns. Sarah didn't work with Alec Baldwin's gun that day. So it wasn't Sarah that loaded it. She did. I checked everything before lunch and after lunch. Except clearly you didn't check it after lunch or before lunch because there was live rounds in the gun. So that calls her credibility into question. I checked all the ammo now, and I checked all of the ammo, and none were hot. Clearly, that's not right, because there was one that was. There was one that was very, very hot. She said that she handed the gun to David Halls, who in turn handed it to Alec Baldwin. I loaded it with 5 dummy rounds before lunch and put another dummy after lunch. Well, clearly you loaded at least 1 live round in there. If you loaded it. And she talked about her fanny pack. I love my fanny pack. It lets me hold different kinds of ammo and different sizes of ammo in the same bag. You know, she had a mix and match bag full of bullets in her fanny pack. Great. Rounds, cartridges, should we say. Absolutely. She said, I'm absolutely able to tell the difference between a live round and a dummy just by looking at it. That says, 1, she shouldn't have loaded it, and 2, if that's the case, and she actually did look and check, she would have noticed it. So again, really, really bad for her to be saying that without a lawyer. And this was a really bad one too. She said there's a lot of chances for safety to be compromised on set, and those are the things I'm supposed to look out for. She's supposed to be on the lookout for chances for safety to be compromised, and she didn't see that she was loading live rounds into a gun. I wish I had checked it more, she said towards the end of the interview. I wish I had checked it more, which means she didn't check it enough, which means she kind of was negligent. And then she said dummies go in easier than live rounds. Well, this goes back to, and she said this goes back to earlier when she said that she put in 5 rounds, but there was one that was a little more difficult to get in. And then she said she checked all 6 of the rounds that were in Alec Baldwin's gun, and for a rattle, and they all rattled. Well, that's wrong for 2 reasons. One, eventually she said that there was one that had a hole in the side, which was another way to tell a dummy, but it wouldn't have any BB, so it wouldn't rattle. The one with the hole in the side would not have rattled. So that says that she was lying about that. And then there was 1 live round, and that wouldn't rattle, so it says she was lying about that as well. That's what she testified to during her first interrogation by the police. Then she decided to get a lawyer and bring her lawyer in here, Mr. Bowles. Now, people are always saying, well, why was he so quiet? Wasn't he doing anything? He did a lot of stuff clearly before this trial. Before this interrogation. Now that she's got the lawyer, she's talking more about how she was under pressure. She wasn't being allowed to do things. She had another job as a prop master. She was told to focus more on the props. There was pressure from everybody. Alec Baldwin wasn't listening. So now she's got the lawyer prepared her. And as long as she's staying to the things that he prepared her for, he doesn't need to interrupt every 5 seconds and say, don't answer that question about what's your name. That's kind of a TV movie thing. The lawyer storms and says, don't answer any questions. He's already prepped her for this. Clearly, by the way, her answers are and the things that all the bad things she said in the first interview, there's no reason denying them now because she already said them. So, she's got to say the bad again because she said it the first time. And if she says something different this time or doesn't say anything, they'll go, all right, well, we'll just go back and look at what you said during the first interrogation. So I think her lawyer's doing a good job here. She's been prepared. Now let's get back into it. Sorry for that little delay, but I just wanted to make sure everybody's on the same page for everybody that's just joining. The 272 of you that are here, and as always, we have Doggo Cam. The Pig Dog Cam will be unlocked at $100 for super chats. If we get up to the 200, we have this horrifically bad Korean chocolate mint soju alcohol, and then the $300 super chat level is the Giwon Korean. It's the very first single malt whiskey produced in Korea. Those are the 2 punishment shots. We get 1 doggo reward, and then I get punished for your generosity. It's the end of the month. It's the 29th of February. It is leap day and leap year. So let's finish off with a bang.
Yeah. 7th inning stretch. I know, right? Yeah, I literally stretched in here. You'll see it. Yeah, I totally had you and Alex mixed up in my head. That's so funny. I know. That's what I'm saying. I had you guys I thought she was Alec, and I talked to her most of the time. Then I didn't even realize.
All right, we don't need the chit chat here. There we go.
Corporal, who's the gentleman that just entered the room?
That is Detective Joel Cano.
Thank you.
The replica is by Peretti.
Okay.
All right, so going back to those loose rounds that were in your pocket, it's common for you to carry them in your pocket.
Yeah. My dad usually carries a couple of like his favorite dummies, you know, like good night take one.
You're your dad's favorite dummy,
We
aren't you?
had 3 guns dummied up that day, so I used a couple of them on other guns.
Okay.
You
Is that why
are
you
your
keep them in
dad's
pocket?
favorite
Is that
dummy.
why you-
Yeah, because just in case, and then also I
Pieta,
have
that's what I
another,
mean. Yeah.
in the bag.
What did I say?
On the bottom
Yeah, it's
of it, you'll
Pieta.
probably
I said
realize that
Peretti.
there's also some dummies
Sorry,
in
he's
those
the-
pockets down there too.
He's
I
the
try
guy
to
from
keep, like, at
Brooklyn
least
Nine-Nine.
a good
Yeah, the
12
Pieta, sorry.
dummies ready in situations.
Those are, but you're talking about the like bags, though, right? I'm talking
I'm
about
sorry.
your pants.
Officer
I'm talking
Peretti
about
from
my-
Brooklyn
yeah, okay, yeah, I
Nine-Nine.
always
He
try to
doesn't
keep,
make
like, at least
firearms.
5 or 6
Pieta
in there.
does.
Do you remember where you pulled those from?
Those came out of one of my old boxes, and we had been using them from the weekend previous, and those were the ones with no primer caps.
So did you have those in your pocket prior to going to lunch?
No, those should have been in the gun already.
No, I'm talking about the ones that were in your pocket, so.
Yeah, the four without primer caps.
I think you pulled 6 rounds, 6 or 7 out of your pocket.
No, I'm pretty sure I pulled the 4 out of there, and then I got the other 2 from the box and shook them as I walked.
No, I'm talking, so the night that you came in for an interview.
Oh yeah, I had some extras in there. I think I found some more, and I was like, I'll put some more in there just in case.
But do you remember when you put those in your pocket?
No, not exactly.
Before or after?
I don't really remember.
Okay.
Hey,
Yeah,
Flux,
bye.
welcome.
So then how come you didn't pull from your pocket to load that gun?
Well, I like I told you, I pulled those out earlier, and I totally forgot that there were more in there.
She totally forgot she had some rounds in
More
her
dummies
pocket.
in
Great.
my pocket.
Okay.
Yeah, I just had forgotten that they were there.
That one last one that you pulled to load the gun, you remember checking that round?
Yeah.
And what do you remember about it?
Seemed fine to me, and Dave was just kind of in my ear, and so I was shaking it, walking in, and putting it in there.
Okay. But
Rounds. Oh, yeah, we can bump this up to 1.5.
I just want to follow up on a few things. Over the break, did you have an opportunity to review some of the evidence photos?
Yes.
And did those refresh your memory?
Yes.
The rounds that were found on the top of the prop cart, and I'm not asking about blanks, how many dummy rounds?
Didn't
were
she
found
have
on the top of
wavy
the prop
hair
cart,
earlier in the
assuming,
day?
We've gotten the true story that the gun was unloaded at the prop cart.
There were 3 dummy rounds on the top of the prop cart.
And how many live rounds were on the top of the prop cart?
2.
And of the 3 dummy rounds that were on the top of the prop cart, did any of them appear to have depressed primers?
One looked like it had like a semi-depressed primer.
Oh,
And what about the others?
That they did have primers.
they gave
that did not appear
they gave
depressed.
the primers
And
Xanax,
obviously,
and then they
live
were all
rounds did
happy
not have
again.
depressed primers.
Right.
Were you also able to, excuse me, were you also able to refresh your memory as to the dummy?
Okay, her hair was wavy the day before, and then we started the new day. This is day 5 morning. All right, freaked me out there. I'm like, God, she went and had her hair done at lunch. Then I realized we didn't have lunch yet.
rounds that Ms. Gutierrez had in her pocket?
I like her better with the
on
wavy hair.
October
I don't
21st during
know.
your
It doesn't matter.
Yes.
And how many dummy rounds, if you recall, did she pull out of her pocket to show you during the interview?
She had
Oh.
6 total.
And of those 6, how many of those had no primer cap at all?
5 of them had no primers, and then one of them was one that she demonstrated the rattle to one of the BBs in it.
So you are now familiar with all the different types of dummy rounds that were on that movie set, correct?
Yes.
So if Ms. Gutierrez loaded the gun with dummies and then spun the cylinder for Mr. Halls, would spinning the cylinder
Okay,
enable
enough,
him
enough.
to know whether they're dummies or not?
The only way that he would be able to tell just by spinning the cylinder would be with the ones that did not have the primer caps on them. Other than that, if they had a primer cap, he would not be able to tell if they were dummies.
And none of the rounds on the cart were missing primer caps,
Correct.
but she had 5 of them in her pocket
Yes.
that presumably she did not use to load that gun with.
Correct. She did state that she did not pull any rounds out of her pocket to load that gun.
All right, thank you for the clarification.
All right. Back at it.
No, he was in my ear, like, and
your radio.
yeah, there's always a section of people in my ears. It's not the voices. It's not the voices. It's a ton of people, and you'll see me a lot of times on set. Just take that thing out and throw it as far as I can.
Okay.
Yeah,
So you don't remember when
that's
those
how I
were-
knew when he was on. Yeah, I don't remember exactly when those were in my pockets. And honestly, they might have been in my pockets, in a spot where they aren't normally, you know.
All right, so I have some questions regarding like media statements that you guys have put out.
Okay, yeah.
Um,
And just so you know, like one of them with Bob got a little crazy, and Bob.
All right, let's fast forward through the approaching. The lengthy approach.
Tell the bailiff, okay? And we're not sure how, trial's fluid, okay? So we're gonna take a break, and you'll have to wait in the deliberation room. Don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. And when we think we're ready for you again, we'll tell the bailiffs, okay? Thank you.
All right. They're taking a bit of a break. We can skip through that. We don't have any super chats or monthly membership things to read. So we'll just continue. Oh, we do have one thing I did star here. Ginger with a Soul said, Legal Vices, it's my son's birthday. He's 12. Hey, 12-year-old Ginger with a Soul's son. But it's only his 3rd birthday. I'm curious whether you celebrate his birthday on the 28th or on March 1st. Because my parents' anniversary is the 29th of February. My parents were married on February 29th. And we'd always celebrate in February. Like February 28th is when we'd celebrate their anniversary. So, hey, happy anniversary, I guess, Dad. And we are currently $100 away from unleashing Pig Dog Cam. Hey, 333 concurrent viewers. We're halfway to Satan.
All right, you may be seated.
Let's double our viewership and get Satan here.
We apologize for the delay. We are resuming the video at 2:15.
333 viewers, 169 likes. Half of you haven't done your job. Get in there.
the first one was
hit that
about
like.
training days. You made a statement about how you wanted training days.
Yeah,
Who did you express that to?
Gabrielle.
Okay.
Yeah, and I asked him about it to Roe and Gabrielle. Right from the get-go, I tried to start getting actors and everything to start working with me. Kind of one a day would have been ideal. They told me, they were like, well, no one really needs to get trained. You know, these are all trained people. And I was like, okay, whatever. I thought that more actors were coming in later and I would train them as the show went on. But then Joel called me and Joel was like, no, we need to train like all the actors. They're going to be there that first week. And I said, okay. So yeah, they set up a training day. But I was trying to get them in from like the very get-go.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, the statement was that you fought for training days.
I did.
So,
Yeah, I was always pretty much arguing with Gabrielle and because at first I didn't even want to have the training day.
Okay, she's arguing with Gabrielle Pickle, saying, I need more training days.
Yeah, no, they
Pickle's
literally
telling
did
her
not want to
no.
have that training day at first, and they told me it wasn't necessary. And then after Joel called me, Joel told them like, no, don't.
It's not us this time.
Just let me,
Okay.
don't panic. See what happens.
Technical issues. Surprise. Surprise, mother. We got technical issues. This whole production has been a technical issue from the get-go. Uh-oh. Here comes IT Chad. AV Chad is on the scene. Oh. No, it says, come on, AV Chad, step up. She's looking away from the camera.
What are you chewing on?
All right, time to fast forward through this nonsense. There's AV Chad there sitting down. Oh, gee. Looks like they're, well, let's just intercourse it. Let's go into lunch. So that's what they did. So, woohoo! Technical issues in court. And then it's lunchtime in court. Scrolling through technical issues. Long technical issues, like 2 hours of technical issues. Boom. All right.
Some other stuff like with the knives and the knife holster and all this stuff. So it's just me running stuff on set with Nicole on a very prop heavy day. And props includes food and everything, just so you know. So we had a whole table scene that we had to do with just 2 people, which is manageable, but also like I was also training the actor with that gun while they're doing it, you know, like just the girl, she wasn't shooting it or anything, but they decided randomly that they wanted to have her have a gun. So I didn't get paid for armor that day either. I'm working 2 jobs, and I was supposed to give lessons to Alec that day, but ultimately could not because 1, he didn't show up, 2, the producers wouldn't let him, and then 3, I had to stay on set and work with the freaking suit.
See, this is why you have a lawyer with you to prepare you for your police interrogation. This is something she never said, never hinted at during the first interrogation. That the day of the shooting, she wanted to train Alec. She was supposed to train Alec. Alec wouldn't let her. Alec wasn't there. Alec wasn't there. He didn't show up for his training. The producers wouldn't let her change, and then they forced her to focus on props. There you go.
Okay. But he had agreed to do a day with you, and then it was conditioned by others.
He said, I will see you tomorrow. And then I also, I think it was a little after that, a couple days after that, where I texted his assistant and I said, hey, you know, does he need any more work with this? Like, how is he feeling about that? And he's like, he hasn't expressed anything to me, but I'll let him know that he has.
Okay.
Yeah. So I had tried to possibly work with Alec more after that.
Okay.
So those are like the training days I kind of fought for. After his assistant, like, didn't really talk to me back, you know, I'm not exactly going to push for this really big actor to receive that training.
Okay.
You should have pushed for that really
So
big
you're
actor
doing,
to
like,
get that
first
training, but
interview and then media statements, and now there's a little bit of inconsistency about when the gun was checked, whether
Okay.
rounds that were checked.
Okay.
You know, from my understanding, you checked them in the morning and then didn't take them out again after lunch.
again, KT, I'm going to argue with her. Her lawyer prepared her very well for this interview, but all of the damage was done in the previous interview. Now she can just explain and push other people under the bus like she did there. This is her lawyer clearly told her, you know, keep mentioning that you were pressured. Keep mentioning that you were told to do different jobs. He prepared her for this. Well, you know what? I don't care if Rob and her uncle disagree, because that's my opinion. I think he prepared her for this interview quite well.
Well,
Because they weren't checked again.
you could see that there were no primer caps. I checked the one that I had put in there after that.
And all of this,
Okay. So you
she
said it
she
was-
testified to poorly during her previous
Yeah, I
interrogation.
pulled that other one out slightly and looked for the hole.
I mean, the holes were at the bottom though. You have to split out a pretty good way.
I'm pretty sure it was like kind of midway stuff, because yeah, I checked it when I put them in there, and then yeah,
Try to watch.
prior to lunch, and then yeah, afterwards opened it up, checked it, yeah,
But by check, you mean just.
just pulled that one out, yeah, and also brushed it and put that other one in.
And I don't know if this is coming from you or if it was from him, this whole theory on somebody sabotaging the set.
Yeah, Jason kind of agrees with me on that. Well, you know, we've all kind of thought about what happened here, and a whole box with what Sarah said to be half live ammunition and half dummy ammunition, that doesn't happen. Like, you know, that's super weird that would even be on set.
So what do you think would do that?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I will say right now that, you know, Seth supplies all the boxes. And then on top of that, I was beefing with Seth at the time. I don't really
Hey, Liz.
know. I don't want to speculate, but he's also been acting pretty weird towards me personally. And
So
then,
that was come after the incident, right?
yeah, well, no, we had a whole ass argument and we weren't talking during this incident. Like, we were in a full fight.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you had said you haven't seen Seth since before.
Yeah, we were texting and I blew up on him over text messages.
Right, but I think you stated you have not physically seen him.
I have not seen Seth, but like I said, Seth sends Sarah to set with things.
Okay.
And she was there first that morning.
Sarah?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's when that box came up for the first time.
Yeah. Also, you know, it could have been there.
But
Over
you
the
haven't said that
weekend.
you've seen it, because it was sitting on top
Hey,
of.
DK Cribble, what's up?
That morning, right?
Yeah, I saw it that morning.
Okay.
On top of all my stuff.
When she got there, it was at 6:40-ish, and Sarah's already been there. That's the first time that box.
That I saw it, at least. And like I said, I thought it was weird that it wasn't hunched over on any side, considering the whole prop truck got moved.
And describe this box again to me, what it looks like.
It was the same white box. I think it just had dummies on it. I'm pretty sure.
Corporal, I just want to, is, in this part of the interview, is Ms. Gutierrez insinuating to you that Sarah Zachary planted that box of ammunition? Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Did you ever find any evidence to support that? No.
Just had dummies. On
Did
the
you
sticker and
look
a-
for
a
evidence
sticker
to
and a
support
label,
that?
Not like handwritten
That's the
or
question
anything.
that should be asked.
But it wasn't the same font that I'm used to. Yeah.
So obviously everybody has said, you know, no one ever suspected live rounds to be on the set.
Yeah,
That's a given. Live rounds aren't allowed.
absolutely not. And especially when having brought.
If she pleads the fifth with her lawyer here, it doesn't matter at
So the thing is,
all, because
there
she
are
already
other live
spilled the
rounds
beans
that were
without her
found in the
lawyer
situation.
3 weeks before this.
Really?
Not
She
even-
said all the bad stuff before this.
Really?
Pleading the fifth
Where were
would
they found?
not help her in any
Um,
way at this point.
I'll go through the pictures because I can't. There's like so many different areas, and well, I'm gonna go over that with you guys, okay?
Yeah, that's news to me. Wow.
So they weren't all in that box.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh.
Do you have any speculation on that?
No.
I don't believe
Um,
Sarah got immunity. They just didn't find that she did anything wrong.
Do you think anybody else manipulated that gun?
They didn't find any evidence she did anything wrong, is what they were saying.
I'm not
So she
exactly
doesn't
sure.
need immunity. They just didn't prosecute her.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure, and I don't really care to speculate on it either.
Well, I mean, there's really not a lot of time between you pulling it out.
Well, there was time, you know, in the morning before that even. Well, yeah, okay, yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah.
But in between the time that you had it, you checked the room,
Yeah,
and then
there's like 10, 15 minutes, yeah. I'm not sure if anyone else
Yeah.
wasn't in there.
another thing though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's the opposite of what she did. She did exactly the opposite of
All right.
exercise her right to remain silent.
Before we dive into these real quick. So this is an example, okay?
Okay.
Remember how I was asking you if they had any safety bulletins or anything that they put out? So these are ones pertaining to ammo, guns. Did you ever see anything like this? Or was anything like this ever put out?
No,
And you can,
I definitely didn't see anything like this at all.
they didn't put any protocols out for it.
I don't believe so. If they did, it might have gotten lost in the email. Not really sure.
I'm gonna check through those and see.
Okay.
But yeah, so safety bulletins, firearms, light ammo, okay? Kind of something that's,
No.
that's fairly.
Hey, Born Sinner was
standard
a-
on most productions.
Yeah, I didn't see those on my last one either, to be honest with you, or my last one. I think it's also an indie thing, maybe, you know, even though this was, whatchamacallit. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
This is the box.
All right.
This is the box that was on top of the cart.
I don't remember that being the box that was on top of the cart.
This is the one that was,
Corporal, what photograph are you showing Ms. Gutierrez now?
So this photo was one that our crime scene technician had kind of put together of the box that Hannah had handed to Lieutenant Benavides on the day of the incident, saying that that was the box that she was using. So it's just different angles of that box of pictures that Marissa took.
And let me ask you, if you, are you showing her what we currently have entered in evidence as states exhibit 63? Can you see that?
Yes, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
the handed that you guys said that you told them.
I thought it just said dummies on it. Yeah, I don't remember this one being the one. I thought it was much cleaner than that.
Cleaner, okay.
Like, you know, just how this is kind of messed up right here. Like, these are all kind of dirty, and like the side right here is dirty. I thought it was pretty clean and new, the one that we were using.
Dirty rounds.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay.
And you guys found this on the cart, or?
Yeah, this is the one that was given to us that you guys had said that this is the box that you had pulled from. And this is the one that Sarah checked.
This is the one that Sarah checked. Okay, and she found multiple live ones in there. Just one?
Suspected. Until it goes through the labs, we can't, obviously we can't confirm.
Okay. Yeah, she definitely said that there were multiple in there.
This is it.
Okay. I don't know. I kind of think it's strange that these ones are missing out of here when I'm pretty sure like we had only really touched these first couple of rows there.
And then,
What? This?
there's also a hole there.
Yeah, no, I think that's weird. I don't remember that. I don't know if maybe one was taken back to the truck or something.
What do you mean?
I don't know if Sarah went back to the truck at all with anything.
Okay. But you didn't?
No, I didn't. I was there with Brian the whole time. Sarah, I don't know exactly. I think she might have went back to the truck.
So these two were on the top of the cart.
Okay.
What are you showing her a photo of right now?
The two live rounds, well, suspected at the time, rounds that were on top of the cart.
And they were later confirmed to be live.
Yes.
All right, real quick here. Island just texted me. Apparently, the special prosecutor, the woman that's doing the questioning here, she did in fact give Sarah Zachary immunity in exchange for testifying on behalf of the prosecution against pretty much everybody. So there we go. I wasn't aware that, because I knew she didn't have any immunity during the initial phases of this. So this is something that the special prosecutor did. So let me bring this up here. Let me put my old man glasses on. It's like micro print. Says, upon reasonable notice to her counsel, Sarah Zachary will make herself available for questioning to aid in the investigation by the special prosecutors. In exchange for the cooperation described above, the special prosecutors and the First Judicial District Attorney's Office will forego criminal prosecution of any and all conduct of Sarah Zachary, if any such conduct could arise to the level of criminal charges, which is presently known or which is reasonably related to the shooting incident on the set of the Rust movie production to the special prosecutors or the First Judicial District Attorney's Office as of the date of the execution of this agreement. There you go. She got the immunity to testify. All right. There we go. Hey, see you in about 90 minutes, Fire Nice. BS, you know, sus. Well, the immunity. See, I thought Hannah was the one that was going to get the immunity offer because she knows what everybody did. She knows what everybody was doing on set with things. She knows what she was told by Pickles. She knows what Sarah was up to. She knows what David Halls was up to. She knows what Alec Baldwin was up to. She knew everything. I thought she would be the one that they would offer immunity to or charge, and then she'd flip in exchange for, you know, some sort of amazing plea deal. But it turns out it was Sarah and David Halls. Interesting. Immunity shouldn't be a thing. Ow, dog. Dog stepped on my foot. Immunity shouldn't be a thing, but it is. You want, if you get one person to spill the beans, you don't prosecute one person, but then you get convictions on 3 others. Maybe it's worth it. Maybe it's worth letting one go to get 3 others convicted. But now, you know, that's interesting. It'll be interesting to hear what Sarah has to say. I'm assuming she's going to be a witness.
Okay.
That was the one that came out of the gun.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Okay.
Okay.
So I don't know if you noticed commonality between these.
Ow.
Sex and blue eyes.
I ashed on myself.
Silver? Okay. All right.
That didn't stick out to you when you loaded that gun?
No.
But the rest of them were not the same color?
No. Where are we looking at here? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought that was messed up right there. I thought that was a different kind of loading gate. Okay, yeah.
Was this one pulled out after lunch?
I can't really tell if is that it? I would have to see the bottom of it to really tell if this is Rust's gun or not. Other than that, the only other 2, if this isn't Rust, they should have the 2 stars on them.
Okay, the Marshall one?
Yeah, the 2 Marshall ones should have been out there after lunch.
Okay.
So is that the Rust gun? Mm-hmm. Okay, I can't really tell unless I see the bottom of it.
You said it had like markings on the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay. This is your guys' prop truck, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Back of it. Cool. Okay. So there's 2 access points to this truck.
Yeah.
One is here on the side.
Can't argue with you. Let's go.
And then this back. Okay. Okay. This is how we found it.
Yeah.
Is that pretty common on how, obviously this is after the incident, so stuff is put away, but is it pretty common on how you guys stored that cart?
Yeah, we left it usually right there.
Okay. And that's safe?
Yeah.
So you're telling me, and you know,
Yeah.
I don't really know safe too much, but you tell me when you
Lock it.
You pull this handle,
100%.
it locks itself. You don't have to like hit the pound key or you know what I mean?
100%. You just lock it and it locks.
Okay.
Someone said to
Okay.
just do that, yeah.
Yeah.
And it,
Every single time it locks like that.
okay. And this is what you kept it in.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the cart. This is how we found the cart the day of the incident.
Okay. So, I'm not really seeing the box on the top of it.
Corporal, can you just explain to us what's going on right now?
So showing Hannah these various photos that our crime scene technician Marissa Popple had taken. I'm wanting her to identify the items that we've looked at, just to confirm that that's what she was using, that's the cart that she was using, that's the truck that they were storing their items in. With regards to the truck, explaining obviously that there's only 2 access points on that truck. The reason behind me showing her the picture of the inside was because it was pretty disorganized. So I wanted her to confirm if that is how they kept that truck. Another thing that we had noticed on the truck was that there was a firearm outside of that safe, even though they had claimed that they kept all the guns in the safe. And so that's why I'm having her essentially identify that those are the areas that they used.
Thank you.
That's the thing, is that box was given to us.
By who?
Sarah, I believe, but
Okay.
And going back to that, if Sarah gave them a box, are you convinced that's the box that you saw?
I don't remember that being the box.
is that your point?
See, her lawyer's doing things. Her lawyer's doing stuff here. Where there needs to be clarification, he asks for clarification. Good for him.
I don't recall that being the box that we were pulling from. It seems a little dingy, but yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay. But here's my thing is that, you know,
Yeah, there's suspected background in the box.
which this matches what you showed me.
Yeah.
What you brought.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, those are the ones I brought. I'm not sure if Steph has any like that.
Okay.
But also, I mean, a box is a box. You can put different trays in different boxes, you know?
Let's see. So these two, I think one of these was one used. I think this one was a potential for second buy.
Okay.
You know, just I would say that's I think a blank that we had for there.
Okay.
But this is I mean how the top of this looked.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Were these already on it or were these on actors?
These were on actors. That one's Flynn, and this one's Jensen.
So did they just drop them on the card after the incident?
They gave them back to Sarah.
Okay, let's just put them there.
Yeah.
444 concurrent viewers.
Just drop them.
We're on our way to 666. We're on our way to Satan viewers. let's keep it coming. And make sure you smash that like button.
These were the ones on the side. 2 out of the 3 of these are suspected life. And this is on the top of the card. So it's not like from a different area. These are on the top of the card.
Okay, yeah, I understand.
This is Alex Baldwin.
Yeah.
Okay. Also suspected life. One of these two. One of them rattles, one of them doesn't.
Okay.
Now, I think you explained this to me earlier. I was
Yeah.
curious on what these horsey rounds were.
Yeah. What's up?
What are the horsey rounds?
Oh, the horsey rounds. Okay, yeah, I thought you were saying that there were light in those.
No, this box is empty.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
just
So those are like the ace loads like I was telling you about.
Okay.
The one box that
Right.
I contributed. Yeah.
Shoot her on the horses or something?
Yeah, the horsey rounds. Kind of a little horseshoe. I thought it was cute.
this is another box
Okay.
with one suspected life.
Okay. Copy that. Yeah, I'm not really sure about this box, the writing on it. I've definitely seen it before, but yeah, I'm not sure what the writing is. Cause
That counts as theft.
okay.
He said that he marked stuff like that.
Okay.
Just as a point of clarification, what photo are you showing this Gutierrez at this point?
So I'm showing her, again, it's different views of that box and anything inside the box. Photos that our crime scene tech had taken of the other box of 45 long Colt dummy rounds. That's how it was labeled on the box. The difference with this label is it was the one with white tape and it was handwriting in blue Sharpie, which was identified to come from Seth Kenny. And then in that box, we did have one round that did not shake, which we sent to the FBI to be tested, as we had suspected that it may have been live as well. And it turns out that that round was in fact a dummy.
Are you showing Ms. Gutierrez the box that we have a photo of entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 48?
Yes, that's it.
Is it your understanding that that is the box of dummy rounds that was provided by Seth Kenny?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that that is the only box of dummy rounds that was provided by Seth Kenny?
Yes.
Thank you.
At least for 45 long Colt.
I appreciate the distinction. Thank you.
I just don't like that there was dummy rounds provided by a bunch of different sources.
Other things from Seth that weren't marked like that. But
Yeah, he said he does different
different
anyways.
things, yeah.
So do you know this round one of your bags?
Okay.
Okay. Just different calibers. The only thing that sticks out is that this.
Yeah, you always want to keep these on set. These are basically you put those there in order to, like, if you have a gun scene, you know, and the person is reloading it, they would be, if they shot the gun off and everything, they would be dropping those up the cylinder. And so I have a couple of bags.
Okay, so that's why you keep.
Yeah, you
rounds
bring
that don't have.
Yeah, you bring those so that way, you know, you can litter the ground with shells to make it look like people have been shooting there.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you definitely always need to have like at least a couple of bags of ones that have no thing on them. Yeah.
What do you know about the manufacturer of what you guys received?
I'm not entirely sure. Are you saying like just one of them? Because I don't know exactly where all these come from. Like I said, a lot of these came from Seth.
Do you know? Okay, well, brands. You know what a Winchester is. Everybody knows Winchester makes.
Yeah.
Live round.
Yeah.
Okay, so one of these was a Winchester round.
A Winchester like live round?
Well, it was one of these. I think this
Like a
one was
45? Like
It's
a
not-
4440?
It's not live, obviously,
Okay.
but at one point it was.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not saying for this set particularly, but Winchester doesn't make These, the manufacturer of these is Starling Brass.
Okay.
Okay. And this is just from doing research and what I have found out.
Corporal, what are you showing her now, just so that we can follow along?
So the one picture is just a bunch of casings, but what I'm trying to show her is the different head stamps and how you could essentially tell the difference in the manufacturers on the head stamps.
And what are you comparing, Starling Brass and?
Just any of the other ones that we had found.
And are you showing photos of dummy rounds with different head stamps?
I believe the dummy rounds, and then also that last picture that I was showing her were just the casings themselves.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So you can tell because it has a like a little star,
Yeah.
an arc, and then a star.
Yeah.
So all these have different manufacturers. That's how you can tell where these come from.
Okay.
Some of them have nothing.
Yeah. And
Some of them,
like I said, they all kind of vary a little bit.
right.
Yeah.
So
Oh, the star, Arkham Star, yeah.
And that's the one that was discharged.
Yeah.
so here's my thing with this company is this company doesn't produce live ammo.
So what the fuck? That's insane.
Wow.
So how did that must have, is that one of those timer trap things I was talking about? Those older ones that like the timer trap's still alive?
They
I don't know how that happened then.
So this company, and you said those Starling Cat?
Starline.
Starline.
Starline Brass is.
Starling Brass.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they don't produce live rounds. So somebody's got these.
So somebody, these are used for movie stuff.
Yeah,
Because they
See,
are.
this is the problem.
totally.
They don't know who produced the live rounds because they take all this shit from all these different places. She brings some of her own. She brings some of Dad's. Get some from Seth. Get some from other people. She has some on set.
And reloads versus small manufacturers, and whether or not you learned information after that.
Yeah, so at the time of this interview and various other interviews I had done along with my own research into Starling Brass, I had discovered that they don't make their own live ammunition, that they are an ammunition component company. So they would have sold essentially the casing, that brass part. So at the time of this interview, my understanding in doing this was that it potentially was just reloaded rounds. And so somebody, bought the components and then made the ammunition themselves. And later on, I had actually discovered that there could potentially be, maybe manufacturers elsewhere that use these components to make their own ammunition. Interestingly, one day during an interview or not an interview, but a meeting with the DA's office, I was looking at my own ammunition and it had the same head stamp for duty.
Thank you.
Top of the cart, right? Okay.
This was around that.
That should have been the one that I took out and gave to Sarah. That should be it.
Right.
So what are you saying for that? Like somehow that one that should have never been able to fire was able to fire?
They didn't do a live round, where just,
Are you
That's
serious?
speculation.
Oh my God.
because those, if they don't make live rounds, somebody had to convert it, or it was a dummy that just went haywire.
Or it was a live round that someone else put in there that someone brought from somewhere else.
That's just, like I said, I want to be honest with you guys about,
I appreciate it. All right. All right.
about
Appreciate that a lot.
where we're at and what we found. Okay.
Okay.
I keep ashing on myself.
Yeah, those are
damn it.
mine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ones that you keep for
Mhm.
aesthetics. And this is what I'm saying. So there's a bunch of random,
Dummies that fly out of places and that are left places.
well, what's weird to me is all the different brands.
There's some, yeah, they're all like kind of a little different, like I told you. It's so
So this
weird.
is like a VHA. This is a S&B.
Ugh.
The rest of these are Starling.
Starline.
Yeah.
So,
I mostly have noticed the Starline ones. Yeah, I try to
you
use
know
those because
where those came from? The Starline?
I have no idea. I mean, like I've seen them a lot before. I had some on my last set. Yeah. Yeah.
It's the normal what is supply.
Okay.
So I don't know if you want to go through this again.
Did they do gun residue?
Oh, Aaron, I
Did they find powder
disagree.
residue in that
She-
Starline one?
She was very
Okay,
good.
yeah.
She's
You guys
very
have
good at
idea
her
how long, like,
job.
the labs are going to take?
She's got her so calm, so relaxed. She's willing to talk
That's
about
what I like.
everything. She
Like,
played Hannah like a fucking fiddle during the first interview.
Are you fucking kidding me?
The FBI doesn't do that. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that's why I wrote the FBI.
Oh my God, 2 years?
No, but not for the FBI.
Oh, okay. I was like, I can't fucking do this for 2 years, guys. Oh my God.
That's why I didn't use my card.
No, totally. Thank God. Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, honestly, depending on how many suspected lives,
Yes, I have
Here?
designated cigar
Comparing with
smoking
what Sarah
shirts,
told me,
and this is one of
I
them.
would kind of consider that there's another box.
This is it, sir.
Well, just because she told me that more than half of the box she shook and was live.
We've
So-
processed.
So like, where did those go?
I don't. When you're doing things in a state of after a traumatic situation,
Totally.
what you perceive could not be what is. Okay, so We have a scent casing from Alec's gun.
Okay.
We have the one that was in that box,
Yeah.
which we were told that that this was the box that you were pulling.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay. We have the two on the top of the cart.
yeah.
Just
So those might have been from the box.
Do you think she was doing them and then throwing them out on
No,
the cart?
just
Just checking.
maybe. I don't know. I wasn't there.
One in the bandolier on the top of the cart,
Right.
and one in Alec's bandolier, and then the one that's unsure that was in that blue shirt box.
And it's like they're all Starline? Yeah. They're all that type.
Oh, and Bunning Sensation asked what I'm smoking. This is a Rocky Patel 60th anniversary.
Even though these are dummy rounds,
Yeah,
you know, a majority of them, obviously, you
Yeah.
can see that they are different kinds of dummy rounds.
totally.
So,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why would there be mixed boxes of this stuff?
So usually, like, the only thing that I try to keep consistent is if there's no primer caps or if there's primer caps. And so most of the time, just try to keep the primer caps, the ones without primer caps together, so that way I know where they are.
Okay. And then, you know, this box of, why would there be live ammo on this?
I have no idea. At this point, it's kind of seeming like somehow these were mixed in.
Okay. Did you ever do gun practice on this set?
Never, not once.
Never took the guns out for target practice in the guard?
No, and I think there would be like videos, pictures of that or anything.
Okay, so this is her debunking the story that they were plinking things with live rounds
You
on
wouldn't
set.
expect anyone to tell me.
Never happened, no evidence of it. It was just a rumor.
I don't know why people
Started
say
in
that.
large part by
Yeah,
Alec
100%
Baldwin
was
saying,
not,
I
and
think
people
maybe
would
possibly
probably
I
have
heard
pictures and
something.
be stoked about it.
Is there any reason that you can think of that your DNA or prints would come back on you?
Maybe picking them up, maybe moving them around, maybe not necessarily putting them in things, maybe not checking them because I'm not putting them in things.
Okay.
And, I did open the box as well. So, yeah, I opened it.
Okay.
I'm not sure, I still don't really remember this being the box, but yeah. I'm pretty sure, I thought it just said dummies written on it. Did you find any box that just said, like, dummies on it?
So many boxes,
I'm just saying, like, if there was a box,
I'll look further into it.
yeah, I'm just saying, if there was a box that, like, just had dummies straight across on it, you can switch boxes around, I don't really know. Yeah, and this was all found on the cart or was in the truck?
Yeah,
or-
these were on the cart,
Yeah,
on the top of the cart. I mean, this is on the top of the cart.
It's very difficult to get prints off of fired rounds because of the heat and
that
other things like that. The FBI didn't even try.
Where?
should have been probably on the bottom of the cart.
Okay.
Yeah.
After yesterday?
Yeah, unless Sarah moved it.
What about the two other ones?
Those should have been on the cart. I guess I given to Sarah. I'm not sure if she put the guns away or something, just out of like,
Yeah, we'll
wanting to keep them locked up.
after.
Because yeah, I definitely didn't put anything away, and I was with Brian the whole time, kind of freaking out.
And you didn't see where Sarah was. I mean, that's
No,
not way to run with guns.
No, I didn't.
Corporal, did Ms. Gutierrez indicate to you that she did see Ms. Zachary take some items and return them to the truck?
Yeah, so earlier in this interview, she does make a statement that she saw Sarah collecting the guns.
And did she indicate that she was taking them back to the truck? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
Okay, thank you.
See where she went, and she was gone for like 10, 15 minutes before you guys shut up.
Yeah, so that's where we're at.
Okay.
Every single one of those suspected live is throwing us.
Okay.
That's fucking crazy.
That's crazy.
That's like literally insane.
Do you have any questions?
No,
Lots of-
Yeah, lots of. Do you have any questions?
I'm getting more and more disturbed by this Sarah immunity
Yeah,
deal.
That's pretty crazy.
I'm stewing on it. I'm not liking it.
I don't even know how you do that.
Because again, I thought she was going to be one of the ones charged for what she did. Plus, throwing out they're prosecuting Hannah for tampering with evidence, for allegedly passing off a bag of cocaine, allegedly passing off a bag of alleged cocaine to some other person. But yet Sarah admitted to throwing evidence in the goddamn garbage can. Why? See, don't get me wrong. I think Sarah should have been charged. All right. But now this immunity is really bothering me. Oh, we get to see Sarah? Sarah's testifying this afternoon? Sweet.
Corporal, I'm going to show you what has been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 57 and for counsel. just so I don't have to connect and disconnect and do it the easy way. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What are those?
Those are rounds that we had collected from West.
Are these rounds or casings?
Casings.
Okay. And at any point in time, and let's be clear, these casings in State's Exhibit 57, why are they noteworthy?
Because they contain the same head stamp and then same color primer as the live rounds on Rust.
And when you say that they're casings, they're spent casings, correct?
Yes.
So they're not dummies and they're not live rounds, they're just spent casings.
Yes.
And at any point in time, were those spent casings sent to the FBI for fingerprint testing?
Yes, they were.
Who requested that?
You did.
And what were the results?
They had no yield on them.
Okay, predictably, right?
Correct.
Okay. I want to go back just briefly to, you remember Mr. Benavidez's body-worn camera footage?
Yes, I reviewed it quite a few times.
And do you remember Mr. Benavidez being asked some questions by defense counsel about why the prop truck was not enclosed in the crime scene tape?
Yes, I remember the questions.
And did Mr. Bowles point out a truck on the video?
Yes,
Have you been to this movie set?
I have.
And where was the prop truck located?
So the prop truck was actually at what would have been the northern end of the town. If you recall in my video, I took Ms. Gutierrez to the bathrooms, and that prop truck was actually even further from that.
So the truck that was outside the crime scene tape in Mr. Benavidez's video, based on your investigation, was that the prop truck?
No, it wasn't. In Hannah's interview, she actually said that the prop truck was at that other end of the movie town, and she specifically said, where you walked me to the bathrooms, it's further than that.
All right. Ms. Gutierrez indicated to you that she brought 2 boxes of dummies onto the set, correct?
Correct.
How many boxes of dummies from Ms. Gutierrez do you have in evidence?
We found one.
Do you know what happened to the other one?
No.
And for completeness, did you ever find any evidence that Ms. Gutierrez was engaging in any kind of target practice or plinking, anything like that?
No.
I don't know. All this talking about being spent
Did you ever
and
find any evidence
completion
that
is
Mr.
getting
Kenny was the source of the
uncomfortable.
live rounds on set?
No.
Did you ever discover any evidence that Sarah Zachary was the source of the live rounds on set?
No.
Did you ever discover any evidence that Hannah Gutierrez was the person who brought the live rounds on set?
I guess it'd be circumstantial.
Say
What
no.
circumstantial evidence are you referring to?
So in her interview, I mean, there's a lot of things. So, that box she identified in her interview when I asked her to show me what a box of hers would look like. She identified one on her phone. That picture on her phone matched exactly that box that we had. She was the one that handed that box to Lieutenant Benavidez, stating that that was the box that she was pulling from, along with, the various bandoliers that we collected with that live ammunition. She identified as bringing from her previous set that she worked on.
Well, maybe we do find out who
the other box
brought
of
the
dummies
live rounds on
just
set.
it didn't match the box that she had brought. It was identified as one brought by Seth Kenny. The rounds inside that box did not, even just the dummies themselves didn't match in the way they looked. So all of this in totality is what we used in our investigation.
Did you ever discover any evidence as to who loaded the live round in the gun?
In Hannah's interview, she told me that she was the one that loaded Alec's gun.
All right. I'll pass the witness. Thank you.
All right. Cross-exam. This is going to be interesting. Let's see what happens during cross-examination. I don't know what he's going to ask, but it should be interesting because he doesn't have a lot to work with, and he really needs to be careful so that he doesn't strain the jurors' credibility levels. I mean, their incredulity at what he's going to say. If he goes too far, they're going to go, come on, bruh, she admitted to all this shit. If he doesn't go far enough, they'll accept it. We'll have to see what he's going to pull out of his shiny domed pocket here. And speaking of pockets, we got our first super chat of the day. I was just going to say I haven't made minimum wage yet for this first hour. Come on, people, I ain't working for free. But Jess Rubery, congratulations and thank you for being the first super chat of the day. You are now officially the Vice Racks of the day with the highest super chat so far. Thank you so much, Jess Rubery. My question of the evidence tampering is during the interview the day of the shooting. So that was the first interview that was done a couple of hours after the shooting. So the evidence tampering is during the interview the day of the shooting. She supposedly pulled some of the ammo out of her pockets and showed them to the police, but was able to not slip up and pull the cocaine out. Odd. Okay. What happened and what I'm not sure that's what they're talking about, but if you go back and watch, I did the first interview again. What was it? About a week ago. I think it was last Wednesday is when I did Tuesday or Wednesday. I think it was last Tuesday. I did the first interview where we just watched that and broke it down. There's a part where the investigators leave the room, which they do. They'll let them sit there alone and stew and watch them and stuff like that. While she was alone in the interrogation room, she reached into her shirt pocket, into like her hoodie pocket, and pulled out an inhaler and a small. She pulled out an inhaler and a small bag of something. Then she goes, "Oh my God!" and she put the small bag back in her pocket. Well, she didn't say, "Oh my God." She took it out. She put the inhaler on the table and she reached and then quickly put that baggie back in her pocket. I think that may be what they watched her do that and then went through the steps to investigate what the hell that was she stuck back in her pocket. So yeah, when I think, and I don't know, maybe it was something else, I don't know, but it looked to me like that's what it looks like. She pulled out a little bag and then very quickly stuffed it back into her shirt. So that would have been when the police weren't actively in the room. So that's my take on that incident. If that's what it was, yeah, it was either a vape or an inhaler. It was a blue tube of something. It could have been a vape. That's back when she had the green and purple hair. So probably a vape. So yeah, she took that out of her pocket and put it on the table, and then quickly put this bag back in her pocket. I don't know if that's what they're talking about. I don't know if that's what it was, but once it was pointed out to me, I kind of went, "Oh, could have been that." We just don't know. I'm sure we're going to hear more about that because they showed the text messages where she was texting people, going, "I want my stuff back," but they never said my things or my stuff. Whatever. She said, "I want my stuff back. Do you still have my stuff?" But they never said what the stuff was. She didn't like, "You got my Peruvian marching powder in there. You got my Bolivian dancing dust. You got my Colombian monkey on your back." She didn't text those kind of things. "You got my stuff." They're insinuating that's the cocaine. But anyway, let's get on to the cross-examination. And thank you so much, Jess Rubery. We will adjust the scrolling here at the bottom of the screen to reflect that you are the new Vice Racks of the day with the $20 super chat. It's time to knock Jess off the pedestal and someone else step up and take on the Law Racks of the day. And we are now $80 away from Pig Dog Gam. There's IT Chad here. Trying to make sure everything works fine.
Good afternoon, Corporal.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bowles.
So, in your direct testimony, do I understand that you said you did not do the prop truck warrant until the 27th because, and I'm still going, because you did not have information from Ms. Gutierrez Reed about the prop truck?
If that's the statement that I made.
Okay, so you stated under oath just a little bit ago that the delay in the prop truck search warrant from the 21st to the 27th was because you didn't have information about the prop truck from Ms. Gutierrez Reed, correct?
So I wasn't even the case agent at that time.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question was, you just stated earlier in your testimony that you didn't have information about the prop truck from Ms. Gutierrez Reed, correct?
Maybe that's what I said.
Okay, and I want to show you what I'm going to mark for identification as defendants O.
Uh-oh. That's the thing. When a defense lawyer or someone on cross-examination says, "Did you say this? Are you sure that's what you said?" And then they go, "Let me show you something." That means they have counter evidence to that. So, okay, he's attacking her credibility. I think he's going to show her something here that contradicts what she just said.
May I approach, Your Honor? Corporal, I'm going to show you what is marked as defendants O and ask you if you could review that and see if you identify it.
So your highlighted portion?
Just the document itself.
Okay.
Do you know what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
So this is the search warrant that I wrote on October 27th to search the prop truck.
Your Honor, I move admission of defendants O.
Okay.
I would have an obvious objection to pages and pages of inadmissible hearsay. Would you like to approach? Or?
Yes.
Uh-oh. They're saying it's inadmissible hearsay. Well, let's see. Let's see if it comes in or not.
Now, do you recall to the for a search warrant? So, Corporal, do you recall that you were the affiant for a search warrant for that prop truck.
All right.
Yes.
Looks
And
like it went
when I
in.
say affiant, I mean that you swore under oath to the judge to get this search warrant that these statements you made were true, correct?
Yes.
Now, do you recall making a statement to this judge to get a search warrant for the prop truck that due to the information received from Hannah, affiant would like approval of a search warrant for the prop truck on scene due to the statement received about firearms and ammunition being stored in the truck? Do you remember making that statement?
Yes.
Okay. Do you also remember making a statement to the judge that after conducting an interview with Hannah Gutierrez Reed, she advised on the day of the incident that the crew broke for lunch, firearms were taken back and secured inside a safe on a prop truck? Recall making that statement?
Yes.
So this statement under oath, don't you agree with me that it conflicts with your statement you just made under oath in testimony?
In what way?
Yeah.
You told this jury earlier that you did not have information from Ms. Gutierrez Reed about the prop truck. That's why there was a delay in doing the search warrant. But in fact, you told the judge you did have information from Ms. Gutierrez Reed, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
So you're asking this jury to believe you today. Which of these statements were true? This statement or the one you told them just earlier in court?
I guess I did get a statement from her that stuff was stored on the prop truck.
Okay, will you agree with me then that the testimony you just gave under oath a little while ago was not true?
I'm sorry, I don't remember exactly what I said.
You also stated
Okay, that would be. I think that would be very easy for her to counter by saying, "What I meant was I didn't have enough evidence from her about the prop truck. I had some information, but I didn't have enough information to get a search warrant. But then I talked to her again, and then I did." And JKD Buck says she's going for the Beth from Yellowstone look and failing miserably. 2 weeks ago, I wouldn't have got that reference because I just started watching Yellowstone, and by God, that is a good show. That is a good show, and the horses are so beautiful. Oh my God, all the cutting horses and the stopping horses and things. Oh man, those are some beautiful animals. It makes me damn homesick because just looking at it, the first 3 seasons were filmed in Utah. It's great just to see and go, I know that scenery. That's my home. Got to admit, watching Yellowstone is making me a little bit homesick.
that you also made a statement that Ms. Gutierrez Reed had unloaded that firearm, the Baldwin revolver, over the prop cart. Recall that statement?
Yes.
And in fact, you made that statement numerous times, as I recall. Do you recall making it at least once?
Yes, because that's what she had said in her first interview.
Can you point out to me, and I'm all ears if you can, because I didn't hear it. Can you point out the timestamp where she said that about loading it over the prop cart?
I don't have the timestamp.
Okay.
Mhm.
Do you recall Ms. Gutierrez Reed's exact words in that first interview about unloading that gun?
Verbatim, no.
Okay. If I played you a clip, would it refresh your memory?
Yes.
Play the clip.
Well, I'm happy to look at what he's showing. I'm sorry, I'm happy to look at what he's showing, but I also think probably the better and more complete way of handling this is to review the transcript. And I think we have numerous copies of that. So but I'm not going to tell Mr. Bowles how to do his job. So show me what you're going to show.
You're just telling him how to do his job. Okay, he wants to show the video. She says, well, I think it'd be better to read the transcript. I think it's better to show the video because you get intonations, you get inflections, you get pauses, you know. Okay. Yeah. I don't want to tell the defense how to do his job, but let me tell the defense how to do his job.
Well, I'm refreshing recollection.
I know, but
Sure.
show
And
it.
you show me what you're going to refresh with.
This is a clip, so if you want to play the actual video of this interview, you can do that too.
You have it. She's your witness now. You do what you want to do.
Okay, if you don't want to help us out, if that's what you're saying, you don't want to play.
Mr. Bowles,
Yeah.
you have it. You have computers. She's your witness.
Okay, then I'll play. Your Honor, chat's better.
You're going to
operating.
refresh her
I still don't know what he's going to play.
Okay, all right.
Well,
I have no idea what he's
Show
doing.
her.
Yeah, I'm just-
He's just, oh, come on. Okay, prosecutor, come on. I think it's better if we don't show it here because I don't know what he's going to show. Let me show you what we're going to show. I don't need to see it as your witness. You do what you want to watch. But now I'm objecting because I don't know what he's going to show. Come on. Watch the damn video. Let him show you what he's going to show. All right. Now she's annoying me. I've been very good with her the first 5 days of this trial. Now she's annoying me. He just said, let me show you what I want. I'll show you what I want you to show you. No, I don't need, it's your witness. You do whatever you want. But he can't do that because I don't know what he's going to show. She's making me grumpy.
Wait, you're not listening. What are you showing her?
I'm playing her a clip of that video that was entered into evidence.
Which one? The first one?
The first one,
So I
The
think
first clip,
I think
which
this,
took 50 minutes?
but it's just a short clip. It's like 20 seconds.
so he needs to show it to me. Can we just
He just tried to show it to you. And just do whatever you want. It's your witness.
Yeah.
right
And
outside
then you don't want the
courtroom,
jury
can
to
you
hear it again because you're refreshing her memory, not
It's
read.
already- Judge, it's entered into evidence.
That's
They can
not,
hear
that's
All
not
right.
true. You're refreshing her memory.
it. No, but I could play it as if it's in evidence already.
And
So
play the exhibit.
they've heard it.
Mm.
Can I just approach for a moment? Just
Yes.
clarify this?
All right. Yeah, this is. That's aggravating. Because in a way, the judge is right. You're reintroducing evidence as opposed to refreshing her memory. So in one, I get where the judge is coming from, saying show her the transcript and let her read it and see if that refreshes her memory, rather than reintroducing evidence that's already been entered in. So the jury, when you're refreshing someone's memory by showing them their reports or whatnot, the jury doesn't hear that. The jury doesn't see that. So I get where the judge is coming from. I think the judge might be correct, actually, but he's just saying it'd be easier to show it. Interesting, but she's being duplicitous. The prosecutor's like, I don't want you to show it. Go ahead and show it, but I don't know what you're going to show. But show it. I don't think you should show it, but go ahead and show it. Yeah, I don't. I'm conflicted. I think the judge is right. He probably shouldn't play the clip because that's not really refreshing her memory. That's reiterating testimony where the jury can hear it. So maybe the jury should leave the room, and I guess the judge probably doesn't want to go through the whole process of the jury leaving the room to having her so that they can play it and then bring the jury back in. I hope that made sense. I hope it makes sense in my head. So I hope that did make sense. And the DCV Titan with the Canadian $2. Thank you so much. Careful with horses entering Vosh territory. No, we're not entering Vosh territory.
Kind of dealing with that. I want to come back to that question on the prop card loading. And again, because Miss Gutierrez Reed did not say that in the interview we just heard. She said she went outside with Dave Halls and unloaded the revolver. She didn't mention anything about a prop card. You agree with me on that?
I do not, because I do remember her saying something about doing it over a prop card.
Which interview, the first or second we heard?
I believe it was the first, and then the second is where she mentioned that she was in 2 separate places.
Okay, and so we're going to try to find that on the first, and if you can find it, when we come back and redirect, I want to hear it. So if you find that timestamp. Now, you also said that you did not meet Seth Kinney until October 27th, until the search of the prop truck, correct?
I believe that was the first time that I had met him in person.
Okay, well, you said the word, your first interaction with Seth Kinney was October 27th for the search of the prop truck. Do you recall that?
No, I said the first time in person.
Okay. And in fact, you had a prior.
All right, pausing here real quick. 250 says, if she's lying, shouldn't the jury see it? If they're introducing it to impeach her as a witness, yes, I think they should. But he said he's introducing it to refresh her memory. And when you're refreshing your memory, that's when you look at your notes, you look at your reports, you look at other things. Just to help see if that helps you remember what was said before. You're not introducing it to that piece of evidence to impeach her. So yes and no. Born Sinner says, how much more till the pig dog cams? Let me check here. Oh, we're like ages away. We're like 80-ish away from pig dog cam. Let's see, 13, 26. We're about 72 away from pig dog cam, including Britt Cormier's $5 super chat. If you can find it, did the judge just give the witness homework? Oh, did he just give the witness homework? Oh, I don't know. Let's see where this goes. This is either going to be a big win or an implosion for the defense. And the defense had enough implosion with her own deal, with Hannah's own responses during the first interrogation without a lawyer. Was implosion of the case enough? This could be a hero moment or just an absolute backfire. Let's see where it goes.
Yes.
And that was on the day of the shooting.
I think I actually had probably a couple phone calls with him before.
On that day, on the 21st?
Just in between, in between the day of the incident and then to the search of the prop truck.
Okay, and we're going to talk about the day of the incident, the call that you all made to Troy Teskey. You recall that?
On the day of the incident?
Yes.
I don't recall the phone call on the day of the incident to him.
Not that afternoon around 4 p.m.?
To a Troy?
Troy Teskey?
No.
Okay.
I don't recall. I'm sorry.
Okay. And you also said that Ms. Gutierrez Reed said she saw Sarah collecting guns. Recall that?
Yes.
And again, I'd like to see if you could point that out, where that is in the interview, because didn't she say instead that Sarah took stuff from the prop cart and she may have took a gun she never saw? She said she saw her.
I think the phrase that she used was that she saw Sarah collect the guns. And then later on in that interview, she kind of changed her answer.
Okay, and the jury will be able to hear that too, but I'd like to know where that is on the, if you know.
I can't point timestamps out to you, Mr.
No,
Bowles.
it's your
You are
job
the
to
case
point it
agent
out,
in this
defense.
case, correct?
I was not at first, but a couple weeks in, yes, I was.
And so for 2 years, you've been the case agent, correct?
Yes,
Now, if you can tell a jury, that means that you are basically the lead agent on the case. Is that right?
yes.
And you collect all the information, you do all the investigation, you read all the reports. Is that right?
Yes.
A
Yes, say
majority
yes.
of it, yes.
No, say all of
And
it.
then because this case was rather large, I had assistance from other detectives and the district attorney's office.
So as part of that, you collect various sources and maybe people are helping you, but you're ultimately the ultimate person with all the information in the case. Is
Born,
that right?
yes, they do.
With what's pertinent, I would say so, yes.
Okay.
But considering how many people were involved and how dynamic and everything this case was, it is kind of not essentially feasible for me to know every single piece of information. That's why people helped.
Sure. And let's start with the first interview and the day of the shooting. Now, you recall from your direct and from the videos we saw that you actually walked Miss Gutierrez Reed to the bathroom,
Yes.
and you were walking her to the bathroom from when she had been detained in Mr. Benavides' car, correct?
Incorrect, because she was not detained at that
Mhm.
point.
Okay, well, legality, a legal word, but she was sitting in Mr. Benavides' car, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, but sitting in his car and being detained are totally different. Totally different.
Now, while she was sitting in Mr. Benavides' car, you knew as case agent what had happened that day was Mr. Baldwin had been allowed to walk around and talk to people.
I do not know anything that had happened with him or where he was prior.
Well, do you know, as we sit here today, the case
She wasn't free to leave. Nobody was really free to leave the set at that point because they were still checking and still doing. But she wasn't detained. She wasn't said that she wasn't being told she wasn't detained. She was detained. She wasn't read her rights. She wasn't handcuffed, and she said, "I'm going to go to the bathroom." And this she went to the bathroom with her, but that's because Hannah asked her to come with me. Will you come to the bathroom with me? So she didn't follow her because she was being detained.
agent, having reviewed the
Yoda
pictures
agrees.
of Mr. Baldwin on the cell phone, are you telling the jury you don't know he was out talking to people?
I'd say he was out, but at the time that I was there, no.
I'm talking about your knowledge today. Do you know today that Mr. Baldwin was not put in a police car like Ms. Gutierrez Reed?
That's correct.
Okay. And you know today that Mr. Baldwin, there's a picture of him on his cell phone talking to somebody on the day of the shooting.
Yes.
Okay. And you know that there is a video of him talking with David Halls and some other people on a truck area.
I'm sorry, is it a video with him talking with?
To David Halls?
I don't know that video.
Okay. In any event, she's in Mr. Benavides' car, and you're walking Ms. Gutierrez Reed to the bathroom.
Yes, sir.
And ma'am, we saw that you went inside the bathroom with Ms. Gutierrez Reed, correct?
That is correct.
And one of the reasons you did that was you said that you felt like she might harm herself.
No, I didn't say that I felt like she was going to. It's just typical for us, especially because she had requested me to go with her. At the end of the day, my concern is, on that day, my concern is her well-being. She was obviously very distraught at that time. I wanted to make sure that she wasn't going to have some sort of medical episode or something happen in the bathroom where I would have to step in at that point.
Did she actually ask you to come in the bathroom with her?
No.
Okay. But you went ahead and went in.
Yes, and I turned the opposite direction from her to give her privacy.
And would you agree with me that she had never met you, that that'd be fairly intrusive to go inside the actual bathroom? with her?
Yeah,
That would be
okay.
a question for Ms. Gutierrez.
No, you felt like
Good
you were
answer.
wanting to make sure she didn't hurt herself, including in the bathroom. And so you must have felt like she was very distraught.
Yes, I do feel like she was distraught that day.
And you also heard her say, did you not, that this was the worst day of her life? She didn't want to live, words to that effect?
I don't recall hearing her saying anything that she didn't want to live.
Or she said, my life is over. Sorry, I misremembered that. Did you?
And I will object. I believe that was absolutely a misstatement of what she said on the video. And if Mr. Bowles needs to review the video, I can pull it up.
Do you recall what she said?
Verbatim, no, but something to that extent.
Okay. So after knowing that, you all take her back to the station, and we see yourself and Talamante sitting around a table, correct?
Yes.
And Miss Gutierrez Reed is in the corner on the opposite end of that table, correct?
Yes.
Now, do you remember she mentioned at the start that something about maybe she should talk to a lawyer?
Yes.
Yes.
And you all told her that, or not you, but do you remember hearing Talamante tell her that it might be a public defender and it might take all night?
No.
Yes, something to that extent.
No.
Okay, so with that statement was made to her with her asking how long a lawyer would take to get, correct?
No. Okay. No. That's not what was said. She said, when she was saying that she might, she didn't say, I want a lawyer. She said, I might possibly have one. How long will it take? And she said, well, the other sheriff that was doing the interview said, you will have to call them. It's up to, you'll have to contact. She didn't say it might take all night. So yeah. No, she didn't say that's what she's something like that. It wasn't really like that. So he is misstating what she said. But as long as we're paused here, let's do these things because we've got to that time. Britt Cormier, if you can find it, did she just give the one? Oh, we did that one. Thank you so much again, Britt. Sarah Winks, bring on the doggos. Sarah Winks, you are temporarily the vice law racks of the day, the vice racks of the day. Sarah Winks says, bring on the doggos. We're getting close. We're getting very, very close. And Unhung Hero says this witness's TikTok is interesting. I heard yesterday that she had a TikTok. I haven't watched it. It's interesting, is it? Okay. I'll have to check into that. I forgot about that. Thank you very much, Unhung Hero and Examoon. Examoon gets the big foghorn with a big super chat. GGPP probably smells rancid. Well, thank you for that. Thanks for that. And Silent PS says, ghosts are acting up. Yoda's upset. Yoda does this thing. Yoda is one of the English bulldogs, for those of you who don't know. We got 600 people here. We're 666 away from Satan. For any of you 600 that are just visiting here for the first time, I have 2 English bulldogs, which you're about to meet. Strawberry and Yoda. Strawberry is the brown one. Yoda's the white one. Yoda is dumber than a bucket of rocks. I mean, yeah, Yoda's special. But Yoda does like this 2-minute struggle, this 2-minute hate, this 5-minute freak out every day. And that's what you just heard. Yoda in the living room doing his daily 5-minute freak out. But we have got to that point in the game. We're a little bit short, but I don't care. I'm feeling pretty damn generous because you guys are feeling generous. So it's that time, which we like to call Release the Hose. Here's our doggos for the day. This is Strawberry, the brown one here, and that's Yoda back there in the white one. It's Yoda was the one that you heard barking a minute ago. I'll adjust that here. Let's get back. Okay, he is sort of misstating what happened. Let's see where this goes. I don't like what he's doing because he's like, well, you find it. Where did you say this? When did you say this? He should be showing her where she said this to impeach her, not asking her where she said it.
I believe so.
Okay. And then do you recall hearing that you all told her it was just going to be a few basic questions?
I did not make that statement, no, but I believe Hannah's response was that she was willing to answer a few basic questions.
Okay,
yes.
And with that, she signed her Miranda waiver.
Yes.
Waiver of her Miranda rights. Is that right?
She did.
Yes.
So you felt it was okay for her to do that, even in the distraught state that she was in, whereby you thought she might even hurt herself, possibly.
I don't believe I said anything about her wanting to hurt herself. Just that obviously we take care of the well-being of people.
Okay.
And then
defense is trying, and this is what I was saying. If it goes too far, the jury's going to go, come on, dude. We just watched her calmly and rationally say she understood her rights, signed it. She said, I think I might possibly want to have a lawyer, but I'll answer a few questions. And they were so good with her. Normally they'll say, they'll just say once. They'll read it and they'll let it go. But there's you can have a lawyer. You don't have to answer anything. You can do it. You have to call them, but you can have one here. They were very, very, very lenient with her. They went way farther to preserving and informing her of her right against speaking, her right to remain silent, than they would have done, than I've seen most cops do with most people. And Lacey Ann, thank you so much for the $5 super sticker. Thank you so much. But yeah, okay. Now they're trying to say, oh, she was too mentally distraught. She was incapable of consenting to waive her right to remain silent. No. And Born Sinner, thank you so much, Born Sinner, for joining the Clean and Sober crew. Welcome to being the newest member, and thank you so much for your support. I hope you stay around for a very, very long time. Let's go.
Sorry, what was the other part of the question?
No, that's it. You answered it. Now, during this first interview, you did not tell Ms. Gutierrez Reed that Halyna had passed, did you?
No, I didn't even know that Ms. Hutchins had passed away until essentially right before I told Mr. Baldwin.
Okay, so you didn't know at that time either?
I did not know.
Okay. Now, during the course of that interview, I think you stated actually at the end of the second interview that when people have undergone a traumatic event, sometimes they can say unusual thing. I can't remember the exact words you used.
Yeah, something about their perception or recollection after something like that could.
But that's why you have a lawyer.
Be, I guess.
That's why you exercise your right to remain silent and ask for a lawyer.
that after somebody undergoes a traumatic event, sometimes their memory is affected?
Yes, and that's why we conduct additional interviews.
Okay. So it's a fact. You would agree with that she had just witnessed a very traumatic, she had been through a very traumatic situation.
Right. She didn't witness it because
didn't
she
witness
wasn't inside the church.
Right. So she was not inside the church. That's what you concluded based on your investigation?
And her statements.
Okay. And you were able to corroborate that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So knowing that, the statement she gave, again, those could have been impacted in some ways by her being a part of a traumatic situation.
Theoretically.
Theoretically.
Now, would you also agree with?
All right. I think he's imploding here. I think the defense lawyer is imploding at this point. You know, this whole, she could have been distraught. You interviewed her like 2 hours after this happened. She was distraught. You know, she might misremember things. She might be confused. She might be mentally out of it. But you know, if they would have waited 2 days, he would have complained. Well, she would have had a more accurate recollections to what happened at the time of the shooting. But you waited until days later to conduct an interview. So her memory may have been faulty because time had passed since the shooting. He would argue this both ways. Yeah, I don't like where he's going. I think he's messing it up here.
With me that you asked different questions in the
Oh, and sorry. Let me do this here. I do not want to delay this any further. Where'd we go here? Hey, where did my things go? I got to scroll up here for it. Sorry. We got not only did where is it? Not only did Born Sinner become the newest member of the Vice Squad. I mean, well, you're all Vice Squad members. I mean, the membership, the Clean and Sober crew. Born Sinner also gifted 5 Legal Vices memberships. Thank you so much for that. If you were one of the lucky people that got the 5 Legal Vices memberships, make sure you give Born Sinner a super special thanks. And we will likely have a members only stream on Sunday, March 1st. Stay tuned for that time. Let's continue.
Interview than the first interview?
Yes, I asked a lot of questions in the second interview.
It was a lot more comprehensive, correct?
That is correct.
Now, you also know that when you take an interview of somebody, that you can use that in court against them, correct?
Their interview?
Yes.
Yes.
So while you were doing that, while you were questioning her and you all were talking to her, it looked like kind of being friendly with her, you knew that you could later use that one day in court.
Yes.
And
so was Hannah.
I mean, did she appear during that first interview, right before that first interview? She was in a very distraught state.
I would say that when
I'm just going to object to asked and answered. She's already testified to it.
That's fine. She's already said it. Okay. Now, in the first interview, Ms. Gutierrez-Reed told you there were 3 sources of ammunition, correct?
in the first interview,
Yes.
not correct.
Okay. What did she tell you in the first interview?
That they came from Seth Kenny.
Okay. And then she later tells you the second interview, it's Seth Kenny, Billy Ray, and herself, right?
I don't know if I don't remember if she identified Billy Ray, but she did list additional sources.
Okay. And she also told you that Seth
I meant
Kenny had
March
given her
3rd,
ammunition
Rachel.
for the
Sorry,
prior
March
movie set that she was
3rd.
on the old way.
I don't recall her specifically saying that Seth Kenny provided that.
And again, you don't remember from the first interview a statement that she got ammunition from Seth Kenny?
I just said that she did say that she got it from Seth Kenny.
Okay. Did you try to corroborate that to pull invoices to show that Seth Kenny had brought ammunition from to the old way set?
Not to the old way.
Okay. Now, there was talk about the idea of sabotage, and you mentioned that this came to your attention as part of this investigation, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall seeing in that first interview that Officer Talamonte brings up the idea to Ms. Gutierrez-Reed that the camera crew walking off, does she think one of them might have done something?
She, Detective Talamonte, did present the idea to Ms. Gutierrez about the camera crew, and Ms. Gutierrez's response was no, that she didn't think it was them, and that she wouldn't want to think that way of anyone.
And so that was on October 21st. So the first mention that you're aware of the possibility of sabotage was your fellow detective, Ms. Talamonte, correct?
That I would say is incorrect.
Well, where did you hear it before that?
Before
The 21st, before Detective Talamonte says that. Who said it before that?
that was a theory that we threw out to try to get answers, not a theory from someone else on set.
Uh-oh.
Oh, so when you say we threw out a theory, what do you mean?
The sheriff's office.
So the sheriff's office created a theory?
Yep.
No, again, we were trying to get answers to questions that we had as to how or why something like this would potentially happen.
So was this a ruse? You're trying to trick people? Is that what you're talking about? You created a theory? What is that? What the intent was?
No.
Okay. Well, then, did you believe this theory?
Believe the theory about the camera crew?
The sabotage that you threw out, that the sheriffs put out. Did you believe there was some truth to that?
No.
Okay, so you put out a false theory.
And I'm going to object.
Oh.
She didn't put out a false theory. She
Yes.
didn't say it in the interview. It simply wasn't her.
Okay, well then Talamonte put out a false theory.
Again, it's an interview, so we can discuss things, bring up things to, again, try to get questions answered and figure out how to or where to go with our investigation.
Okay, and trying to get answers from people through a false idea. Did you ever actually investigate the camera crew? Did you interview any of them?
I did not interview them, no.
Did anybody in your team interview any of them?
I believe Detective Joel Cano did.
How many of them did he interview?
That would be a question.
You'll
for
have to ask
Detective
him.
Joel Cano.
Okay, and you as the case agent don't know that?
No.
And you don't know what the result of those interviews are?
I would have to read his reports.
And also on that idea, you brought up the idea of Starline Brass in the second interview, and that these were appeared to be reloads because Starline Brass doesn't make live ammunition. You recall that part of the interview?
Yes.
Now you heard the special prosecutor's expert, Mr. Haig. He talked about those rounds appearing more to be reloads, the live rounds. Did you hear that testimony?
Yes, I did.
And do you agree with him that to you or that those appear to be reloads?
Well, and obviously I have to object. It's so far outside the scope of what she could testify to. She's not an expert in ammunition. That's why we called Mr. Haig.
Yep.
And, okay, I'm not asking.
And see, I would be a smart ass witness. Her, I say, well, you were the one that you were floating your own theory that someone had repurposed the dummies. Didn't you mention that during the interview? Isn't that something you floated? Didn't you make a groundless assertion that someone had repurposed a dummy to turn it into a live round in an act of sabotage? Do you have any evidence for that? Of course, I mean, you would have got shut down, but that's what I would be trying to say.
Another question. Do you have any reason to doubt Mr. Haig that he's correct?
That's
Objection
his-
relevance?
Well,
Go ahead.
based on your investigation as a case agent and everything that you reviewed in this case, do you have any information to dispute your own expert, Mr. Haig?
No.
So if those are reloads, and you know what JS means, Joe Swanson, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you had known from talking to Thel Reed that Thel Reed had delivered live ammunition to Seth Kinney in the set of 1883, correct?
From his statement, yes.
Yes, and you knew that you had talked to Troy Teskey and that he had first been holding these and given them to Thel Reed, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you investigate the idea further, given that these were reloads, to try to figure out the source of the reloads?
No, because really what's important to law enforcement were the circumstances of what occurred that day and the facts and the evidence of what occurred during the incident.
Okay, well then, Ms. Morrissey asked you earlier if you had any information as to Seth Kinney bringing live rounds on set, but what you just said is you were more focused on the events of the day. Is that correct?
That was our main focus, yes.
So is it fair to say, would you agree with me that you didn't fully investigate the circumstances of these reloads?
What?
I would say that we investigated it.
But you did not fully investigate it because you were more focused on the events of the actual day. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, you also talked about earlier that it was kind of a circumstantial theory about Ms. Gutierrez Reed, but you have no direct evidence that you can tell the jury today that she brought live rounds to set.
That's correct.
I remember you had told me at one point that when you interviewed Sarah Zachary, she gave conflicting information. Is that true?
I don't recall my conversation with you. I can say that I did not conduct Sarah's initial interview, but I know it was fairly short and I did a more in-depth one with her later.
Did you find in the course of those interviews, the one you did, her statements to be conflicting?
I believe that they were.
In the course of your investigation, did you also conclude that Seth Kinney had wanted Ms. Gutierrez Reed fired?
I would disagree with him wanting her fired.
We wanted
I
her fired.
believe the conversation that I had seen was that Sarah had the ability to fire her because essentially she wasn't pulling her weight.
Well, did you ever corroborate and try to investigate that with the statements of Troy Teskey and Sarah Zachary?
Irrelevant.
Corroborate.
I'm sorry, I'm just confused about the question. If you could-
Okay, sure, I'll reword it.
Yeah.
Did you interview or talk to both Sarah Zachary and Troy Teskey? Did they give you information about whether Seth Kinney wanted her fired?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, you agree with me, would you not, that Ms. Gutierrez Reed was cooperative with you in terms of sitting down for interviews?
Yes.
And she was also cooperative in providing her phone?
Yes.
Okay, so you didn't have to do a search warrant for that?
No, I didn't have to on anyone's essentially besides Alec Baldwin's.
Okay, yeah. Alec Baldwin had to have a search warrant, had to go through New York, and that whole process, is that what happened?
That's correct.
Okay.
It's because he didn't waive his right.
as part of your investigation, you concluded not only that Hannah was not in the church at the time, but that she had handed the weapon to Mr. Halls.
Yes.
Yes.
And did you also conclude that Mr. Halls had handed that to Mr. Baldwin?
Yes. And I just want to specify this is before the incident.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I should give you a time frame.
Thank
So yes,
Uh-oh.
you're right. That's right before.
Uh-oh.
That's right after lunch and right before the shooting is what I'm talking about.
Oh no.
And so in that time frame,
She caught him. She caught him. Now he went too far. He's looking weird. He's the one that's misquoting things. He's the one that's not providing the timestamps for her. And now he said something and she nailed him on it with a big smile on her face. If I was on the jury at this point, I would be turning against the defense at this point. And I just have a couple things here that I wanted to bring up because there's things that are keep coming up here in chat. We'll address them real quickly here. What's this here? He is free to make any arguments for his client that is proper. Absolutely, but that doesn't mean they're good arguments, and that doesn't mean that he should, and that the jury's going to take kindly to his questioning. He is absolutely free to make any argument for his client. It's just if it's a really bad argument, if it's an incorrect argument, then it looks bad for the defense. Runkle mentioned it's possible Bowles was treating interviews like depositions. There was a bit of that, I think. So yeah, I can see that. And Examoon is our newest member. Examoon is our newest member of the Fallen Angels tier. Examoon, thank you so very much. That's incredibly generous. Thank you. Thank you for your support. And Lucentil says, does it matter who the ammo came from if she loaded the gun? I don't think it does. I don't think it matters how the light. If it was her, it just makes her more negligent. If it was someone else, I don't think it makes her less negligent because she said she checked every round and she clearly didn't. So I don't think it makes her less negligent if someone else brought it. It just makes her more negligent if she brought the live ammo. And Island says Yoda put himself in timeout and Straubs is sympathetic. A lot of people are asking what the hell's going on with the dogs. Strawberry's licking Yoda's back for some reason. But what Yoda is doing is Yoda is bogarting the space heater. There's a space heater there that's pumping out some nice hot warm air. In fact, it's making me cold. But Yoda has positioned himself directly in front of the space heater, and Strawberry's trying to get in on a little bit of the heat. All right. Renovatio says, to be a dog where you can just lick someone's back and not get arrested. And they're brother and sister too. So there is that.
Based on all your investigation.
So by statements, that is what I concluded. However, there were opposing statements at the beginning of the investigation.
Okay, there were conflicting statements at the beginning?
Yes.
Did you determine that those were not correct, those conflicting statements?
They were.
I guess I'm going to object because I don't know specifically what statement he's referring
Oh,
to.
sure, I'll ask you. Okay, I'll ask the witness. Yes, Your Honor. Corporal, what statements were
He's looking
conflicting?
incompetent here.
So on the day of the incident, I did interview Mr. Baldwin, and in his interview, he initially had stated that Hannah handed him the gun. However, later he changed that statement and said that Dave.
And Hannah herself said, I gave it to
would ask
Dave.
the court for some kind of an instruction or guidance with regard to this. Sounds like hearsay. So if it's not being offered for that, then can we iron that out?
Sure, and counsel asked to know those statements, but asked to know what those statements
Well,
were.
that doesn't mean that she opened the door for hearsay.
No, and I understand, Your Honor, and I'm just based on her knowledge of these, the effect on her and what she did investigation-wise. So, yes. So, and I'm not trying to get into the court of statements unless people want to hear it, but I do want to ask you what certain things had impact on you and your investigation. So that's why I asked that. How did you reconcile, and when you got those conflicting statements, what did you do to make your ultimate conclusion? Did you review additional information, talk to more people? What did you do?
Yeah, so that was, essentially the purpose of re-interviewing and gathering people's statements.
Okay. Did you also learn and conclude that Ms. Gutierrez Reed, when she handed Halls the weapon, had shown him the rounds?
Her statement was that she showed him what was in the cylinder, not that she took the rounds out.
Okay, and you also heard her say that before she put in the last round, that she had shaken it in her statement. Do you remember hearing that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, well, she said she shook the other 5 too. Clearly, one of them wasn't shaken.
Now, you, as part of your investigation, you also were aware
and
that
one of them had a
numerous
hole
people
in
had
it that
access
she
to
said she
that
shook.
property.
Anyway.
Yes.
And that was because in the day it was not secured?
I wasn't on set, so I can't
Okay.
call that, but That was my understanding.
That's what your understanding was.
Yes.
And did you learn in the course of your investigation, your understanding, that it took props a while to get a prop cart to use for their weapons?
I believe it took a few days for them.
Okay. Were you aware whether Ms. Gutierrez-Reed had to pull a wagon before that?
No.
Okay. You never heard that she had a wagon?
No.
Objection asked and answered.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He just
You
asked
knew as part
literally
of
the
your
same
investigation
question
that, Ms.
twice.
Gutierrez-Reed was performing 2 jobs and had to support props, correct?
That's correct.
And she also made statements that she had requested additional training with Gabrielle Pickle. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you also, in the course of your investigation, conclude that there was a lot of rushing on the set?
From statements provided to me,
Yes.
yes.
Did you also learn that whether safety meetings had occurred every day on set?
From the interviews that I conducted, it seemed pretty apparent that they were not conducted every day.
Oh,
Was it also apparent to you that the safety bulletins, like for the industry, were not attached to the call sheets?
That's correct.
Did you ever find any inventory procedure or anything that Rust Productions had put together for the ammunition that was coming in?
No.
Did you find any inventory procedure in the call sheets or otherwise in production regarding the firearms?
No.
There was a gun safe on the prop truck, correct?
That's
yes.
correct.
And was that safe? Who had access to that safe?
It would have been Miss Gutierrez and Sarah Zachary, and it was a little unclear about Nicole.
Okay, and Nicole, again, for the jury, she was the props assistant.
Yes.
Okay. At or before the search of the
I
prop truck
did.
that we talked about earlier, did Seth Kenny obtain the code to that safe?
Yes,
Because he was the one that let you all in on the 27th into the prop truck, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. In the course of your
Well,
investigation,
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm going to back up. He did not. Did you say the prop truck or the safe?
the safe. I'm sorry, I misspoke. It was
Okay.
the safe. I meant.
Yeah, he did not let us into the prop truck.
What's up, Bill?
But he did let us into the safe.
And prior to that search on the 27th, between the time of the incident on the 21st and then the 27th, there was at least a few days in there where that prop truck was not secure, correct?
I wasn't on scene, so I cannot say definitively.
Well, do you know as case agent that sheriffs were stationed there the entire time?
They were not stationed there the whole time, but I know they were there at least for a couple days before I obtained the search warrant.
Okay, so at least from your knowledge as case agent, law enforcement was not present at that prop truck for at least a couple of days.
Yes, correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the search of the prop truck on the date of 27th and then the search of PDQ props. What date did that occur on, the search of PDQ props?
November 30th, 2021.
So November 30th, 2021, that was approximately a month and 10 days after the incident. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I might be off a day if I am this close. It's about a month and 10
You
days.
shouldn't be off a day.
Now, during that time,
You should
frame,
know.
From reviewing phone records, did you have a call with Seth Kenny on October 25th? It lasted about 20 minutes.
I probably.
Do you recall that call, which would have been 2 days before the search of the prop truck?
I don't.
Between the time of the search of PDQ props and the shooting incident, that month and 10 days, you remember how many calls you had with Seth Kenny?
No, there were a bit.
There was a lot, wasn't there? He would call you quite a bit.
Yes.
And isn't it true that he would try to give you information and try to steer you in certain ways?
I don't believe he was trying to steer me in any way. I think that he was trying to be helpful in locating the source of the live ammunition.
Didn't he push this onto Ms. Gutierrez-Reed?
Push.
Didn't he indicate that Ms. Gutierrez-Reed must be the source of the live ammunition?
He probably, I mean, he may have said something to that extent.
And in fact, haven't you seen messages in the course of your investigation where he's trying to implicate Ms. Gutierrez-Reed?
Are you referring to text messages
Yes.
in between them two?
Between them two, between Sarah Zachary, regarding the letters from Old Way? Didn't you remember seeing those?
Yeah, there were text messages about that.
So you would agree with me, would you not, that Seth Kenny is calling you a lot? He's trying to implicate Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, whether that's by providing information, what he's doing, but that's what he's doing, isn't he?
I can't make that assumption.
Miss,
That threw him
worked
off.
For Seth Kenny, PDQ Props.
Yes, I believe she was licensed under them.
And you know that right after the shooting, Miss Zachary and Mr. Kenny had text and a phone call, correct?
Yes.
And you remember that there was words to the fact that there had been a shooting,
I believe the text message said emergency.
emergency. Do you know what they discussed?
Hang on, we're back to hearsay. And
Right.
So I want to make a hearsay objection. I can't figure out what the exception
Right.
would be to this.
Well, not only is it hearsay, he's misrepresenting what the hearsay is. As someone said, Branca took the defense to task. Yeah, I am too. I said this was either going to be a hero moment or an implosion. This is an implosion in my book. In my book, the defense is sit down. You're just sit down. You're making it worse, I think.
And again, Your Honor, I'll word it in terms of her course of her investigation and the effect, and it's not for the truth. I'm just trying to find out.
Well, let's see if it had, let's see if it meets effect on listener. I haven't
Okay.
heard that yet.
I guess my concern is that what's going to happen here is Mr. Bowles is just going to get a bunch of hearsay out, the jury's going to hear it, and then maybe it doesn't have an effect on the listener, and then hearsay's just out, and then we've just broken the rules of evidence. So is there a way we can do this so that Mr. Bowles doesn't get to spend the next half an hour?
Why don't you just ask her if you have any text message between the two of them? What, if anything, it had on the effect of the investigation?
Yes, I was going to ask you that. And we're going to have Sarah Zachary as a witness, so we're not going to. But the after the phone call and text occurred, did you learn and did you investigate whether rounds had been thrown away on the set, on the scene?
I received a statement of that.
Okay, that rounds had been thrown away on the
Right, counsel.
Yeah. Was it a painted wagon? Was it painted red? Paint your wagons red. What a that was great. Anyway. I don't like what the defense is doing. It looks bad. I think that, I mean, the jury's got to be turning on him at this point. The DCV Titan with a Canadian $10. Prop truck wasn't secured 24/7. Live ammo came from multiple sources. We don't know that it came from multiple sources. It may have come from her. It may have come from multiple. We just don't know for sure.
Corporal, did you investigate?
And what does any of that have to do with a person putting rounds in a gun without confirming it was a dummy? That's what, we were talking about that a little bit earlier. I don't think it matters really in the grand scheme of things. Like if Hannah brought the live, if Hannah brought the live ammo on set, it makes her more negligent. If she didn't bring it on set, it doesn't make her less negligent in not checking each and every round that went into the guns. She said she did. Clearly she didn't, because Halyna Hutchins is dead. So I don't think it really matters that much at all who brought the ammunition, live ammo on set.
Whether rounds were thrown away?
Again, that was a statement in an interview.
And I'm not asking about the statement. I'm asking if you investigated that at all.
I'm not really sure how to, if you want to reword it a different way.
Sure. Did you try to locate rounds that were thrown away?
Over a month later?
I'm just asking the question if you tried
No.
to do that. Okay.
That statement was given over a month later.
And likewise, the search of PDQ props was over a month after the shooting incident, correct?
Correct.
Paint
So
Your
there would have
Wagon
been
is such
time
a good
for
old
Mr.
Western.
Kennedy
What a
wanted
great
to
show.
Get rid of evidence if he had wanted to. Is that a fair statement?
If he had wanted to.
Did you also investigate whether items had been taken from the prop cart to the prop truck after the shooting? Because Ms. Gutierrez-Reed made that statement.
And
Testifying.
Mr. Bowles, can you just tell her what statement you're referring to?
Yeah.
I think this is not hearsay. So I think Ms. Gutierrez's statement.
Why doesn't he just ask if she did that without the added part unless
Sure.
it's necessary?
Yes.
Right.
And I just was trying to ask her if you investigated whether items had been taken from the prop cart to the prop truck.
Can you give a time period?
Yes, right after the shooting, before law enforcement got there.
So during the investigation, it was relayed to me that there had been firearms that were secured back in the prop truck.
And my question was, did you investigate to determine whether that was
I
correct?
got a little bit, then we're going to go into lunch.
I'm not really.
I mean,
I'd
afternoon
say
break.
It was a statement given to me, and we had done a search on the prop truck.
Okay.
So-
Were you able to corroborate that?
Well, I
DK
don't know
Cripple, you guys
exactly
can
what
hang. You can
guns
hang out all
were
damn day.
Identified to which actor, so I can't really say.
Okay, so you didn't.
I would say that we followed up on it.
You also saw on the video where a man at the scene had reached across the crime scene tape. Recall that video?
Yes.
Yes.
You recall seeing his hand that it was kind of like this, and he put it down on the cart over the tape. Do you recall seeing that?
I recall seeing him grab something off the cart and then putting it back.
Do you recall seeing his hand being behind his back and coming around sort of shaped like this, and then go over the tape onto the cart?
No.
You don't recall seeing?
Your Honor, this is Mr. Bowles testifying.
Right.
Mr. Bowles is testifying because he didn't get the right information from Middx.
Move on.
I will.
You don't want to be taken to task in front of the jury like that. The witness is making him look dumb. The prosecutor's making him look dumb. And the judge telling him, look, just move on, is making him look dumb. Sit down, dude. You're not making your job easier.
You don't know whether he put something on the cart or whether he took something off, do you?
And I will object to foundation because this witness wasn't there.
That's why I asked her if she didn't know. That's why I said you don't know.
No,
All right, so
no.
she's already said that she doesn't know. So let's move on.
Twice he's been told to
Now,
move
I want
on.
to ask you more about Seth Kenny. You never took his fingerprints, correct?
Correct.
and you never took his DNA, correct?
That's correct.
And you also never took his phone to be downloaded like the other phones that you took, right?
That's correct.
So, Mr. Kinney, I know you mentioned had shown you certain text messages and other information, but you never got the entirety of what was on his phone, correct?
It wasn't a full extraction, if that's what you're referring to.
Yes, right. It was not a full extraction.
That's correct.
And in contrast, you got extractions of phones for Ms. Gutierrez Reed, Sarah Zachary, Mr. Halls, and Mr. Baldwin, correct?
Yes, because they were on the set.
Okay, and you had mentioned that before, but actually Seth Kinney was the primary source of ammunition to the set.
I will
correct?
object to the form of that question. It is completely contrary to the evidence that the jury has heard, and Mr. Bowles knows it.
Actually, Your Honor, I don't. And I'm asking her a question. It's perfectly permissible to ask her. If she
Go ahead
disagrees.
and ask the question.
Okay, but my question to you is, were you aware that Seth Kinney was the primary ammunition supplier to the set?
I don't know if I would say primary, but he was a source of ammunition.
Okay, he was a source of ammunition to the set. And knowing that, isn't it true that it would be possible for his fingerprints to be on the boxes or ammunition he supplied?
Yes.
It could be possible.
And in fact, you submitted for potential fingerprints, those 4 blank rounds that we saw earlier to the FBI, right?
Yes.
But you did not send any of the live rounds for fingerprint testing.
I think that was discussed with the FBI. Why?
And I understand that, but why would it be different in your understanding to send the blanks versus the live rounds?
I'm saying the blinks.
The blanks you sent for fingerprint testing, why were they different? And why could you not have sent the
Did you
live
send
round? Why is
blanks
there
or
a difference?
Do you
dummies?
mean the cartridges?
The cartridges.
Okay, those
I'm
aren't
sorry.
blanks.
I'm not blanks. I'm sorry. The cartridges you sent, you're right. Already fired cartridges that you sent.
See, this is
that
why I'm
different?
saying he looks dumb. They didn't send blanks. See, he's doing this again and again and again. He doesn't know what time she said things. He doesn't know who said things. He's misstating things. He doesn't remember things. This looks bad.
Different than the live rounds.
That test was not requested by us.
The test. Which
For those
test?
cartridges,
For which cartridges?
you're talking about the 4 casings,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Yes. So that test came from or the request for it came from Ms. Morrissey.
Okay. So the special prosecutor decided that she was going to try to test the cartridges for the fingerprints. Is that right?
Yes.
So given that, I'm just trying to figure out why the live rounds couldn't have also been tested.
I had that discussion with you several times, I believe,
Oh,
right?
We
oh,
did. We talked about it.
Oh!
I just still wanted to ask you why
Oh!
those weren't submitted, because wouldn't it have been possible?
I think you heard testimony from the FBI that they wouldn't.
There was I don't think they said they wouldn't. I think they said a very low percentage.
Correct. So that, again, I had this discussion with the district attorney's office, with our crime scene technician, along with our FBI Albuquerque representative. And I believe we took it back to the lab representatives as well, as to DNA and latent print testing on the live ammunition that we had found on set. So the reason why we did not proceed, which I had discussed with you, as to why we did not do that testing, was because there were several statements throughout my interviews and investigation in general that these live rounds had already been touched, handled. This wasn't day 1 of filming. I believe this was day 12. So we had already had statements that these rounds, one, may have came from other movie sets, which were the ones in the bandoliers. The ones in the box had been handled by Sarah Zachary, along with, the ones that were in the weapon handled by Hannah and Dave. And there's just a lot of handling of those rounds that they, to us and the discussions that we had, it didn't make sense for us to do testing on those when we already knew that there were numerous people handling them. It didn't make sense, which I discussed that with you. And I also referred, if you had any issues with that going further, to discuss it with the district attorney's office.
And you had no idea when those rounds appeared on set. You don't have any direct evidence of that.
When they did?
Yes.
No.
So you have no idea if they appeared on day 1 or day 11.
Correct.
So given that, the statement you just made about all this handling, you really don't know that, do you? Because you don't know when they came on the set.
Again, there's a lot of people handling that stuff on set.
Well, if they appeared on the day in question, if that box had just appeared, then you have no idea how many people handled those, do you?
If that box had just appeared.
Yes, right.
Right.
You don't know.
Right.
Okay. And so you also heard Ms. Gutierrez Reed state that they would frequently use dummies, and then they would mix them out with other boxes. And I asked Popple that. Did you hear that testimony?
Yes.
And so you don't know one way or another, because you just saw the boxes as they were on the 21st, whether those were the same rounds in the same box on the 18th, for example.
That's correct.
Okay. And you wouldn't know if they had used them before and then changed them out in a different box, correct?
Who are you referring to?
Ms. Zachary and Ms. Gutierrez Reed. If they use them in the course of a day, you don't know which box they would have put them in.
That's correct.
When you went to Mr. Kinney's business to search, That was pursuant to search warrant again, correct?
Yes.
And so a judge again signed a search warrant on probable cause to search that business, correct?
Yes.
And you were looking for certain evidence of live rounds, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Did you take a series of photos at that search warrant?
Did I know?
Okay, Ms. Popple did.
Yes.
But you were present to see the various things that were there and that were being photographed.
Yes.
There was a picture that I want to show you in a moment of a box of ammo that had a steel wool in that picture. Do you recall that?
I do not. I'm sorry.
Well, I haven't seen that picture either. All right, how much longer till our afternoon break here?
So I do have an objection. This photo is
about
not
10
in
minutes.
evidence, and I don't know that the photo can come into evidence through this witness. Would you like to approach, or? All right.
Counsel, you had mentioned this was coming in. So this picture is the one that we talked about.
No.
Hey,
I told
Boosh.
you the other picture from Mr. Kinney was coming in during his testimony. That is a photo that you should have gotten in through Ms. Popple, and you can call her back if you want to.
Oof.
I'm ask her if she recognizes it. If I
Oh,
may
yes.
approach her. Do you recall? Yeah, you can look at this photo.
Yeah.
See if you recognize that box.
I couldn't say for certain.
Shut him down real quick there.
Seeing this particular box and the steel wool and the rounds in here, do you remember this from the
Your
search?
Honor, asked and answered. She's already said.
Yep.
Sustained.
Yep.
Okay, we'll call Officer Popple back. Let me ask you this.
See, he's trying to get this in, and he didn't get it in when he should. Now he just said we have to recall that witness to get that one picture of some box with steel wool in it. Okay, I guess now's a good time to address some of these comments here. We got a few minutes before the afternoon break, but I wanted to address some of these because it keeps coming up here. Scott H. Jason says, "Why are you applauding all of these speaking objections by the snarky prosecutor? She's making some good objections and the judge is agreeing with her. If I don't care if the defense does a good job or the prosecution does a good job, and vice versa. If someone does a good job, hey, give them the praise for doing a damn good job. If someone fucks up and does some stupid stuff, then call them out on it. The defense has been very, very good up until this point. I've been applauding the defense for their creative arguments within the realm that they're able to go to. Hannah did no favors by putting all this bad stuff in during her unlawyered first interrogation. But the defense was doing a really good job of punching holes in it up until this point. That's why the poll says what it says. Who is the worst witness for the prosecution? The best witness. Who is the best witness for the prosecution? Chat seems to agree. I gave you the firearms guy. 11% said he was the best witness. 11% also said the production unit coordinator lady was the best witness. 18% of you so far have said the Walter White, Rob Halford guy was the best witness. But 60% of you are in agreement with me that Hannah Gutierrez is the best witness for the prosecution so far. And now he's desperately trying to punch holes in it. He's doing a bad job, I think. So I'm applauding her for making proper objections and for proper reasons and doing a darn good job by sidelining him and making him look bad. Special cases, these speaking objections are nuts. Lacey Ann says these speaking objections shouldn't be happening. Well, some judges allow them, some don't. This judge allows speaking objections up to a point. So there's nothing wrong with speaking objections if the judge allows it. A lot of judges don't, but a lot do. And this one does. So there's nothing wrong with the speaking objections. Scottish Jason says, Jeff falling into line with EDB, hoping for some of her cast-offs. I'm not falling into line with her. And I'm just saying the prosecution is doing a good job, but corralling him and sidelining him and making him look bad during his cross-examination. I've been very critical of the prosecution up to this point. I've been clearly saying they're not doing a good job. For instance, they put a DNA expert on who the only thing that she can really say is Alec Baldwin's DNA was on the gun that Alec Baldwin held. It was inconclusive whether Hannah Gutierrez's DNA was on the gun that Alec Baldwin held. I took the prosecution to task for their firearms expert who testified that essentially the gist of his testimony was that all of the live rounds that were tested had gunpowder in them, and one went bang. Ooh, surprise. Yeah, so we take everybody to task here. I'm not I don't fall in line with anybody. As a matter of fact, I have watched probably 45 seconds of Emily Baker's handling of this trial. So I don't know what she thinks about who she thinks. She does tend to be a little pro-prosecution, pro-state in her analysis, but I don't do that. if you know, I'm the guy who doesn't care who wins the Super Bowl. I just want to see some damn good football. That's what I like. I don't care. I mean, whoever, if you're found guilty or not, it doesn't affect my life at all. I am here to break down the performance and to analyze what evidence is allowed in and how a jury may be perceiving it and how a lawyer like myself perceives it. So I think this is where it switched for me at this point with this witness. Up to this point, I think the prosecution has done a poor job and the defense did a great job. Now the tables are flipped. The prosecution is doing a really good job and the defense lawyer is grasping too hard. I think the defense has imploded here.
How many times have you prepped your testimony with Miss Morrissey?
A few.
How many times have you met with her? How many days?
I couldn't say an exact number.
Was it 2? Was it 3?
Again, I couldn't say an exact number.
So you don't know how many days you've met to prepare?
An exact number? No, and
No.
I don't want to just assume.
Okay. Have you talked to her on the phone about it?
Yes.
Did you go over the questions she was going to ask you and your answers?
Yes.
So in essence, you practiced for today, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
of course.
So your testimony that you've gone over these exhibits, you've gone over what you're going to say today.
That's correct.
So when you gave those answers earlier, in fact, you knew what a particular exhibit number was. It was 48. That was something you all had discussed, wasn't it?
I don't believe the specific exhibit number, but again, she showed me when she would ask about it.
On a break?
Just now when she
Right.
would ask about it.
Sorry, I don't know off the top of my head what Exhibit 48 is, and I don't know that the witness does. So in order for this to make sense,
She didn't ask for clarification.
All
I
right.
think we're just going over this.
well, if he's mentioning me, I don't know what he's talking about.
Well, she does, because she was the one that
Let's
prepped you,
move
right?
on.
Yes, I will, Your Honor. Did Miss Morrissey prep you, or was it somebody else?
Yes, she did.
So she was there talking to you, right? Or on the phone or in person? She was the one talking to you. correct?
Yes, it's pretty normal to prep with the attorney you're working with for a trial.
Did you help prep other witnesses in this case with Miss Morrissey? Were you present?
No.
Okay. As a case agent, I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just wondering if you were present during other interviews.
Asked and answered. She already said no.
Yep.
Okay.
That's the third time he's been told to
No.
move on in the
Um,
15 minutes.
Mr. Baldwin, I want to talk about him. You and Mr. Baldwin had 2 phone calls that you recorded. You recall that?
Yes.
And did you have other phone calls that were not recorded?
There may have been.
Would that be unusual for in your standard operating procedures to have a call with a suspect that you do not record?
So it was a phone call. So no, we're not really required to use lapels to record phone calls.
Okay, is that true though? When you have a suspect in a shooting case, he's the one accused of shooting. If that person calls you, you're saying you don't have to record that?
By policy, no.
But
I've
they
had
did.
numerous phone calls where I potentially didn't have a lapel near me. They take time to turn on. So
She did record
it's
quite a
possible.
few of
There are probably other phone calls in this case
the
that
phone
weren't
calls
recorded
with
as well.
Alec
Do you
Baldwin,
remember
and
the
we'll watch
substance
some of those
of
later.
The unrecorded phone calls?
Can you point them out? I don't.
I don't know because we don't have them recorded. I'm just wondering if you can remember any of the substance.
No.
So in the recorded phone calls, do you recall a call of 13 minutes with Mr. Baldwin approximately in which he was driving to Vermont?
I'm sure that there was one.
And you recall that he was,
Uh-oh. See, the judge is called. Dang, this is bad for the defense. Bad. Gigi, hey Gigi, what's up? Gigi asks, is he just stupid or unprepared? No, he's neither stupid nor unprepared. He's just not doing a good job at this point in time. And one interesting thing, and this has been going through my head for about the last hour now. I'm wondering if he is primarily an entertainment lawyer who's not really familiar with criminal cases. That's what's going through my head. Right, I haven't researched him to see what types of law he normally practices, if it's white collar crimes or if it's just entertainment contractual stuff or whatever, or if he even has anything to do with entertainment. For some reason, I'm getting like he's an entertainment lawyer vibe, and I don't know how familiar he is with the criminal stuff, because this isn't the best cross-examination he's done. Fun Size says, Legal Vices, do you think this will hurt her case big time or bug time? No, I don't think this is going to hurt her case big time. It's going to make it worse, I think. She hurts herself much more than anybody else can hurt her in this trial. Okay, Hammer Biotech says, I think Branca looked him up. He's almost entirely civil, if I recall correctly. I don't know, but that wouldn't surprise me. Oh, he is an entertainment lawyer. He also produced. Yeah, I do know. That's why I get. Okay, that's why I was thinking that he was an entertainment lawyer, because I know he is a producer on some movies, including. I don't think this one was he a producer on this one. I don't think he was a producer on this. That'd be a conflict. But I do know he is a producer. I do know that. I did see that on an IMDb thing. Maybe he's I don't know if he's a producer on this. I just don't know. But yeah, that's that. Okay, that's why I was thinking he was an entertainment lawyer. So yeah. Runkel pulled up his profile. It's all civil. Bullion is a criminal attorney, and he's been benched. True.
I don't
Bullion
know the
got
substance,
booted.
but did you ever talk to Troy Teskey in this case?
I believe very briefly.
And again, I don't want to know the substance of the call, but what during that call was Seth Kenny present?
I believe so.
And again, was this right around the time of the shooting?
I don't recall the date.
Okay. You, again, not getting into the substance, you did talk to Thel Reed in the course of this case, correct?
At your request.
Oh,
And you did talk to him though, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Did you ever talk to Joe Swanson?
I don't believe so.
On those boxes, the JS, I think you confirmed those stand for Joe Swanson?
That's what I was told, yes.
this is morning. But she's already looking a little bit tired and frustrated. So now he needs a moment to look things through. While he's doing that, it's happening with Harper. Says legal advice. I never disagree with you. Disagree with me all you want. But I am right now. I don't see him doing so badly. I do, because he's asking inappropriate things. He's testifying. He's repeating things that have been asked and answered. He's trying to bring in hearsay. He's forwarding theories while accusing her of forwarding theories. He's being taken to task by the prosecutor. He's being taken to task by the witness. The judge is telling him to move on. It's just
every word, because you should if you haven't.
Oh, all right. See, here we go. Here's another example of the prosecutor taking him to task.
I don't know what his name is. It's what you emailed. Is this what I?
It's what you emailed me.
Okay.
It's part of it.
Yes. Have you reviewed every word? Because you should if you haven't.
I've reviewed every word. Listen to it.
Have you reviewed every word of this? If you haven't, you probably should. And she says that with a smile on her face. This is just a hunch. This is just a hunch. But this is going to come back to bite him in the ass. There's something in here that she knows that he may not be aware. This is a total hunch, and I could be completely wrong on this, but just the way she said, have you read every word of this? Are you, if not, you should. And then she smiles and sits back like this. Something tells me she wants him to bring this up. Let's see where it goes. Anyway, thank you so much for that comment. But yeah, feel free to disagree with me. I was just explaining why I think he's not doing a very good job.
So, ma'am, you recall when I started this, I asked you a question about the first interview, and where in that first interview, Ms. Gutierrez Reed had said she loaded it over the prop car. That she unloaded that gun over the prop car. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I believe I remember her saying something to that extent.
Okay. Do you recall?
Okay, that
if I
was
showed
kind of
you
asked and
pages of the
answered.
transcript, would that refresh your memory as to the exact words that she had said?
Yes.
Your Honor, I may approach.
All right, now, okay, so they're not going to re-show the video. This is proper. Show them the transcript to refresh your memory. Don't show the video to re-testify.
I would request that the witness read the entire thing.
Read the
Not
entire
just the
thing.
highlight portion.
They're not. I didn't highlight.
Well,
So,
someone from the defense team highlighted them.
okay. Did you get to review them?
I am asking that the witness review all of them.
Stay focused. We're gonna look at this.
All right, let's fast forward to her reading a lot.
One examine.
The transcript that are being handed to the witness.
You probably should.
For the record, can we get the page numbers, the transcript that are being handed to the witness?
You probably should have had those because you looked at them.
I didn't take note of the
The
page numbers.
courtesy gave you her transcript. You can give her the page.
I think it's page 28 through 32.
You're not the one examining. Please let him answer.
5
I will
pages.
withdraw the request.
All right.
All right, let her continue reading 5 pages. All right.
Remember from memory.
Okay.
remember. So
Okay.
you can remember from memory.
There, now her memory's refreshed.
Yeah, I'm saying,
What would you like, sir?
we're trying to get to the truth. That's what I think.
All right, you all.
Uh-oh, snark.
Question. I'll let you have coffee. Let's focus here with our.
I like this judge. Stay focused. Stop bitching. I let you have coffee. Now let's stay focused.
And ask if she remembers what was said to her.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ma'am, do you remember now the exact words that were said?
Yes.
And what were those?
Her statement was, I took them all out. It was there on the cart too.
Okay,
Okay.
and again, and this is entered into evidence. Do you recall actually that she said,
All right.
Nope.
something funny?
Yes.
You
All
want
right.
me-
You know what? We're going to take a break. Spare you.
See, I knew something's she wants that. She wants it to happen. She's chuckling because of what he's doing. This is great. See, and I look, lawyers, they deal with each other. Criminal defense lawyers, civil lawyers. You go to court, you meet each other, you deal with each other on a professional level. You're on opposite sides, but you're cordial. Someday you might be on the same side. Someday one of them might be a judge and you'll end up appearing in front of them. Lawyers are generally cordial with each other. They're both just doing their jobs. But these two, Bowles and the prosecutor, they legit hate each other. This is not acting. They legit hate each other. Exactly. Bush just said it. The Bowles and the prosecutor hate each other, but the sex is mind blowing. No, I didn't say that part. Stop that. All right. Wow.
And this is entered into evidence. Do you recall actually that she said,
All right.
something funny?
She's like, no, you can't do that. You can't do that. Is something funny? And she's like, yeah.
Yes.
You
All
want
right.
me-
You know what? We're going to take a break. We're going to spare you a little. All right. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court.
All right.
She's like, bring it on. Bring it on, dude. Oh man. All right. She is looking smug. And he's got to explain to Hannah what's going on. And this is the other lawyer. I think he's going, dude, knock it off. Nick Starro. Thank you so much, Nick Starro. Trial watch. Without the duck lips, she might have been cute. Well, thank you so much for the sexy money. But,
I guess
yeah.
here's my problem, Judge. This has been entered into evidence. So I did refresh your memory.
Well, the
but
transcript hasn't been entered into
the
evidence.
transcript, but the actual words of this should reflect what was said on the tape, unless there's objection by the government.
Oh, don't cut the mic. This is what I want to hear. Don't cut the mic. Is there a rip leader? Is there a lip reader in the house? Oh, now Hannah's like, what the fuck? What the fuck's going on here? She looks concerned and confused. All right, that's it. Now we got the afternoon break for quite a while. And all right. Whew. We're down to about the last 30, 40
So,
minutes.
Obviously.
Thank you so
obviously,
much, Nick, by the way.
State's Exhibit
Appreciate it, brother.
67, which is the interview of Ms. Gutierrez at the police station on October 21, 2024, is relevant to both parties, and that's what we're not going to consume any more time. It's in evidence. You can certainly view it and come to the conclusion as you come to. Okay. All right. Thank you. And I have a question.
All right. Let's continue to fast forward.
Spent.
All right, jury's back, I guess. So let's go.
All right. Welcome back. Corporal, I want to take you back to the four.
Oh, he's
spent
done. He
casings.
rested. Oof. I know some of you disagree with me. That was really, really rough for the defense. I feel his pain. That was ouch. Right. Let's hear the redirect. And I have a feeling this is gonna get crushy.
That we were discussing. Do you remember where those spent casings were found?
I do not.
Do you have any information
I
about
guess the
where
judge
and
is
by
done.
whom
Oh, it-
they were fired?
No.
Corporal, you were asked by Mr. Bowles if the stress of the event on October 21st would affect Ms. Gutierrez's memory. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And as a trained law enforcement officer, do you know, can the consumption of drugs also affect a person's memory?
Oh,
Yes.
You were asked several questions on cross-examination about your contact with some witnesses. I want to follow up on that. You spoke to Ms. Gutierrez's stepfather, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And
That's
you spoke
Trell
to him
Reed?
at Mr. Bowles' request, is that correct?
That is correct.
And when you spoke to Mr. Reed, he told you that the ammunition,
I'm object this hearsay too, if that's what we're doing.
well, but it came in through him. He was actually
Yeah, you
asking
kinda
about the
opened the
specifics of
door.
the information that she
You wanna
received.
approach so we can.
Okay.
yeah, I think you opened the door to that one.
Do you recall your conversation with Mr. Reed?
Yep.
Yes.
He opened the door. Defense loses an objection. Ouch. And this is a big one.
Do you recall the description you were provided from Mr. Reed about the type of bullets that he believed you would find at PDQ?
Yeah, he described.
Don't say that. Just say yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm. Good. Don't
When
give
you-
hearsay.
Conducted the search of PDQ. Did you find live ammunition?
Yes, we did.
Was the live ammunition consistent with the description provided by Mr. Reed?
Yes, it was.
Are photos of that ammunition entered into evidence in this trial?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. So, yeah, that ain't good.
Now,
But I mean, again, if Seth Kenny or if PDQ introduced the live ammunition, I don't think that has really much to do with whether or not she was criminally negligent, but it certainly makes the defense look bad.
you were asked some questions about the photograph of
You
the
didn't
box of
coach her, you
ammunition that Ms.
prepared
Gutierrez
her.
showed
That's
you during
different.
the interview. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All witnesses are prepared.
Why is the description or appearance of that box important for this investigation?
Because the photo that she had shown me matches the box that we found on Rust that she identified as the box she was using.
And what did you find inside that box that was noteworthy?
Live ammunition.
That was a big one. And again, that's what she said. That's what she testified to on direct. The box that had the ammunition in it, the live ammo in it, was consistent with the box that Hannah said she brought on set.
Mr. Bowles asked you some questions about whether or not there were safety meetings on set. Do you recall that?
Yes.
In any of the conversations that Ms. Gutierrez had with you, did she ever indicate that she was concerned or that she complained about lack of safety meetings?
No.
During the interview that you conducted on November 9th, 2021 with Ms. Gutierrez and Mr. Bowles, did you provide safety bulletins during that interview?
Yes, I did.
Did it appear to you from your interaction with Ms. Gutierrez that she had ever seen them before in her life?
No.
You were asked some questions about whether or not the prop truck was secured by law enforcement, I think in between the 21st and the execution of the warrant on the 27th. Do you remember those?
Yes.
And were you present in court when Ms. Walters took the stand?
Yes, I was.
Did you hear Ms. Walters testify under oath that the prop truck was padlocked?
Yes.
Did you also hear her testify that after the incident, she intentionally changed the padlocks?
Yes.
Did you hear Ms. Walters testify that the only person who she permitted to get into the prop truck in that time frame was actually the defendant?
Yes.
Oof. There goes the defense theory that anybody could just walk into the truck for 2 days.
Did Mr. Baldwin call you numerous times?
Yes.
Yes.
Did Mr. Kenny call you numerous times?
Yes.
Did Mr. Bowles call you numerous times?
Yes.
Did Mr. Bowles ask other witnesses or potential witnesses to contact you?
Yes.
Oh.
Because of, and let me ask you, in your conversations with Mr. Bowles, did he implicate Mr. Kenny?
That seemed to be the direction he was going.
And did he put you in touch with Mr. Reed?
Yes, he did.
And did Mr. Reed implicate Mr. Kenny?
Yes, he did.
And did he put you in touch with Mr. Teskey?
I don't believe so.
Okay,
I
you
don't
recall that?
remember.
Okay. And based on the information that you received from Mr. Bowles and Mr. Reed, what did you do?
I followed up with the information that they provided me.
Did you petition the court for a search warrant?
Yes, I did.
Did you execute the search warrant?
Yes.
Did you seize items from PDQ?
Yes, I did.
Did that investigation lend any usable evidence that Mr. Kinney provided the live ammunition to the set of arrest?
No.
At some point, did you stop pursuing that lead?
Yes.
Oh, this
Why?
is crushing
Because
the
I had no
defense.
evidence that supported the information that Mr. Bowles was giving me.
Damn.
Do you have any information that Mr. Kinney was on the set of arrest prior to the death of Ms. Hutchins?
None.
You were asked whether or not you sent the ammunition boxes that were provided by Mr. Kinney for fingerprints and DNA. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
Would you expect Mr. Kinney's fingerprints and DNA to be on ammunition that he provided?
Yes.
And we understand that I asked you to send the 4 spent casings for print analysis. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall having a conversation with me where I asked you to do that?
Yes.
Did you tell me that it was highly unlikely that it was going to yield any results?
Yes.
And were you correct?
Yes, I was.
Do you know? And if you don't, just say so.
She heard the other
when
testimony.
that box of the dummy rounds with the tape and the blue Sharpie writing that came from Seth Kinney, when did that arrive on set? Do you know?
I don't know the date.
In preparation for your testimony,
Cops
did you
get
meet with
to.
me?
Yes.
Cops and experts
Did
get
we meet
to.
over Zoom?
Yes.
Is that the only time that you met with me to prepare for testimony in this case?
I believe so.
You met with me on another occasion to prepare on another case. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why is it important for you to meet with the prosecuting attorney before you testify?
A lot of it is to refresh myself with, parts of the case and what I need to focus on, especially because this is such a big case. As you can see, I have a large binder and a large box. So it helps me to narrow down facts that I need to focus on.
And have you given truthful testimony today?
Yes.
When you met with me, did I tell you what to say?
We talked about what was going to be discussed.
Did I tell you what testimony to give?
Yes.
What did I tell you to give? Did I tell you to tell a lie?
No.
You're telling the truth?
Yes, I am.
Did I tell you to tell the truth?
Yes.
She's eating the defense's
And-
lunch.
We know that you had an interview with Ms. Gutierrez on the 21st of October and again on November 9th of 2021. On November 9th, did it appear to you that Ms. Gutierrez had been prepped by her attorney?
Yes.
I don't have anything further.
Oh,
You're
God.
excused. Next witness.
The state calls Gabrielle Pickle.
Pickles coming to chant. Yeah, Pickles is the last witness of the day, and then we're gonna be watching today morning session. Let's address a couple of things here, and then we'll put on Pickles. Pickles is gonna be interesting. Can't wait for the pickling. The pickling is about to ensue. Oof. Okay. That answered my question. The defense utterly imploded on this witness. They were good up till this witness, and anyway. Nick Starro, we read that. What about we already read that one? This is what I meant to pull up. Nick Starro. We got to scratch dog butt. Come here. Hey, doggy. Here. Come here, baby. I'll scratch your butt while I read super chat. Mr. Bowles, not Balls, Bowles, Bowles, is a real estate lawyer who dabbles in criminal defense. Yeah, we were just talking about this just before you got here, that civil stuff apparently is what he does, who dabbles in criminal defense. This isn't a trial where you should rely on a lawyer who does criminal law on the side. Yeah, well, and they fired the other criminal defense guy and brought the criminal defense woman in midstream. I would like to know what she thinks about this cross-examination, because this wasn't good. It was just not good. Thank you again, Nick, for your support. Love you, brother. The DCV Titan, also the Canadian 2 defense, just got cornholed and no, stop saying that. Go away. Disavow. All right. But thank you for the support. But you're not inaccurate. King Ginger says, Jeff, I've been smoking weed every day for 18 years. If you haven't smoked in 16 hours, you're sober. Okay, this is the thing to note. It's not that she hadn't been smoking in 16 hours. What we know from her text is that she was smoking at least 16 hours before. At the latest, 16 hours before. She could have been smoking weed up until 10 minutes before she got on set. We just know she was talking about it 16 hours before the shooting happened. So it's not like she said, I'm stopped. You know, she was texting other people at 4 o'clock in the morning about stuff. We don't know when she stopped. We just know that it wasn't any later than 16 hours. So it could have been up to 10 minutes before she walked on set. We just don't know. That's that's an important distinction. We know she was doing it because she said she was. We just don't know when she stopped. And Rye Trapo Zero, killer for the defense, but I'm not exactly sure what the hell else they could do anyway. Hannah screwed any lawyer that took her case pretty good. You are not incorrect. And I got to give you a prop for your profile. I'm a huge Domo-gun fan. Domo-gun is my man. He's my boy. Love me some Domo-gun. Anyway, let's get on with Ms. Pickles. And while she's doing all of her who I am and what I do, I myself am going to take what is colloquially known and euphemistically known as a comfort break. So let's bring her on there.
It's just a quick moment to track her down.
Track her down and talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to move this down to normal speed to give me a little more time. I shall return as soon as I am able. In the meantime, talk amongst yourselves.
Standing. Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, have a seat, talk into the microphone.
Ma'am, go ahead and state your name for the record, please.
Gabrielle Pickle.
And in October of 2021, how were you employed?
Could you rephrase the
In
question?
October of 2021, how were you employed?
Sorry. As to type of employment or my job title? I'm sorry.
Were you employed on the set of Rust?
Yes.
What was your position?
Line producer.
What is a line producer? Please let the jurors know what that is.
Okay,
what you
John
do.
Candy's on the stand. That's good.
Basically the
We're
project
ready to go.
manager, specifically focusing on the budget and managing the budget.
And did you have conversations with Ms. Gutierrez about getting what I'm going to refer to as additional armorer days?
Yes.
Oof.
And can you explain to the jury how was her employment set up in terms of armorer days and prop assistant days? Let these folks know how you had it arranged.
So we had originally.
All right, and I'm going to pause this here real quick because when the prosecution was saying that the original prosecutors, when they were saying that they are going to be prosecuting 4 people, I expected her to be one of them. I expected her to be one of the people prosecuted, and she wasn't. And I want to see what's going on here. And this just looks. It's my shortcoming. I'm a bad person, but. She looks like Mog. I've just got to say she looks like Mog. That's all I'm going to say. Last time I'm going to say she just looks like a Mog. So, yeah, let's go.
It all depended on the schedule. And we had originally scheduled 5 days with blanks on set. And so we had 5 armor days. And then as the schedule changed due to other departments and us filming, it expanded, meaning that we would need to split up some scenes and whatnot. And so it became 7 armor days, I believe. And then she requested different ones for different reasons. And I believe by the end of it, we had 10 armor days, if I remember correctly. And
So, and let me stop you. So when she asked you for additional armor days, you gave them to her.
Yes.
Okay, that's
Did
interesting.
you actually double the number of armor days that she was originally scheduled for?
Yes.
So I think you just testified that she had 10 armor days total. Is that right?
That is to the best of my recollection. Yes.
As of October 21st, 2021, how many days of filming had even happened?
Sorry,
this
I
is
didn't speed this up. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
no,
Take
take
a
your time.
minute.
And if you need to see a calendar.
Thank you for
we can
reminding me.
That would
provide you.
actually be very helpful.
Sure.
Thank you for reminding me to put it at 1.5.
It was 2 weeks and 2 days, I believe.
Is that 21? Of course.
Yes, 2 weeks and 2 days. So a total of 12. We were on our 12th shooting day.
So out of 12 days of filming, you gave her 10 armor days, correct?
I believe a couple of those were training days, which would have been right prior to shooting.
Okay. And did Ms. Gutierrez ask you for additional training days?
There was an incident where she requested training that would involve Brady, which was a minor who did not fire weapons in the movie, and I denied that for insurance purposes.
That's why I put
That
up the
was only
picture.
one that I denied.
Did Ms. Gutierrez ask you specifically, well, let me rephrase. Did Ms. Gutierrez tell you that she needed additional training time with Alec Baldwin?
Not phrased like that. Alec was in the question around Brady. Alec was going to be present because their characters in the script were so often together, but it was specifically for Brady to learn.
Thank you, Coggles. We have the best chat on the
to learn.
entire internet.
The request was not.
We
for
know where
Alec
the
to use
line
time.
is. We try not to cross
It was
it.
because Brady wanted to do some gun training.
Yes.
And you said no because of insurance reasons?
Yes.
And what went into that decision? What were the insurance concerns that you had?
I would have had the insurance. We would have had to inform insurance, and then we would have had to pay a little bit more money, just
And-
because the minor element.
Because he's a child,
Yes.
right? Okay.
No, Mog was the name of John Candy's character
At
in
any point in time,
Spaceballs.
did you express concerns to Ms. Gutierrez that she was leaving firearms unattended?
Barf is his name.
I
He's a
did,
Mog,
in
man
an email,
dog.
and then in person.
Do you recall the date?
I do not.
This is a Mog. That's Barf the Mog from
Would seeing a
Spaceballs.
copy of it refresh your memory?
Yes, it would.
May I approach? I will, yes.
Right. Bush says Hannah says she was denied days, not one session. Pickle says it wasn't just one time. She said she was given double the time she asked for, actually.
Eyeballs. No, October 14th.
That ain't good.
I'm sorry.
October 14th. That's the date.
Did that refresh your memory?
It did. Thank you.
And did you suggest to Ms. Gutierrez a way of remedying the problem of leaving firearms unattended?
Yes.
What did you suggest?
Some type of logging system. Check in, check out.
And did she respond to you?
She did respond via email.
And did she agree to a check-in, check-out log system?
No.
Why not? If she told you.
She said that it was too complicated to do in between scenes. And they had a system that they were working with, and I'm trying to recollect, that was end of day, I believe.
Okay. Did you then have an in-person meeting with Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes.
And who was present at that meeting?
Myself, Brian Norvell, who was the production designer, Hannah, and I believe Roe was there for part of it, the UPM, and then she stepped away to handle something else.
And why would Mr. Norvell be there?
Because as production designer, he's over everything that is the look of the film, and that includes armor.
And did Ms. Gutierrez express concerns about being torn between armorer duties and prop assistant duties?
Can you rephrase?
At any point in time, did Ms. Gutierrez indicate to you that she did not have enough time to focus on her armorer duties because she was busy doing props?
No. The reverse would be true. So she focused more on her armor duties and less on her props duties.
And did that create an issue for you? Let me ask you, did you ask Ms. Gutierrez to spend less time on armor duties and more time supporting props?
On props days, yes.
And when you say props days, what do you mean?
Meaning where she was not acting as armor. They were not the armor days that we just referenced.
And in the meeting that you had with Ms. Gutierrez, did you offer her additional support so that she could accomplish her tasks for both jobs?
Yes.
What additional support did you offer?
It was a collaboration of offers between production and the art department.
So my question is, what support was being offered to her?
Admin support, organizational, all the paperwork to try to take as much off of her plate as possible so that she could really focus on the set duties.
After the meeting where you offered support, did Ms. Gutierrez again tell you that she was spread too thin?
No, we seem to have a plan to move forward.
Did Ms. Gutierrez ever express concerns to you that Mr. Baldwin wasn't paying attention during his firearm training that she conducted with him?
Not that I recall.
In terms of the, I apologize, I lost my train of thought. I'm over 50 and it's getting late in the day. Is there a difference in pay for armor and prop assistant?
Yes.
Which pays more?
Armor.
And did Ms. Gutierrez also express, perhaps not concerns, but desires to you that her armor days be something that would be recognized by the union?
So she and I had a conversation early on in her hire about the production once we had wrapped. And I can't remember the exact procedure, but basically writing down her days to submit them to the union to count toward her qualification. I don't remember it being armor specific. I thought it was all days, but that is my memory.
Okay. And do you know what union she was attempting to become a part of?
It was the California local union. I cannot remember the number off the top of my head, the number of their specific local.
Are you a member of that union?
I'm not.
Do you know whether or not you have to be a resident of California to be a member of that union?
I do not.
All right. I'm going to show you what I have marked as States Exhibit 148.
Looks like we have about 25 more minutes of her, and we're about an hour behind today. So we're going to catch up here. All right. I see a lot of room for the defense to regain some ground cross-examining her. There seems to be some inconsistencies going on.
Do you recognize that document?
Yeah, it's a union start. Sorry. Yes.
Is this document signed by Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes.
Is this document also signed by you?
Yes.
Is one of the purposes of this document to seek reimbursement for her armor expenses?
Yes.
I move for the admission of States Exhibit 148.
I think the document is still hearsay.
Huh?
What document is it? Can counsel approach?
All right. While they're approaching, something I should have said at the beginning, but I just want to get something off my chest. As you know, I've been using this chair from my whiskey and smoking room, this beautiful Chesterfield, as my trial chair while I wait for my new chair to arrive from China. My new chair arrived from China today, and I was instantly suspicious at how small the fucking package was. I took that fucker out of the box, and there was no assembly instructions, but I instantly knew, looking at that chair, it was going to suck. I eventually figured out how to put it together. I got 2/3 of the way through construction, said this chair is absolute shit. And I promptly dumped it in the bin. I blew $100 on this new chair that is an absolute pile of shit, which reiterates a life lesson that I've always known, but I didn't follow in this case. Never buy a chair you haven't sat in. So I'm in the quest for a new chair. God damn it. So I'm unhappy about that. I just had to get that off my chest. It has nothing to do with this trial whatsoever. But yeah, F that stupid chair. It's the worst chair I've ever seen. And it looks like it was built for midget. I mean, short people. Not for full-sized humans, let alone me. Yeah, I can't return it. I got it from China. I ordered it from China. It would cost me so much more to send it back than I paid for it. I totally got China, just like one of those Alipay things, or the Alibaba things, not Alipay, one of those Alibaba things. And I got screwed. Damn
On the
it.
days that there was not blank gunfire on the set of Rust, were there prop guns being used by actors that were in fact real guns?
I don't know.
Okay. I appreciate that. Rather than introduce the exhibit, have you reviewed this exhibit?
Yes,
And was it submitted to you by Ms. Gutierrez?
it was submitted to my team, who then submitted to me by Ms. Gutierrez.
When I get back from
Have you
China,
signed
I'm
it?
actually okay. I'm wasting everybody's time with this, but I apologize. I have to get off my chest. Actually, I'm going to China tomorrow for 3 days. I should have just brought the fucking chair with me there. But when I do get back, I have an IKEA like 15 minutes down the road from me. IKEA is the next stop. We'll give them a crack. But I'm definitely going to look into Colony. I'll see if they have them here. I'll look at them and see if they have them here in Korea. But yeah, it's kind of like, it's like a shitty chair. It's kind of like the Stonehenge from Spinal Tap. It looks different than what would looked in the picture. So there we go. Again, like I said, I think well, let's talk a little bit about the trailer. I think the prosecution is well, not the prosecution. The witness is being a little inconsistent. The defense has the opportunity to make up a lot of ground, talking about some of the inconsistencies, maybe showing some of the emails where there's differing opinions and different than what she may be saying. She's couching this in the best possible terms for her. So let's see how it goes here on the rest of direct and cross.
What was the first item that Ms. Gutierrez was requesting reimbursement for? Do you recall?
Something called an inertia puller.
Thank you.
Inertia puller.
Let me just review my notes real quick.
I'm sorry, I was only half paying attention. Did you say inertia puller? I didn't hear that right.
Reimbursement for? Do you recall?
Something called an inertia puller.
I heard it. What the fuck is an inertia? Is that like a Gorilla Grip pussy pal? What is an inertia puller?
Thank you.
Huh? Okay, that's weird. All right. I hate when I just like hear things out the side of my
Let me
ears.
just review my notes real quick.
What is an inertia puller? I have never heard of an inertia puller in my life. What is it and what does it do?
Cross-exam.
What? That was short. Wow. All right. Initial response here. Oh, it pulls the bullet out of a round. Okay. All right. Okay. Cool. All right. God, I didn't know they were called inertia pullers. I usually just call them pliers. Sorry. I just call them pliers. Maybe I'm doing it improperly and don't do what I do. I just call them pliers. All right. Initial opinions. If anybody had the opportunity and the chance to bury Hannah, it was Ms. Pickles. So the fact that they didn't elicit absolutely crushing testimony says they may not have it. I expected her to be on the stand for a very long time. And she wasn't. That tells me that she was not nearly as helpful as she could have been. She said things that are kind of inconsistent. No, Jeff, it's like a hollow hammer that you put the cartridge in, whack it on the table, and then the inertia. Okay, it's all right. I got it. Pulls the bullet from the shell. So it's sort of like opening a wine bottle by smashing it against something solid, and it forces the cork out. All right, I get that's what I'm looking at. Yeah, huh? All right. Yes, we're going to do this morning's live. We're going to catch up. We're about an hour behind. As soon as we finish her, we're going to go directly into this morning's testimony. Yeah, so this tells me that she wasn't nearly as helpful. She didn't nearly have the fact that direct examination of Pickles was so short kind of signals that she was not good for Hannah. Wow. And I'm hoping for a good dismantling here on cross-examination. Let's go.
Ms. Pickard, good afternoon. I wanted to ask you first on the hiring process for Ms. Gutierrez-Reed. Was this a collaborative process with the producers?
It was.
Okay. Did you have input into that process, into hiring her?
Yes.
Okay. Ultimately, were you the one that made the decision to hire her?
No, I made the offer.
Okay. Who made the actual decision?
I mean, I would say it was a collaborative decision from the top down. Everybody had to sign off.
And so part of that offer process was that she would be hired as a key props assistant and an armor, correct?
Yes,
And ma'am, you testified today that you had allocated 10 armor days to her?
I believe so.
Okay. And as part of that film, how many total days of filming do you recall were there going to be to complete the film?
We had not decided at this point. It was, I believe, 22 or 23, if I remember correctly.
Okay. And I'm not holding you to a specific date, but it was 22 or 23 in your memory.
Yes,
Okay. So out of that 22 or 23, approximately less than half, Ms. Gutierrez-Reed was going to be in an armor position.
correct.
Okay. Now, by the time of the shooting incident on October 21st, I think you had said there had been approximately 12 days.
12 filming days.
12
yes.
filming days. Okay. Do you know how many training days had happened by that point?
I don't recall. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
That's okay. Do you recall a training where Ms. Gutierrez-Reed conducted for actors and some of the producers?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall how many people were at that training?
Total?
Yes.
I do not.
Yeah.
I know there were. We had producers. I was there for the first training and then I had to leave for something else. There were multiple actors that were trained that day. I would say a handful of crew that were there, as well as actors.
Okay. And so just in terms of numbers, can you tell the jury just an idea, if you have a ballpark, how many people?
I would say between 7 and 12
Okay.
at any given time.
And was Ms. Gutierrez-Reed in your memory training them all together, or were they grouped, or how did that training work?
She started off with some general training and then worked with them kind of individually to figure out, because they had to figure out the right weapons for their characters and things. And so she worked them through that, and also their level of comfort with different types of blanks. And so that was more individual, but there were multiple people there at a time.
Do you know approximately how long that training was?
No, I was only there for probably an hour.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Baldwin there being trained?
He was not at that training. No, he was not in the state at that point.
Okay. And ma'am, do you know if he at one point was able to attend some type of training with Ms. Gutierrez-Reed?
He did.
Did you witness that training?
I did not.
Okay. So you don't have any personal knowledge of observing it, but you do know that it happened.
I know that it was on the schedule. That is the extent of my personal knowledge. We coordinated with multiple departments to make sure that could happen.
Okay. Do you know whether Ms. Gutierrez-Reed had requested to do cross-draw training with Mr. Baldwin?
I don't recall that at all.
Okay. Do you know whether Mr. Baldwin ever had cross-draw training? That's it?
I have no idea.
Okay. With regard to the duties that she was performing, I think you said she was focusing more on her armor duties. Is that right?
Yes.
And do you recall telling her that she was hired in both positions and that she needed to be focusing more on her props duties?
On props days, yes.
Okay. And those props days were delineated in the schedule, correct?
Yes.
Now on those props
By
days-
the schedule.
I'm sorry?
I just wanted to reword that. They were delineated by the schedule. They did not necessarily appear on the schedule.
Okay. Would some of those days include use of weapons on those props days?
The difference was blank firing. So if there were blanks present, then that was an armor day.
Okay. But if there were not blanks present, but there's firearms present, would you agree with me that that's still an armor function?
I mean, it was a Western, so everything that the actors touched is considered a prop. And that was where we had the line between like props and armor.
Okay. Well, so did you consider the firearms to be the props?
Some of them were.
Okay. Which ones were props versus not props?
They were all props. Some were functioning props. Others were just props.
I cannot speak to that.
Okay.
It's not my area of expertise.
Okay. But at least your understanding was at least some of the firearms were props.
Yes.
Now, was that clearly delineated to Ms. Gutierrez-Reed as to which firearms were props and which ones were under armor?
Dude,
That information more came from her because she was the expert,
dude,
in weaponry, not
Okay.
myself.
Okay, was that written down somewhere, which firearms would be which?
I don't believe so, not to my knowledge.
Okay. And then with regard to non-blank days, were those all prop days?
Yes,
Okay. So if there weren't blanks being fired, even if there were firearms being used, those are props days.
correct.
Okay. Now, didn't you attend and witness some of the trainings that Ms. Gutierrez-Reed had done? You said you spent an hour at the one.
Mhm.
And were you impressed at how she handled the training?
I was. I learned a lot
Did you have any issues or anybody come to you and complain about it?
about the training.
Yes.
No,
Okay.
okay, so she was doing a good job. Good, that was a good point made by the defense.
The date of the incident, are you familiar with Video Village?
yes.
Were you aware that the day this happened, the Video Village went down?
Can you further expand on that?
Yes, the Video Village was not operating the day that the shooting occurred.
Is this due to the camera delay? Is that what you're referencing?
Well, I'm just, actually, I was going to ask you first if you knew about that, Video Village going down.
No,
Okay, but you said there was a camera delay.
Mhm.
Was that because were you aware the camera crew had walked off the day before?
yes,
And were you aware they had come back that next day?
yes,
Did you have any interaction with any of them?
yes.
Did you end up calling the police?
On them?
Yes, for
No.
any reason. Okay, so was it a pleasant interaction?
Not particularly,
Okay,
but I was just there to make sure they took their stuff and then the production rentals stayed where they were.
okay. How long were they on set that next day?
I do not remember as short a time as we could manage for them to pack up their gear.
Okay, you were trying to get them off as quick as you could.
Well, we needed to start our day, so we were trying to, move that first and then get rolling.
Did that delay the start of that day?
It did.
Do you know approximately how long that was delayed?
Hours?
So at the time you all were able to start the day and start the various things you're going to do, you're already hours behind.
Yes.
Okay. So was there a general perception of trying to move quick that day, or?
No,
did things like-
we had to replace the camera team, and
I'm going to see if we can bump this to 1.75.
People into the rhythm. We had been meeting with different
We can.
people in charge to figure out what we were moving to other days, and how we were going to absorb basically what could have been a half day loss at that point. So there wasn't rushing. All the other departments had all of those hours to do whatever they saw fit. The only people that were really intensely focused was the new camera team, trying to learn the equipment and get up to speed.
Do you know whether on that day, Ms. Gutierrez-Reed had already used her armor days?
I know that day was an armor day.
But do you know if she had already used her armor days that had been allocated?
No, that one was also approved.
Okay, because you were on day 12, and I'm just wondering, because you said you gave her 10.
They weren't necessarily consecutive.
Okay. But you don't know how many she had used up to that day?
I do not. No.
At one
That's
point, didn't you
helpful.
tell Ms. Gutierrez-Reed that she wasn't going to be allocated any more training days?
That's not helpful for Hannah. That's helpful for the prosecution. That wasn't our see this. These are. It's sort of good for Hannah, but it's sort of not good for Hannah. If I recall correctly, there was emails saying that you've used your days as armor. Focus on this. Stop doing the training. Stop doing this. Why are you not showing these to impeach her credibility? Why aren't you introducing these into evidence where she's saying all this stuff that seems to contradict what she's saying here? Unless I'm remembering incorrectly, the defense should be introducing shit to impeach her on these statements.
But I think you actually worded it training days.
I did. I misspelled in the text message. Yes.
Yes, and it was a text with her, and this was you remember approximately what day that was?
I do not.
And why did you tell her there'd be no more training days is what you were trying to say?
Okay, there we go.
At that point, we didn't need them. And she and I had communicated since the very beginning that we wanted to keep track of all of her armor days. And so we texted back and forth fairly often. I mean, every few days.
And you recall what the context was, why she was asking for more training days?
So the specific instance that I remember was her asking for a training day with Alec and our minor lead, Brady. And that was the one that I said no to, due to it being a minor.
And
I just want to ask you if I showed you a text, would it refresh you as to the date that this occurred, that this exchange occurred?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you can read this now.
sorry, there are 2 dates on this page. I can't read. October 15th, 2021.
And do you recall getting that text or having this text exchange with Ms. Gutierrez Reed?
Do I?
You need to retrieve that from me. Are you going to retrieve that from her?
Yes. Are you finished reading that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall having that text exchange?
Yes.
Ms. Gutierrez Reed? Okay. And that was in regard to the training of Alec Baldwin.
Mhm.
And do you remember Ms. Gutierrez Reed saying she's on day 6, and this would be day 7 of 8 of her training days, her armor days? Do you recall that?
Mhm.
Does that change your opinion as to how many armor days she had, that she had 8 as opposed to 10?
No, I believe her armor days, and we can check the pay stubs, but I believe she had the 10 armor days. It may have been that 8 were shooting filming days and 2 were training days. I do not recall the exact split, but I do recall it being 10 days.
If you are able to, can you pull those pay stubs?
I don't have access to them anymore. Like
Okay.
that would be,
So we've also have you under subpoena. You're aware of that, right?
Mhm.
Okay. And so we may recall you in our case.
All right. He's doing his best. I'll give him that. He's doing his best. It's still kind of meh, but he's doing his best.
And ma'am, if your memory is correct, it's correct. But if your memory is 10 days.
that is my memory.
Okay. And I'm just trying to figure out what you remember. With regard to the accidental discharges that occurred on set,
Mhm.
did you become aware of those?
I was made aware of one. It was reported to the UPM, Roe Walters, and she informed me that it had happened, and I asked her to investigate, and she did, and reported back that she and Hannah had a conversation, and she felt very good with where the precautions that were in place.
Okay. So you said you were aware of one. Do you know which one this involved?
It was one reported by Lane Looper via text message to Roe. I don't know if that's in evidence.
Who is Lane Looper?
He was one of the camera crew.
So as I understand, Mr. Looper was raising a safety issue through a text, and that went to Roe Walters?
Yes,
And then that was investigated. And what occurred as a result of that, if anything?
it was investigated. I'm not sure. I do not recall.
Now, are you now aware there were 2 accidental discharges?
I found that out afterwards. Yes,
When did you learn that?
maybe 3 or 4 days after the incident.
Do you know whether there was any investigation after you learned of that second one?
Could you clarify?
Yes. Do you know whether there was any investigation done after you learned of the second accidental discharge? Did anybody look into it, to your knowledge?
I do not know.
Okay. Did you do anything personally once you learned about the second one? Did you do anything to investigate that?
Everything was shut down at that point. Like I found out through other attorneys asking
Okay.
me questions. This was not a set discovery or on-set discovery.
And I was wondering because the discharges were the 16th, and I think you said 3 or 4 days later.
Sorry, the discharge that I was made aware of via Roe was the only one that I knew about during filming. The others I found out about 3 or 4 days after the 21st.
I see. Okay.
Once everything is shut down and everybody was trying to figure out what was going on.
Okay.
That's when that came to my attention.
Now, with an accidental discharge like this, you have things called a production report, correct?
Correct.
And that is basically a daily log of what happened that day that might be important.
Mhm.
And ma'am, would you expect that something like an accidental discharge would be put on a production report?
I would like it to be.
With regard to these, do you know if they made it onto a production report?
I do not recall.
Okay.
I would need to see the production reports.
But in any event, with regard to the second one, it doesn't sound like it made it on the report.
I was not aware of it, and I did read every production report.
Whose responsibility in the chain of command would it be to report those accidental discharges?
Anyone on set?
Would the first assistant director have responsibility? In terms of the production report?
So the AD team is responsible for the production report.
Okay.
Yes. If they were not made aware, I don't know how to answer that question.
Oh, okay. So they have to become aware of it.
Yes, somebody would need to let them know in order.
Okay. And if they do become aware of it, do they have a duty then to?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Are you aware whether daily safety meetings were being conducted on set?
Safety meetings were being conducted. They were not every day. They were typically on the days where there was any type of bigger element, special effects, stunts, blank days, etc.
And you know, with regard to safety bulletins, whether those were being attached to the call sheets on a daily basis?
Some were and some were not, which I found out days after the incident.
You also, during this time, had a COVID. This was October 2021.
Mhm.
So did you have a COVID protocol?
We did.
And in general, was that pretty much what we all knew at the time, to limit contact, to wear a mask? I mean, what did that entail?
And we are almost done with her.
Tested. I cannot remember how often. Frequently. Everybody wore masks. We had hand sanitizer everywhere. Everything was wiped down. I think that was about it.
Okay. Did you know whether Ms. Gutierrez Reed was vaccinated or not?
We did not. ask for
What the
vaccination
fuck does this
information.
have to do with anything?
And I guess in general, I take it that in general, you wouldn't want a lot of people in a small space if you could help it. Like if there's filming going on in a small.
Okay,
building,
this
that's
is
kind of
why-
what the protocol was.
This is going to why she wasn't in the room when the shooting occurred because of COVID protocols.
At the time.
Yes. It was not often practical because filming takes place in small buildings, but
Sure. But to the extent possible, that was the goal.
yes, that was the goal.
Okay. There, ma'am, just a moment.
Yeah, follow the COVID protocols, but don't follow the firearm safety protocols.
Ms. Paul,
Union guy,
recall
Nick Starro,
the
he's laying it
entire
down
text
for us.
communication that you had with Ms. Gutierrez regarding the training days?
I would need to review.
Would showing you that's the entire text thread. Refresh your memory.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to review pages 12,201 through 12,205.
Okay.
May
She gets to review 4 pages of document.
I review 4 or 5? Do you know how to scroll through a Mac?
Yes.
I'm going to hand that to you. I want you to take your time. You're going to review 4 or 5 pages. And to refresh your memory, just let me know.
Okay.
Yeah. The text exchange. Was your memory refreshed as to the date of the text exchange regarding the training days of Alec Baldwin and Brady? Want me to approach again?
Yes, I did not look at every single date. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Every date.
And again, ma'am, you are welcome to scroll through.
Do I need to look at every date?
I don't.
Okay.
Not necessarily. So on October 17th of 2021, did you tell Ms. Gutierrez that there would be no more training days?
Yes.
And do you recall the language of her response? Did Ms. Gutierrez respond to you and say, right on?
Yes.
She's reading from a document, not admitted evidence.
Can I refresh your memory again?
Yes.
No, just don't read.
Okay.
I just read it, but okay, I won't read it. That was some shit. That
You
was
want me to ask the
all right.
question again without reading it? Okay.
Well, the jury already heard
Ms.
it.
Gutierrez
You
responded
can't
to you and
unring
said,
that
right on.
bell.
Yes, she did.
You just-
No, just did she respond to you?
Did she respond to you?
She did.
You- oh my God,
So just
Okay.
move on.
that was bad for the prosecution.
I'll strike the answer. Okay. Question and answer.
Ma'am, do you recall?
Oh, see, that's the big deal. She read it. The jury heard it being read. Hannah said, right on. He's like, you can't read that. That was improper. And she's like, okay, I won't read it. And then she promptly said it again. And then the judge says, strike it. The jury, you cannot unring a bell. That was the fact she did it twice. Come on, prosecutor. Now, see, for those of you that think I'm pro prosecution, that was improper for the prosecutor to do that. That was bad. That was shitty. She shouldn't have done that.
Recall what Ms. Gutierrez's response was to you when you said no more training days?
Right on.
This is the end of yesterday. And that's the second time she's been told to
Did
move on.
reviewing these messages refresh your memory as to whether or not you told Ms. Gutierrez that she would have 10 total armor days?
Yes, it is confirmed in that text chain that we both knew that there were 10 armor days.
Not 8.
Not 8, 10.
Okay.
Now, we understand that you, Russ Productions hired Ms. Gutierrez to be armor and also prop assistant, correct?
Correct.
And did Ms. Gutierrez agree to take on both roles?
Yes.
Even though production stopped on October 21st, had this incident not occurred, production was going to continue, correct?
Yes.
For a couple more weeks, is that right?
Yes.
And was it within the discretion of Russ Productions to continue to increase armor days if necessary throughout the course of the filming?
Yes.
So just because she was given 10 by October 21st, that doesn't mean that she was going to be limited to 10 for the duration of the filming.
Correct.
You indicated that you were the line producer on this set?
Yes.
Prior to October 21st of 2021, how many times had you been a line producer for a film?
I feel like I should have that memorized.
And you don't have to be exact.
I've been a line producer for more than a decade.
During that decade?
4 to 5 films a year.
Okay. So 40 to 50?
Yeah.
In those 40 to 50 films, can you estimate for us how many of those films had an armorer?
5 or 6 to my recollection.
Okay. Are you yourself familiar with firearms and firearm training?
No.
So for the hour that you observed Ms. Gutierrez's firearm training, did you have any experience from which to compare it?
I have sat in on a couple of other trainings.
Okay. Did those trainings include the use of single action revolvers?
I don't know enough to answer that question.
This is kind of a bad line of questioning from the prosecution. She's sort of kind of not doing herself any favors here.
Okay, fair enough.
she's trying to sort of impeach her own witness because she said, she had no problems with Hannah's training and that. You don't have enough experience to do this. So you don't have any basis for comparison, right? She's trying to get her to say, yeah, I really don't know what I'm talking about, which is weird.
And you indicated on October 21st that there was a delay in filming because of replacing the camera crew, correct?
Correct.
And that filming was delayed for hours, right?
Yes.
And during those hours where filming was not occurring, was Ms. Gutierrez free to go inspect her dummy rounds and do any other work she needed to do?
Yes.
In terms of the accidental discharges, did Ms. Gutierrez bring them to your attention?
No.
Do you know whether Ms. Gutierrez brought the accidental discharges to the attention of anyone in production?
I do not have knowledge of that.
Could Ms. Gutierrez have reported the accidental discharges to production?
Without me hearing about it?
No, just could she report it to anyone in production?
Yes.
Anyone on set could.
All right, see, I want to know who, because Hannah's boss was Sarah. Sarah was aware of each one of these negligent discharges. Did Sarah report it? Sarah, who now has immunity for not reporting things. Was it Hannah's job to go straight up to the production unit people? Or was it her job to tell Sarah, who already knew about it, Sarah being her immediate supervisor?
Good, right?
Mhm.
And Mr. Looper did,
Yes.
correct?
Mhm.
You were asked some questions about the COVID protocol on set. Did the COVID protocol require Ms. Gutierrez to leave the firearm in the church on October 21st and leave the church?
You don't object to speculation, like
If
I
you
have no
know.
knowledge. I can't answer that. I don't.
Well, did you have knowledge of the COVID protocol for the set?
I had knowledge of the one-page document that we had of the basics. As far as what happened on set, that was really not my job.
Okay. The one-page document that you're talking about, did it indicate that the armor needed to be separated from the firearms?
It had no such specifics.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
This witness is excused. Thank you.
All right, that's the end of the day. All right, that's weird. Okay, I think that was a wash for both parties. There was some bad stuff for Hannah. There was some good stuff for Hannah. The prosecution did okay, but it was kind of undercut by the defense. I think the defense did a decent job rehabilitating her to a certain extent. The prosecution has some weird questions that sort of damaged their case. I'll call that a draw. I'll call that a draw. All right, let's get yesterday's done. And we're going to start today now. They've just gone into the morning break. So we're about an hour and 15 minutes behind. We'll be watching this as we go, and we'll catch up before too long, I hope. Bush says it was wildly inconsistent. Yeah, that was just a weird witness. I expected Pickles to be one of the star witnesses. Yeah. All right. It was what it was, as they say. What do we have? Everything. So we have a couple of things that I've starred here to address before we get moving on. Island, when you listen, just know Pickles thinks you're stupid. She kind of did have that attitude, but she also admitted that she lacked knowledge of a lot of things. Cherry Reed, due to Pickles' statements are different than Hannah, where the emails and where to prove her statement is this not needed. I would have brought them in. I would have been a little more confrontational on prior inconsistent statements. Why? That's the wrong word. The emails that were previously prepared that show that the statements are different than what she's talking about now. Use them to impeach her. Sonia or Chris, look to me like, okay, this is the inertia puller. Yeah, it's kind of like a hammer to disassemble around. I looked it up and I checked it. Pretty cool. Yep, I'm just gonna call that one a draw. That was weird. That was weird all the way around. I wish I had a better way to describe it than weird. It was just weird. Got nothing really one way or the other out of that. Will the real killer be prosecuted? Alec Baldwin is scheduled to go to trial on July 9th. They're supposed to start jury selection. And again, I am fully convinced this is far less about prosecuting Hannah than a dry run for the Alec Baldwin trial. So far, there's nothing to convince me that this is not a dry run for Alec Baldwin. The vast majority of evidence and witnesses have testified about the gun, how it goes off, whose DNA is on the gun, what happened. This is the trial of Alec Baldwin against Hannah. All right, let's get it on. Coming in. See if we can get fast forward up here to where we get some actual audio. Wow, this started later than I thought.
Oh, okay.
Is Carpenter. The state's next witness is Brian Carpenter.
Okay. Brian Carpenter. Who is Brian Carpenter?
You swear firm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth.
You don't have to put your hand over your heart, dude.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sir, state your full name for the record, please.
Brian W. Carpenter.
How are you currently employed?
I work for 13 South Productions.
And is that a company that you own?
It is.
And what kind of a company is that?
It's a production company,
What do you produce?
films and documentaries.
And in addition to being a producer, have you also had armorer experience in the film industry?
I have.
So what I'd like to do, I'm going to back up just a little bit. I want to talk about your experience with regard to firearms prior to you becoming involved in the film industry. Can you tell us if you have any law enforcement or any kind of special firearms training?
I do. I spent most of my adult life using a firearm as a tool, either as a protection.
He's going to be testifying. He's the expert armorer. He's the armorer they're bringing on to tell her what Hannah should have done and why she dropped the ball. Okay, This should be interesting. This is the expert armorer for the prosecution. Let's get it on.
A trainer, and then ultimately in the film industry as an armorer. My last official assignment that I worked on was New Orleans Police Department SWAT, Tactical Unit 3 under Jeff Lynn's command. That was during Katrina and all of Rita, and then all of the cleanup and restoration efforts. Before that, I worked as a security contractor for almost 20 years. I've worked on operations from Haiti to et cetera. I've trained at mobile operation and urban combat training for RCTA. I've trained at NASA.
And what's RCTA?
Regional Counter Narcotics Training Academy.
NASA.
Thank you, sir.
And they have a Mount City there. That's mobile operations and urban terrain. I've received my high-risk environment training and implementation certification there, level 1 and 2. I've trained down at NASA at Cape Canaveral for SWAT and some machine gun and select fire training. Had some really good mentors that advised me to get as much training as they would put out there. So I was very fortunate to have their guidance and direction over a 20-year career.
Okay. And then how did you end up transitioning into the film industry?
After Katrina, we were down there working, and one of my buddies came to me and he said, would you like to go and do some bodyguard work for an actor? And I was like, no, I don't think so. So I turned him down at first, and then he kept coming back to me. I said, you told him you had somebody, didn't you? And he said, yeah, just go talk to him. So I went and had a conversation with him, and it ended up being the movie Deja Vu with Denzel Washington and his crew. And I went to work for him for a little while on that show, and got some guidance from him, and that transitioned me into film, and I took my skill set and applied it there.
And have you been employed on film sets in the role of armorer?
I have.
Approximately how many times have you worked as an armorer on a film set?
Considering individual episode, TV, and feature film, around 100 projects.
And have you been hired in some capacity by the Office of the Special Prosecutor?
Yes, I was contacted, it seems now maybe a couple of years ago, to come on as a expert witness and try to help sort out some of the intricacies of film and armor services.
Okay. I would tender Mr. Carpenter as an expert in.
Oh, this is interesting. Chat is disabled for this stream. I just noticed that. Court TV has decided to disable chat. Interesting.
Firearm safety on film sets.
No objection, Your Honor.
Expert firearm safety on film sets.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Carpenter,
So people are saying it's a bit
in the
loud.
time that you have worked on this case, have you reviewed documents and videos?
I have.
And can you give the jurors an idea of the types of things that you've reviewed in order to be able to render opinions?
It's been a while now, and I've looked at quite a great deal of paper, video. I've watched police interviews. I've watched videos from the set of Rust that were taken. I've reviewed documents from the district attorney's office in the form of transcripts. I've reviewed firearms. I've been able to actually go and look at the evidence. I've also looked at the rounds that were used on set, including the dummy rounds, et cetera, and a plethora of other things. It's categorized. It's, I would say, thousands of pages of documents.
Okay. And I'd like to begin by just having you explain to the jury generally what the role of an armor on a movie set is, what their responsibilities are.
First and foremost, an armorer's responsibility is the safety of the cast and crew, paramount above all else. Secondly, from that, it is to creatively give the director and the film the look and the feel that they want. In other words, if it's a military operations show, then you will need to help them sort what a military operations personnel would have, or if it's an intelligence officer, or if it's a police officer or SWAT team member, et cetera. Then you help the props department find that equipment, source that equipment, and safely implement it on the set on a creative level.
In terms of the hands-on job of an armorer on set, what does the armorer do?
Hands-on, they handle the weapons, as one might expect. So you get these weapons in from a verified, safe source. You collect the weapons on the set or wherever the delivery point is. You check those weapons, and then you secure those weapons until they're implemented on the scene, and then re-secure them afterwards in chain of custody type.
And in terms of ammunition that is typically used on movie sets, we've heard a fair amount of testimony before you took the stand. We understand that frequently dummies and blank ammunition is used. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What is the armorer's responsibility with regard to that ammunition and quality control of that ammunition?
Well, again, we get back to the first thing is making sure it's sourced from a legitimate and vetted place. I source most of mine from ISS, Independent Studio Services, out of California. They have a excellent safety standard there. They have an entire gun department where they check these weapons in, check them out. All of these items are checked extensively. I used to have an instructor said to me that, complacency kills, and you can't be safe enough. You cannot check things enough. So having multiple layers of safety is important. So I say that to say this, getting it from that location, you already have a sense that they're going to be what they should be, and they're going to be in the condition they should be in. However, falling back to that last statement, when we receive these items in, or an armor receive those items in, it's important to also double verify that. So the first thing that would be done would be a safety check and an audit of all items that came in, including and especially any dummy rounds or blanks.
So it's the armorer's responsibility to take those rounds from the supplier and double check them.
That's correct.
Now, in terms of the amount of
this guy's good
that the armorer generally has on set, can the armorer stop filming because of safety issues?
Absolutely. You would hope that you don't get to that point because there's very few people that can call cut or just stop a movie in its tracks. There's 3 departments on a movie set that can cause the loss of life if not done properly. That's special effects, stunts, and armor services. Those 3 things are very important that safety be upheld to the highest level.
Yeah, we talked a lot
if
about
you
this
find
before. She had that power.
where
She
something
just
extremely
didn't do
unsafe
it.
is happening, you can call cut and stop the production.
Is the armorer working for the actor? And what I mean by that is, can the armorer tell the actor what to do and not to do when it comes to firearms and firearm safety?
The quick and straight answer is yes. The armor department falls under the prop master, and the prop master department falls under the art department by technicality, or technically, I should say. That is the level of command and the chain of command on that. But at any given time, you can step outside of that chain of command and give instruction based off of what you're supposed to be doing, and that is safety and guidance therein.
In your career as an armorer, have you ever had experiences where you had to just take guns away from people on movie sets?
Yes.
And why would you ever have to do that?
It mostly happens in all of the multitude of stunt performers are going to get upset at me saying this, but it's the truth. Stunt performers, I love them. We've trained so many, and our stunt performers can be seen in almost every action movie in the last 10 years. I'm very proud of them. However, a stunt performer will quickly say that they can do just about anything if you ask them, from fly a jet to handle a lever action rifle. On that note, sometimes you give weapons off to stunt performers and quickly realize that they are not handling them safely or properly. And at that point in time, you step in and very, politely and soft-handedly just walk over and say to the prop master or to whomever, take the weapon away and say, this person doesn't get a live weapon anymore. They get a replica or a dummy or nothing at all. And so, yes, I've had to do that in the stunt world pretty
solid,
more than frequently, I would say. For an actor, I've never had to take a weapon away. I've had worked with actors who were not allowed to handle a weapon due to safety issues previously, but I've never had to personally take one away from an actor. I've corrected actors, but never had to take one away.
And in terms of correcting actors, what are the things that an armorer does on a movie set to correct an actor?
Again, I believe in the soft-handed approach, which is the best. Observe until it's time to step in, and at that point of observation, step in and offer suggestions. And if those suggestions are not followed, then you get more serious and say, this isn't a suggestion any longer. This isn't a direct action. We need to do it this way.
All right. Well, King Ginger is so a 24-year-old barely experienced woman is supposed to stop, confront Alec Baldwin, loser, and shut down production until she was sure he was being safe. Bullshit. No, not bullshit. Yes, she was supposed to do that. If not, if she doesn't have the ability, if she doesn't have the balls to do that, she shouldn't be the armorer. If she doesn't have the respect of the crew, if she doesn't have the respect of the cast, if she doesn't have the respect of the director to do that, she shouldn't have been hired. She absolutely should have done that. She had the authority. Whether she had the power is a different story. That's her job title. That's her job description. That's her responsibility. She even said that herself during her video deal where she said there are a multitude of, but there's something along the lines of there's a potential for a lot of safety issues, and her job is to make sure those things don't happen. So yeah, she should have. Yeah, King Ginger. So yeah, she shouldn't have been hired. Yeah, she definitely should have. She definitely had the authority, but whether they would have respected it and done it. So she's going down. Yeah, that's that's the way it looks. That's the way it looks.
I had one particular scene where they wanted to walk into a motel room with submachine guns, fully automatic weapons, firing at the guy that kicked the door open. And the guy that was coming into the room, the actor, was going to be firing two pistols at the same time, semi-automatic handguns. And the proximity of the room was too close. They wanted to do it in what's called a oneer, which is just straight through shot, where we're not going to break it up and have little small bits and pieces of the shot. And they were pretty dedicated toward that. So I had to step in and say, that's not safe and we can't do it this way. We're going to have to break this up and make it to where everyone's not in the scene and in a small hotel room together.
And sometimes what you just described can actually affect the filming of the movie.
It can.
Okay. But that's the armor's job, right?
It is. And your job also is to,
Okay, you're right.
your job is also to affect it in a way that, again, is soft-handed. You give the creative side of the team what they want in the look while giving them options of safety until it becomes, and hope it never
Hey,
becomes,
Sean, what's
you have
up?
to say, this just cannot be done this way at all.
Do you want to pop in, Sean? Are you available, Sean? What
I
about
want
you,
to
Nick?
Walk the jury through the
Nick,
steps
Sean, anybody want to
that an
join?
armorer takes
DM me,
on
let
a
me
movie
know.
set when they are preparing to provide an actor with a weapon for a scene.
Okay. So you want me to get into the weeds enough to all the way from shipping to preparation, or just on the day of?
Just on the day of.
On the day of, you will have had time to prepare whatever item. And let's just say in this particular instance, it's a very simple scene. There's a revolver that the detective is using to chase a bad guy, right? You know what you're going to need for that day. Let's say he shoots 2 rounds at the bad guy, okay? And they want the revolver loaded with dummies. And the dummy rounds, as I think have been explained, are a specific entity unto themselves. Now, you'll have your dummy rounds sequestered aside from your blank rounds that will be fired that day. Will already be safety meetings and discussions had with the props department, et cetera. So you know what you're doing, exactly what you're doing. It's on the call sheet, et cetera, et cetera. You take your firearm and you have it in, let's just say, a locked box or whatever you're carrying it to the set with. And when it's time for that scene to be shot, you go out to the scene. And at that point in time, you open up the box. And right when they're prepping, and you kind of get a feeling of this, when they're prepping, when they're bringing camera out and they're setting it up and they call the actors out to the set, it's time to start clearing that weapon. You take that weapon out. You clear that weapon with at least 2 representatives on set. Anybody that wants to see it gets it cleared with them if they request. But generally, it's going to be your first AD and possibly the DP as well, on the director of photography, which is the camera.
Who's the first AD in this case?
And Russ would be Dave Halls.
And who is the director of photography?
Would be Halyna Hutchins.
Okay, please continue, sir.
Right.
The revolver would be cleared, showed to be clear and safe, and no obstructions in the barrel, nothing in the cylinder, et cetera, et cetera. You would talk about the type of rounds that you're firing. Let's say they're shooting half flash, which is not full flash blank. It's a half of a blank, right? Half flash blanks. And you would definitely take your dummy rounds out. You would show them, shake them, listen to them. It's an audible and visible view that you can look at. You can hear it, you can feel it, right?
So in terms of the dummy rounds, I just want to make sure,
Feeling it isn't visual, dude.
are you
Just
testifying
saying.
that you show the individual dummy rounds to the AD and whoever else wants to see?
Absolutely.
And the actor?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, the actor may or may not be on set yet, but when they get there, this is done again. So with the actor. And sometimes you'll have an actor that says, nah, I want to see it, or they'll just brush it off. But as long as you've done your safety check with at least 2 other sources and moved through that process, then you've done what you should have done, along with your own checks. Having said that, you will wait until the scene is about to get to start shooting. Usually, no matter what they say, and they'll say, oh yeah, hand the gun out, hand the gun out. Well, to wait till they're about speeding sound, and there you got also the feeling of doing it enough that when they're really going to start rolling that camera. Because otherwise, you're handing off a weapon and then you're getting it back, and then the process just keeps slowing down. So you have to maintain that level of control there.
All right, that's a good place to pause here while we bring on a guest. We can get rid of the dogs because they've wandered off. Oh, Strawberry's over there. We'll bring up Doggo Cam here again in just a bit. I found Strawberry, but more importantly, we have Sean, potentially criminal Sean.
GGPP, Gorilla Grip Protect Privilege
for life.
Yeah, I mean, no, seriously, her attorney should have been grabbing that privilege with a Gorilla Grip, and he just went like, meh.
Yeah, well, he definitely didn't do that.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't. The way he handled the stuff with Hannah, and now how he handles all this, I get it. But yeah, too bad she didn't hire Carrie Morrissey as a defense attorney.
Yeah, well.
From the start.
Sean, potentially criminal Sean here is checking. He'll join us for as long as he's able.
Yeah.
Because he's going to learn just some things as we go along. Sean.
Yeah, just got home, so.
You're going to learn stuff, Sean, aren't you?
Yes,
Sean?
yes.
Well, Mike tells what to do, Sean, right? Sean.
Yes. I'll answer the damn question.
Okay,
yes,
Sean.
But it's great. It's great, though. This guy's experience said, well, my daddy. It's like.
Yeah. Yeah, this guy actually knows what he's doing, and he's.
Yes.
I like this guy. This ain't gonna go well. This ain't gonna go well for Hannah. I have a
No.
sneaky suspicion. Sean. Let's go.
At the last moment, you hand off the weapon to the actor, the scene is shot, and as long as nothing changes, meaning no one leaves or nothing changes on that set, you can stand there with that weapon, observing the scene until it's time to collect it back up. And you always want to be Johnny on the spot. When that actor gets through with that scene, they're going to be immediately looking to hand it to somebody, and they'll hand it to anybody. So you have to be there and collecting that weapon up safely, securely, maintaining muzzle discipline, et cetera, et cetera. And then if they walk off and they want to come back, then this process repeats again.
Oh, it's almost like you have to be careful
In
with
your
guns on the
experience,
set.
Should
Weird.
the armor ever leave a gun with anyone else and leave the area?
Not a live weapon, no. And when I say live, I mean a weapon capable of firing a round or a blank.
A live weapon being, it could be a prop gun, but it's a real revolver.
Props or replicas are different than a live gun. So what a lot of people don't understand on a movie set is most of the weapons are real guns. As far as the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, ATF is concerned, these are all real weapons. And they're serial numbered license. That's a real weapon, regardless of modifications. For use in film, it's capable of firing a round in some capacity or other. A prop gun is completely an inert weapon that cannot fire a round in any capacity. And a replica is simply one that looks like a gun, but is not.
Okay. So pursuant to your definition of a live gun, that being a fully
Yeah, we really need to define our terms here. Everybody has a different definition or view of what the word prop is.
Yeah.
And it's confusing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm definitely in the camp that everything like someone like the desert is a prop. Everything
Yes.
is a prop. There are real weapon props and there are fake weapon props. They're all props to me.
Yes, all props, all guns are props when all props are guns.
Correct.
I think if they would have tried to explain it that way, it'd make 100% more sense than trying to go through all these different things.
Yeah, because literally every witness has had a different definition of what a prop is.
Mhm.
And Daddy Warbucks here, he's also has a different. Anyway, that's
operable firearm. Would the armor ever leave that and walk away?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
Because it just opens the door for any type of accident to occur. You have no management of that weapon at that point in time. It could, from the most simple of things, be laid down by a performer haphazardly and picked up by any number of people or left in areas that are unsecured. You can't manage what's happening to the weapon. If someone drops it, damages it, now it's going to malfunction. If somebody sticks the muzzle of it down into the dirt and fills it with dirt, and then you fire a blank round, many things on a very I guess we'd be on a low scale of danger, and then you work up to more dangerous things like someone having blank rounds left in their pocket and loading it, or pointing it at another person, or breaching the 4 safety rules, et cetera, or having it stolen.
In your experience, how does the armor generally
Sally, talk with Sally's here. Morning,
carry
Sally.
ammunition when on set for the moment that they're going to load it with dummies or blanks and hand it to the actor?
Now you get into a lot of different types of movies that you're going to work on. If you're working on a modern movie with machine guns, et cetera, and you're shooting thousands of rounds a day, then you may load your blanks into the magazines, checking them all previously. Then I tape the magazines over the top with a particular kind of tape, and I mark on that how many rounds, what type of rounds, et cetera, and we check all those things. If it's a Western or something that's using older weapons that are more simple to
Hannah's like, shit, I got to take notes on this.
I was just going to say that.
Magazine, it's anything that holds ammunition or explosives. So I will have my blanks in a magazine, and I'll have my dummies separately in a, generally I use a lot.
I was literally just going to say
boxes
that.
are atmospherically conditioned boxes that lock in the front, and they're made out of heavy, durable plastic.
Those, excuse me, those Pelican boxes that you use, is that something that production pays for, or is that just part of your kit?
It's part of my kit, generally.
So you bring
these guys
with
couldn't
you some of your
afford
own
Pelican
personal
boxes.
Sometimes our company, Dark 30 Film Services, would have rented a firearm. I generally err toward the side of getting them through ISS, but when it comes to ancillary items such as Pelican boxes or means of storing and categorizing all of this,
ISS is a major gun prop house.
What I'm accustomed to, and I feel very safe and secure. So I would bring those things.
Okay.
Probably one of the biggest in
Are
America.
film sets frequently rushed environments?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because in any movie, time is an exact equal to money. The more time you spend, the more money you spend. And that comes from even when they invite an actor to walk, you'll have a PA saying, our actor's walking 30 seconds. I mean, it gets down to the seconds literally on the film. So the more time you don't have your things in order, or you're not prepared to actually get what they say, things in front of camera and on camera, the more money you're spending. So any delay of any sort is an expense to the production and to the producers or studio.
Can that rushed atmosphere have an effect on the armorer?
Yes.
And talk to us about the effect that it can have, and in your experience, what the armorer's responsibilities are.
Well, I can say this, and this is something that I was also with my one of our very good mentors always told me. He said, if you're being rushed, that's the time to slow down twice as much. And so that's generally the rule of thumb. If the production is rushing you and they're pushing you, which they do, then at that point in time, you need to stop, take a beat, take a breath, and slow down twice as much as you were before, because that means you're getting into an atmosphere of unsafe behavior, and you're getting into something where you may miss something or have a misstep or overlook something, and that is not a place to be when you're in charge of safety.
If you do what you just described and you intentionally slow things down for safety, do sometimes other people on the set get upset with you?
Yes.
And what do you do then?
You have to be prepared to go home. If in lack of a better word, I've always, believed, and it's very important that if you take a role where you're in charge of other people's safety and well-being, ultimately, even in a circumstance of their life, then it doesn't matter your ethos or your code that you work.
This guy
by
actually
is,
sounds
do
competent,
what's right,
qualified, and
regardless of what
serious.
it may mean to me downstream. And having said that, there's been more than one time that I've thought, well, I might as well go pack my things up and get ready to leave this movie set, because I'm definitely not going to, to rush things.
Okay.
It didn't happen, but it could have.
In your experience, do armorers carry dummies or blanks loose in their pockets or a fanny pack?
Different armorers could carry things, I guess, any way they chose that they felt like it was secured. So, yeah, I'm sure they do. I don't.
Why not?
Because I don't feel dummy rounds are specifically spooky, for lack of a better word, also when you're using them on a movie set, because they're meant to recreate the look and feel of a real round, right? Or I should say the look without the BBs inside, which the audience would never know.
Oh, Jeff.
So having said that, it's just a good idea.
Yesterday, I don't know if you mentioned, if you could pause it for a second. I don't mean to take up too much time. Did you notice the part yesterday where it said she asked for the bullet puller?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's like, so she's fucking around with all the rounds.
Yeah.
So it's like, I mean, and then she's not, and she doesn't strike me as a hand loader. I mean, she's already screwed 8 ways from Sunday. This is just the icing on the cake. Although this is Alec Baldwin's trial being run the first time through.
Yep, we just mentioned that too. It's a total dry run.
Mm-hmm.
But God, this guy sounds scarily competent.
Yes.
In comparison.
And the funny thing is, Alec Baldwin would have worked with people like this on sets where he was not the EP. So,
and I mean, at the end of this, all she's got to do is go, did Hannah do any of this shit? No. All right.
Yeah. I still understand why she's going to trial on this. But I think that's why that one attorney is no longer there, because he's like, holy shit, you need to take a plea. And I don't want to talk to you anymore. So
yeah,
maybe she could be the armor for a movie set in prison.
Yeah, well, she's never going to be legally able to touch a firearm after this is over.
Yeah.
God, this is see, and this is something I've said since before it happened. I expected her to be the one that gets charged and flips, because she can rat on everybody. She was right in she was the central figure. She could.
Yeah, but they didn't need everybody. That. They figured out pretty well. She told she told it without a proffer, so she gave it all up for free.
Yeah.
And
don't give it a free.
I still the whole idea of I think you were on Eric Huntley's thing with the whole idea, because her plea offer was, tell me where the live rounds came from. Well, it sounds like she brought her own box of ammo, and I have a feeling ultimately it probably came from her dad. And she. And other than that, I don't, because other than that, her answer is I don't know, and that's not a good answer either. So I don't know. Sorry,
well, No, you're perfectly right. Please go ahead. Island being all she's educating us here. Yes. Etymology of prop is support, not property, as into prop something up. It's anything that supports the story / storytelling, sounds, scenes, costumes, sets, guns, etc. are all props. Thank you very much, teacher. We appreciate that. Yeah. And let's see where this highly qualified person is going with this really good and damning testimony.
Have those things in an area where you're in 100% control of them. So loose inside of bags or inside of pockets just doesn't equate to that, as far as I'm concerned. But other people may be able to manage.
In your opinion, should an armorer leave a gun with an assistant director and walk away?
No.
Must not maintain eye contact.
That goes right back to the fundamental rules of gun safety. If you're not in control of of viewing this weapon and knowing where it is and who's handling it and what they're doing with it, then you've lost control completely. So you need to be observing these things, these weapons at all times.
And are you familiar with?
Hey, Amy Winehouse is back. Cool.
And there's two types of discharges that are in the firearms world, training world.
Accidental
So you
negligent.
have NDs and ADs. ADs are accidental discharges. Now, an accidental discharge happens very infrequently because that means there was a malfunction of the weapon or something
exactly.
that created a true
Yep.
accident. Almost all discharges that occur are negligent discharges or NDs,
Yeah.
which means it's operator error.
Jesus
So it's
Christ.
an ND
Now,
would be-
guys, everybody since before this even happened is going, but poor little Hannah, she's just 24. She held herself out as an armor. She was hired as an armor.
She
Listen
wanted that
to this
union.
guy.
Yeah, she wanted that. Like they talked about yesterday. Well, sign my union sheet. Sign my union sheets. She wanted to be. She wanted this. She came out. Oh, I could do it. I could do it. And my dad showed me. This wasn't like they picked her up off the street, off of like fucking Monster. It's like, oh, now you're being an armor. She said she could do the job. It's no different than she tried to fly an airplane and killed everybody on it. This is her fault.
This is what she should sound like.
Mm-hmm.
This ain't what she sounds like.
And the funny thing is, anybody who's halfway decent with firearm safety could be an armorer.
This is bad for Hannah. This is really bad.
Mm-hmm.
They don't even have to talk about what Hannah did. Just let this guy talk. And Hannah knows she is in the presence of her betters right now.
I don't think she understands that.
She was looking everywhere but at him when they put the camera on her. She's in trouble. This guy's good. And I don't know if this guy's spectacular. This guy just sounds like what I think every armorer should sound like. He sounds competent.
Basic, yes. This is the baseline. This is the standard, not necessarily the although how long is it, like what's this guy's like? I didn't hear his qualifications like.
Oh God, he's a law enforcement officer. He's a bodyguard for Denzel Washington. He trained with SWAT teams. He's done all kinds of shit. He's very qualified. He's worked as armor on other movies.
Okay.
So yeah, he trained with SWAT at NASA. That sounds kind of cool to me. I'm not sure what that was all about, but
the NASA SWAT team, it's like those guys that fly around the helicopters when they're doing the rocket launches and stuff. Oh, they've got like their immediate response team guys. Like they got some, they will fucking light you up, and they've got cool shit to do it with.
I thought
they're
Denzel
prepared
Washington
for
was the
attacks.
bodyguard.
Yeah, not that. Yeah, that's the thing.
It's like even doctors go to doctors when they're sick. Even bodyguards need body. Kevin Costner was the bodyguard.
Yes. Well, he guarded the Equalizer. Yes.
Yeah. Space Marines. It's a bug hunt. So I just wanted to bask in this guy's competency just for a quick second. It's like everyone that's saying, but Hannah was doing her job. Hannah was doing the best. No. This is what her job is.
Okay, she was trying the best, but her best wasn't good enough.
Yeah. This is what she should be doing. This is what she should sound like.
You could try your best when you work in the wardrobe shop or when you work in craft services. You could try your best and maybe you burn a chafing dish full of food. Your best when people can die is not good enough if it's that poor.
That's a good this guy's your good basic chef. Hannah was someone who would fuck up a grilled cheese sandwich.
Hannah watched TikTok and thought she could run a Michelin restaurant.
The correct verbiage there.
And
that's the correct verbiage there,
are you aware,
Sean.
Based on the review of the documents and the materials in this case, are you aware that there were, I think what you're referring to as negligent discharges?
Yes.
Okay. And are you also aware that with regard to those negligent discharges, Ms. Gutierrez was not in control of those weapons at the moment?
It is my understanding, yes.
Okay. So
do you think Hannah should go?
If there's a negligent discharge on a movie set,
what's that?
Ultimately,
you think Hannah should go online and talk about her
It would be
case?
the armor's responsibility. Now, obviously, that blame also can be split with whoever created
No.
the negligent discharge. But
Just wondering, Sean, if you think
created
that's a
an
good idea,
environment for the
Sean.
ND to occur, then the blame is on the armorer and on the person who actually had the negligent discharge.
I'll let it go.
So it's a double-sided coin there.
Okay.
Fun. Man, yeah. See, she's like, fuck.
in
I'm
your
fucked.
experience,
She looks like she's gonna cry.
does a movie set armorer generally keep their blanks and dummies locked up?
They should, yes.
Why?
To avoid
See ya,
any
Bernice.
disturbance of them, anyone. Again, it's just like chain of custody in court or the law enforcement world or any world where you have evidence moving from point A to point B. You need to have one person in control of it. More hands on it or incorrect hands on it can open up the door for accidents and things to go wrong.
In your experience, do actors generally do their own safety checks of the weapon? And what I mean by that is the actor is manipulating the gun, taking the ammunition in and out, looking at it.
You know, I've worked with a few actors that wanted to check their own weapons even after my safety checks occurred, just because they felt more comfortable doing that. As long as I was there standing and observing and letting them do that, as long as my safety checks occurred, they can do as many more safety checks as they feel. However, those safety checks are more for a warm and fuzzy feeling for them, not for me as a professional, because I'm going to make sure that we check it the way that I need to check it in front of the right people and individually. If they feel like they need to do it again, then by all means.
Okay.
Jensen
But that's
Ackles does.
rare. Everybody
Everybody should be Jensen Ackles. Did you see Ackles questioning by the police, Sean?
No, but he's very conscious about what he's
Yeah.
doing.
Well,
He's
and
serious about it.
You should watch that. That's really good.
Mhm.
And basically,
Oh.
he said Hannah's job was to be the armor. She came up and she had no idea who I was, and she asked me, "Do you know anything about guns?" He thought, "I'll just play along." Go, "Nope. I've seen them a few times." And so she said, I let her go through her whole thing, and then when she said she was done, she asked me, to go out. So I did like a little flip and holstered it. And she's like, "Oh, you've been messing with me." He said, "Yeah, you did your job." And then he said that I don't care who checks my weapon. I don't care what they do. As soon as they hand it to me, I dry fire 6 shots into the dirt, just to make sure. So he's responsible.
Well,
Alec
there's
isn't.
like during the filming of Fury, Brad Pitt almost like got into a fight with Shia LaBeouf because he was dicking around with a gun. Like a lot of actors, like they're actors who take it very seriously.
Yeah, weird. And that was the thing is where Halyna was standing is where Jensen Ackles was supposed to be standing during the filming, and his wife lost her shit because he could have been the dead one. Yeah, so he isn't really. I want him to be called as a witness in the Baldwin trial because I'm sure he has a few things to say. Yeah, you should watch it. You should watch his interview. It was really good.
Okay.
Is the director usually allowed to handle the weapons?
No, the director generally almost never handles the weapon.
And why?
It's just not in his or her purview. I mean, the director is very much 100% the creative driving force of the film, and in that area, they are very much focused. So handling a weapon or doing anything with weapons, other than saying I want it to look like this or look like that, or this is what I want to happen in a scene, would be about the extent. But handling them, no.
Let me ask you this: if you're the armorer on a busy movie set, and you need to use the bathroom, do you just let some other people take over your role?
Well, you can let other people take over momentarily if you collect up all items, put them in an area, and do what's called a fire watch. In other words, you can bring over the prop master or someone who's in your department that's trusted, not just anyone, but someone who's trusted in your department, generally the prop master, and say, "Hey, I need to go to the bathroom." Then they will stand there and watch, not touch, just watch that cart or those items once they've been collected up until you get back. But it has to be someone, obviously, that understands what safety protocol is.
Once
In
you
your
take a monster
experience,
dump.
should a prop master be loading and unloading weapons?
That's a particular question because some prop masters are actually also armorers as well. And they have, it all gets down to a lot of the ATF regulations where prop masters are put on, and for lack of a better term here, on the books of whoever's firearms license is providing those weapons. So if the firearms provider has put the prop master and the armorer on their books and they are qualified to handle the weapons and have been trained in safety and implementation of these weapons, well, in that case, yes, the prop master could step in. And there are some very good prop masters that are also excellent weapon handlers in Hollywood. And I've worked with several of them. However, in generalities, no, if you're not a trained prop master, that's why prop masters hire an armorer to do the job.
Would you expect a prop master who has never shot a real gun before to be placed with the responsibility of loading and unloading weapons?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm assuming that if they've never shot a weapon or handled a weapon, then they would, and that's an assumption for this particular, if we're talking about the prop master on this particular show, admittedly did not have any firearms experience at all. And that would not be someone I would want to be handling a weapon in any aspect.
Would it be adequate if you have a prop master on set and it's a busy set, just to spend 10 minutes training them how to load and unload the guns and then give them that
I
responsibility?
just sent you the link for the Ackles interview if you want to watch it later.
Would adequately be able to train.
I'll take a look at it probably coming up.
What do you think it would entail for someone to really be able to do that and do it safely?
At the very minimum, and I pushed for this in film for a long time, the very minimum, a 40-hour week training session with proper firearm safety handling, a minimum certification of 40-hour certification, I would think. And that would be the absolute minimum.
Again, this is the trial of Alec Baldwin here.
This isn't the same thing as having a weapon that you have at home and you want to be safe at your home and make sure that you know how to handle it and no one can do anything wrong with that weapon, and you're being a citizen, if lack of better term with it. It's a difference between also stepping into the role of a safety professional on a movie set where you have other people's responsibility to look at. So that would require a lot more.
And are you actually a firearms instructor?
I am.
And how long have you been an instructor?
I've instructed on and off for 20 years.
As long as Hannah's been alive.
And I also instructed in film as well. Out of 100% of the movies, about 20% the actors want to actually fire a weapon. In those particular cases, it's very, very, very planned event. And I have instructed and trained actors in film as well. So I guess you consider it current too. So I guess around 30 years of training.
Okay. In your experience, would it be sufficient?
He barely looks 30. How old is this guy?
Wait, how old is he?
He says he's been involved with firearms training things for 30 years. Dang. Yeah. Wow. All right.
If the movie
lucky him, I guess.
Single action revolvers such as this movie.
I was gonna say black don't crack, but it don't work here.
If the armorer already
fetal
has the
alcohol
gun
syndrome
loaded,
doesn't either.
brings the gun to the assistant director, opens the loading gate, and spins the cylinder, but doesn't remove any of the dummies.
No, that's and you could actually look at it in a way that's actually worse than not even looking at it at all, because you have opened the latch on the side of the cylinder, you have spun the cylinder, and you're looking at it from a rear view. So all you see is the the base of the bullet, right, of the round. So you cannot identify anything as to what type of round that is in there, except that there are rounds in there. So what you've done effectively is identify that you have a fully loaded weapon, but have no idea what type of rounds you have in there.
And have you seen videos in this case of Mr. Baldwin in the church pulling his gun?
I have.
From a shoulder holster?
From a shoulder holster, correct.
What does this have to do with Hannah?
In your
Nothing.
experience, is there anything particularly dangerous or difficult about that action that we've seen? And these folks have actually seen those videos now also.
You fall back to the fundamental safety rules, Cooper's safety rules, which everyone in the industry follows, which is muzzle discipline, finger off the trigger, et cetera. I'm sure you've heard this, ad nauseum so far. So on that lines, as long as you're following those safety rules, you can draw from any position whatsoever. A shoulder holster is simply a shoulder holster, meaning you're going to draw from the opposite side of your strong hand. Cross draw is a belt which is drawn across body from your strong hand, and then you have just a regular drop holster that comes down, which is on your strong side. It doesn't matter which holster, it matters not what you draw from, as long as you're following your safety rules. And it's nothing particularly difficult about drawing from one or the other, just different technique.
Okay. And let me just review my notes real quick.
Review those notes.
In your experience, is the armorer physically present for every scene or take being filmed on the movie that involves a firearm?
Yes. I should preface that by saying a live firearm, not a prop or a replica.
Understood. And in this particular case, you indicated that you went to the evidence room and you viewed the firearms that are in evidence. Is that right?
That's correct.
So do you have an idea of which guns on this movie set were fake and which guns were actually real operating firearms?
I know of the weapon that Mr. Baldwin was using. I know that he had a replica. I believe it was a Middx replica, and then the real weapon. That was the only two I looked at.
Okay. Have you seen videos in this case that were taken by Production Outfitters, which is a company that does behind the scenes footage?
Yes.
I'd like to go ahead and go through some of those with you now.
Okay, sure.
Yes. All right, we'll skip through just a quick second while she gets her shit
We are
together.
going-
All right.
Okay. We are going to present exhibits 149 through 161 as we go through Mr. Carpenter's testimony. I'd like to go ahead and move for the admission of them now and ask permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
All right. All right, they're admitted. You may publish 149 through 161.
Mr. Carpenter, can you see your screen there?
50 years old, need my glasses on, okay?
You and me both.
Okay, he's 50 years old. We just answered
All
that
right,
question.
let's, I'm going to play for you States Exhibit 149. We don't know where the volume is. We'll fine tune it when we get started.
We'll fine tune it. That sounds like another AV issue waiting to happen.
Yeah, this is. I still don't understand it. She's using an Apple and like everything's Windows based. Like, what are you doing, Boomer lady?
Yeah.
I almost want to vote not guilty because she's Apple.
You won't hear if you want it up a little bit more. Up a little bit more.
Oh, look, they're wearing period costumes.
I'm going to stop the video here. Are we okay?
Well, they said they'd like it up a little bit more.
Okay.
Sure.
Let's see if we can.
We can't do it. George says that's the max.
Let me double check what I've got here. Hang on.
Could put the microphone closer to her.
Let's see. Let me see.
Hey, Jeff,
try
I'm
this
only going to
now.
stick around a little bit longer and I'm probably going to start this up just to. How much did I miss before this? Pretty good or not too? Or should I-
You know, because these
for
are
this
behind the
morning?
scenes filming,
Yeah.
This is
I don't think
this is
we're
pretty
really-
much it.
there isn't a lot
Only
of
about
close-up
20
audio
or
of
30
when these
minutes.
people are gonna mull
Just
around.
him giving his credentials, basically.
Oh, really? They didn't
Yeah.
start sooner than this? You guys have just been hanging out?
I was doing yesterday afternoons.
Oh, okay, okay.
We're about an hour behind.
Oh.
So I don't know what's happened since this.
God, this is not even high quality costumes.
I'm stopping that at 21 seconds.
It's really just a
Do you
shit
see anything
movie.
concerning in this video?
And the number one thing is muzzle discipline. That performer, that stunt performer, I'm
Yeah.
assuming that's a stunt performer right there, has got what appears to be live weapons, and he's got zero muzzle discipline. He's holding the shotgun. If you back it up to the beginning, he points it almost directly at, I believe it's Joel Souza, right at the front. I'm not sure who that is, but he's handling that weapon. That
That should
weapon
be broke
turned down
open
to
in the
ground,
meantime.
muzzle pointed down when
Yeah.
he's carrying it, and
Yeah.
his pistol should be holstered and never brought out, which he doesn't, but he carries the shotgun muzzle up. You can back it up a little bit more.
Yeah, the other way.
Come on back a little bit, right about all in here.
Oh,
I guess that's
geez.
the young child actor right there.
Just
So these are
blow the
just,
kid's head
examples
off.
of, muzzle discipline. You never let the muzzle of the weapon cover anything you're not willing to harm. That's
Maybe he really hated the kid, though. Maybe he wanted to harm the fuck
How
out
is
of that
Ms.
kid.
Gutierrez supposed
Is
to
that Alec?
be responsible for what this actor is doing with this?
That's the
That's
stunt guy.
From what I can see on the from the camera angles is I don't know if she's present here, and it appears that they have.
It's not the
live
final
weapons
product.
out
I'm
of
sure the
presence.
movie's still shit.
If she were present, I would ask that I would think that she would tell that performer that you need to put the weapon pointed down at the ground if she's standing there with him. Correct. Just correct his behavior with the weapon a bit.
So it's her responsibility to correct his unsafe handling of that gun.
She's repeating his testimony, overruled.
Yes, what you would want to do is, and this is an example of a stunt performer that that I would have replaced if he could not handle the weapon properly and safely after instruction, he would have not had a live weapon.
Okay. We'll go ahead and let me see if let me just kind of run through it real quick and see.
And it's even also more important when you've got a child actor on set or any children on set. It's very important that you, even though you wouldn't say that there are layers of safety, but as a matter of principle and just professionalism, if you've got a child on set, it becomes an exponentially more important to make sure the safety performed.
Okay, and
And
I have
it's also industry standard as well with firearms.
just fast forwarded the video up to 53 seconds. And I'm not particularly interested in that young man.
Yeah, see, he should be shot. I hate children.
Did you see the same stunt performer back there on that patio?
I did.
And what was he doing?
He pointed it directly at the chest of the lady or the person in the white sweater, and then turned it around and pointed at one of the other performers.
Oh. Yeah.
And as the camera pans around, do you ever see Ms. Gutierrez?
I did not see her in the video. No.
How are they having
know
audio
what she
video
looked like
issues?
back in
They're
October
on.
2021.
They're using VLC. That does everything right.
It's not
Let's
boomer
move to
proof.
States Exhibit 150.
Excuse me.
Oh no, Sean Bird asked John Landis about child safety. Oh no. That's
Just
mean.
waving the gun around. Oh,
Jesus.
oh.
Ah!
Flag, flag, flag.
What's your concerns, if any, about what we're seeing here?
The same, about that same stunt performer is the gentleman in the hood walked by and he had the.
I wonder if that's the one that had the negligent discharge as
And
well
keep
while
in
Hannah
mind,
was taking a
and this is
dump.
very important, that knowing what we know now, and the reason we're here in court is that there were live rounds on the set of Rust. So you maintain one of the first safety rules is treat all weapons as they are always loaded. And that's to mitigate any problem that might happen downstream. So you have to assume that there may have been live rounds in any of these firearms that we're watching in these videos. There were live rounds there. So imagine the concern that you have knowing that at any point in time, any of these handguns or long guns could have a live round in it. So again, it makes it a lot more concerning when that double barrel shotgun's pointed to that man's back.
Okay.
Point everyone's face.
He gets shot, right? And then what do I do? They come out and grab him?
You're coming out around him. No, that's later. He sort of, that's later. A little bit.
Now, is it your impression that they're filming a scene right now?
They're prepping to film. They're talking about creative decisions of how they want to speak, talk, stand, the action.
But they're not actually filming a take?
No.
Should these actors and stuntmen already have the guns in their possession if they're not filming?
No.
Oh, but that's the same spot. That's at least the spot. Yeah, so am I just running fast?
Those are kind of shit costumes, aren't they?
Yeah. My name's Rust. Is that Halyna right there? Yeah, it is. Looks like.
So we can just see if there's
Yeah,
anything else
probably.
I want you to comment about on 150.
Oh, there you go. He did it again. Well, he's continuing to do it.
Again. Yes.
Yeah, this is continuing. He hasn't stopped doing it.
A rough rehearsal, just going through it.
So for the purposes of the rough rehearsal, is it acceptable for the actors, the camera isn't rolling yet, should they have the live firearms at this point?
If the armor is present and the weapons have been properly cleared, yes, they can have the firearms at this point.
Easy, Holly. We got you coming with us now. And now you got to fight your way free. So let go, get loose a little bit. So throw an elbow back toward him.
Oh God, he's pointing right at the guy. Fuck me! Oh God! Fuck me! He literally pointed it at everybody.
Yeah, you know those are bird shots. Someone's head's coming off.
What they're doing here and with the young actor in it as well. But yes.
Oh God!
My way of doing things.
He couldn't have pointed it at more people.
Come on, Lippy. You can honestly probably wrap the shotgun.
And why isn't anyone else telling him to point that fucking thing somewhere else?
Because they're not gun people.
Terrible hearing.
That guy's just asking for someone to punch him.
And they're not
right in
gun
the
people.
fucking
That's
neck.
the thing.
Oh my God.
It's
I
not a
would've
rubber
punched him in
gun,
the fucking
muralist.
throat.
That's not a rubber gun.
Jesus. This is okay. This is the first time this has ever happened to me in my illustrious 2-year YouTube career.
Yeah.
I have serious anxiety right now watching this.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
Yes, especially because Hannah brought her own stuff and she's playing with the rounds now. It's like, what was she doing with all this?
I can literally feel it like right here in my chest. Oh my God.
It's making my feet sweat a little bit.
Make your butthole pucker.
Yeah, these are the people who don't think we should have guns.
Wow.
Joel Sousa's like, I like gun control. It's like, okay. About that.
God damn.
I'm sure Halyna was all about gun control too.
He was literally pointing that at everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Like literally everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Holy Christ. Whew. I mean, I honestly have like some anxiety here in my chest. Holy shit. All right, let it out. Holy Christ.
Come on, Lippy. You can honestly probably wrap the shotgun. If you want
That's what we like.
Do you know who that female's voice is? Okay. For the purposes of my next question, let's assume that that is the voice of Halyna Gutierrez.
Okay, and what did she say? I heard shotgun.
Let me replay it for you, because I'll get it wrong.
Got a little fight too. Come on, Lippy. You can honestly probably wrap the shotgun. If you want
That's what we like.
You could honestly
Wrap the shotgun?
wrap the shotgun.
For the scene, I think
That's
is
right.
probably what they're discussing.
Right. Wrap it around him and hold him in place with it. Right.
So, assuming that's Ms. Gutierrez that we can hear, and she's present.
Right.
What should she be doing with this stuntman that we've seen with his bad muzzle discipline.
Right. She, like I say, tightening him up, pull him off, discreetly and starting off, say, hey, look, be careful where you point the muzzle of the weapon. You're swinging it around pretty haphazardly. Hopefully it's already been checked properly. Then, give him a little coaching.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This guy just needs to be punched in the face, not gently coached.
Well, he probably hasn't been told not to do it.
He needs to have
Hannah's
Rip
like-
from Yellowstone and lay his fucking ass out.
I'm just fast forwarding to
Well,
see if there's any other places I want to stop.
Well, she's doing the subdued gypsy curse.
Also, of note here is if you're going to use that scene that way and you're going to handle the shotgun, then clear the crew out,
Hey,
get some proximity.
don't talk bad about
in
Amy
areas of safe
Winehouse.
zones that you operate within. There's still a lot of people walking in and out. There's a lot of crew in and out of there. You just need to get that whole area under control a bit better.
Okay. And where I've stopped it here, I have stopped State's Exhibit 150 at 5 minutes and 2 seconds. What do you see with regard to that shotgun right now?
It's pointed at the child. I say the young child, at the young actor.
God.
And it's not. Understand that if you're seeing, there are scenes in movies that require, weapons to be pointed in certain directions, but you take safeguards and measures prior to that. Just standing in the middle of a rough rehearsal and doing this thing is one level above him walking around with it in between takes.
Okay. And should the actors or stuntmen walk around with their live firearms in between takes?
No.
Why not?
Again, it opens the door to any unsafe act that might occur, from loss of the weapon, like we talked about, to leaving it somewhere. I've seen all of these things occur on a movie set, to lack of control. And at the end of the day, control is how you manage safety.
Okay. All right, stop. Here we wire bone and cleat loose.
Oh my Lord.
And right there, were we in between takes?
Yes.
And again, do you see anything problematic?
Same stunt performer. I would have taken that weapon away from him well before all that. Okay. Or I would have instructed him, and if he couldn't follow instruction, I would have taken it away from him.
Okay. State's Exhibit 151.
I'm looking into my crystal ball. You will be found guilty.
That was a 0.
Do you see Ms. Gutierrez there?
I do.
And you've seen this video before, right?
I have.
Yeah. How can we not see Hannah Gutierrez here?
I'm at 8 seconds, just for the record.
0.
What is Ms. Gutierrez doing?
She's holding that double-barrel shotgun pointed up at her neck and face.
Oh my God.
Why would that be concerning to you?
Never let the
It would have
weapon
solved a
cover
lot of
anything other than
problems.
harm. It's a fundamental safety rule. You treat all weapons as they're always loaded. Also fundamental safety rule.
How would you expect proper gun safety on a movie set if the armorer is not following basic gun safety?
Branka's probably losing his
Very good question.
shit
It would
right
be,
now.
It would be hard to implement.
All right. State's Exhibit
Hannah.
152.
Fuck this guy. Seriously.
Same problem with that guy in that video.
Same problem.
Same guy.
And I don't know where Ms. Gutierrez is. Of course, the camera's only facing one direction, so I don't know if she's behind camera or anything, but I don't see her present.
And if she is present, she's supposed to do something about that, right?
Well, you take the weapon up in between scenes. In between any usage on camera, you take the weapons up.
Okay.
Secure them.
And what
Check them, and then recheck them when they go back out.
we'll go through that a little bit. What is the armorer supposed to do if you've got 3 or 4 actors or stuntmen that all have weapons and we're in between takes? Are you really required to go and collect those weapons from those actors and stuntmen?
That is correct. And if you can't do it on your own, then you need to put an additional armor on set that can do it with you. And so I've worked in scenes where we've had hundreds of extras, and we did the miniseries Roots. We did the Battle of Fort Pillow there, and I had guessing 18 armors on that day or 16. That was a lot. Exact number I can't remember. But I've had many gunfight scenes where you had a multitude of people shooting machine guns and around. And if you're skilled enough that you can maintain control in one small area of take, in other words, if they're filming a gunfight.
State's Exhibit 153.
That just skip, or did you skip it?
I just did it by. I didn't know.
No, the thing
Magic.
skipped.
Yeah, it was magic.
Here you go, Mark. And set, we're ready, and action. Please. Whoa. Easy, Hollister. You coming with us now? Come on. Oh. You're rocking good. Calm yourself down a little bit. Take a deep breath.
This movie is gonna suck.
Was it your impression from watching that video that
They
you
run it
were
from the
actually
Rust-Oleum
filming it that way?
Corporation.
And
Out to
what
get
happened
him.
when the filming was over?
The camera panned around approximately.
Sam
90 degrees
Peckinpah's
left.
just like rolling over in his
Um,
fucking grave.
Well, let me ask you this: what happened?
Earl
with the
Scheib
actors'
is after
guns
him.
when the take was over.
I didn't
And the
see full
Mako-
end of it,
the
but there was
Mako
still
squad.
them standing there with him.
Okay. And is that the point when the armor is supposed to come in and take them away?
Yes, exactly. And if you're filming a scene, you
And where the
secure
fuck
right
is
there.
Hannah?
You can have your cart that you work off of. You're doing this scene. This is the scene with the firearms in it. You can assume, unless they're using a B unit, which is a secondary filming unit, you're only filming one scene at one time. So whatever that scene is that you're filming, you can be right there present to it, and then the camera goes to the next scene. So it's not as if there were 4 or 5 scenes filming simultaneously.
Okay. So in this particular video, or in this particular circumstance, is it your opinion that Ms. Gutierrez needed to, when the camera stops, go in, take the weapons, and keep them secured until the next rolling of the film?
Your Honor, objection leading.
I think it's a direct question. I don't think it's leading.
Yes, unless of course.
Questions testimony, so go ahead.
Yes, unless of course.
She doesn't even wait for the judge. She's like, yeah, fuck off, dude.
Still be in that scene. Let's assume that the weapons were properly cleared, made safe, and this is what I was talking about initially. If they're never going to change anything and they're going to continue to film that scene over and over again, then sure, leave it with the performers as long as you're standing there watching them. But the minute that they walk off from in front of that camera, the weapons come back to the cart or come back to the armor. If they're in front of camera, standing right there, and they're like, "Hey, okay, stand right there, nobody move. 30 seconds, we're going to roll again." And we can do that all day long if you want to.
So in your experience, when the armorer takes the weapons from the actor, and then, a few minutes later, we're now filming we're going to do another take of that same scene. What's the procedure? Do you just hand the guns right back to the actors?
No, redundancy is never a thing when it comes to safety. So you want to be redundant. Have, 1 is none, 2 is 1 mentality. You take that weapon, you move it back into the scene, you do a quick check. Doesn't take but a moment. Open it up, clear it with your DP, clear it with your first AD, show the actors clear, and hand it back out. Moments.
And when you do that, are you showing them the ammunition?
If they're using dummy chest.
And you're showing them the same ammunition again?
That's right.
Okay. States Exhibit 154.
Great. And come on, Pete. Let's go.
Oh God. Okay, we get but this is like overkill at this point. We get the point. Oh my God.
Well, they must have other shots though.
Pretty much the same as
Yeah.
Same guy, same behavior.
Same guy.
Oh, row.
States Exhibit 155.
And where is Hannah?
Almost. A wire.
Oh!
Jesus.
What are we doing here? States Exhibit 155.
That's a good question. What are we doing here?
The miner shouldn't have handled the gun.
Well, he pointed right at his face, and then,
the kid's swinging
gets
it
the
around.
gun. Yeah.
Yeah. Can I play
Holy
with the
shit.
gun?
Oh my God. Fuck me.
Jesus Christ, and a cracker.
I'm gonna have a stroke over here.
Yeah.
Almost. A wire.
Bang! Bang! Fuck me!
And what are we doing here? States Exhibit 155.
He actually did a 360-degree muzzle discipline breach on that one. So he went around in a full circle with the muzzle at everyone in the vicinity, and then he handed the weapon to the young actor.
And in a circumstance like this, what is the responsibility of the armorer?
Just to intercede. I mean, I would have walked in. Let's just assume this is the first time I saw this, and I was standing right behind where you're seeing camera. I would have saw him.
This is where Gunny Hightower comes in.
Holy Jesus.
Yes, got that hand knife.
What the fuck is that?
I said, hey, Bill, or whatever his name is. I say, Bill, listen, make sure you keep that thing slung down while I'm sitting here watching you. If we're about to, do this scene. Now, if we're not about to do the scene, he doesn't even have a weapon at all, so it's a moot point. Let's assume that we're just about to film this. And I've given it and done the safety checks. And if I had seen him handing a weapon off to anyone, much less a young, underage person, that would have been the end of that. He would not have been handling a weapon anymore. In my, if anything to do with me personally.
Let's say hypothetically you do that. You say that's it. You don't get to handle weapons anymore. And let's say somebody from production comes to you and says, "Look, that guy needs to handle that weapon." What do you do?
And this exact thing has happened before, and I've been in that exact predicament before, and or I shouldn't say predicament, I should say situation, because it's only that if you allow it to be. I told him, I said he's unsafe with the weapon handling, and I've instructed him. He is not listening, and I'm not going to have it set.
Sorry, I should have said Gunny Hartman. I said Gunny Hightower. That was Hamburger Hill with Clint Eastwood.
Well,
Sorry.
Gunny Highway too was Heartbreak Ridge.
It was Hightower. It was Gunny Hightower.
I thought it was Highway.
Anyway, the AK-47 makes it.
Well, Hartman was Full Metal Jacket.
Hartman was Full Metal Okay, yeah, I should have said Hartman. Regardless, hell's Gunny Hightower?
We're not firing in this scene, so it should be fine. Or maybe we
Too
just
many
hang off
gunnies
on
running around.
a replica handgun, and he doesn't even use a long gun in the scene. We use a stick or a staff or whatever. There are ways around this. And
Heartbreak Ridge is
today,
Gunny Hightower.
It's always been,
Oh, Highway, you're right.
placed
Fuck.
correctly and professionally is generally listened to.
That's okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and just finish that.
It's like thin red line. Let's just assume I'm right.
Yeah, there's lots of gunnies. Yeah.
So after the weapon was taken back from the child, are you still seeing that same bad behavior from that stunt performer?
Yeah, he's toying with the weapon at this point.
States Exhibit 156.
Go ahead, put it on 24. 3, 2, 1. There you go. Yeah, do it.
And did you just see Ms. Gutierrez come into the frame?
I did.
Go ahead, put it on 24.
Oh, he's gonna get shot. He's gonna get blasted back.
Yeah.
Do you see what she's doing?
Yeah, she's just walking in front of frame.
Does she have anything in her hand?
Could you back up one more time, please? I was watching the stunt performer behind you. Okay, she's
Yes.
carrying the double barrel shotgun, it looks like. Muzzle end up.
Is that a proper way to carry that gun?
It is not.
Is that a safe way to carry that gun?
It is not.
No.
And you see the stunt performer in the rear swinging that handgun around, which what I was watching, he was actually pointing. He was talking and pointing with his firearm. Now, you asked previously why you don't hand off live firearms to stunt performers. One of the reasons, there's your reasons right there. If they don't have it in their hand until they need it, then there's no chance of them being unsafe with it.
I'm going to try to get up to what you're describing. You saw that in this video?
Yes, it's the guy with the couch
there.
right there. He's talking and discussing what
Yeah.
he's doing and using his pistol as a pointing stick.
Yeah, that's where I'm going right there.
Again, we have to assume.
I'm going right through your
all weapons are always
chest.
loaded, and in this case, may well have been.
Very true.
We're gonna take our morning bathroom breaks.
Abracadabra, bam, bitch.
Cheeky monkey. This prosecutor is actually a defense attorney by trade.
Yeah.
So she makes you switch off. Well, what's this guy's name? Bowles is more personal, but he's fucking awful.
Yeah, he was not on his best during the
and also
let's watch videos cop.
Yeah. And somebody was upset because I pointed out like these people don't like guns, like they think guns are icky outside of a movie set. But that's the reason why they fuck with them. They don't appreciate them. They don't spend time with them. So yes, their politics is part of the reason why these things happen.
Mm-hmm.
If they were the type of people who are around guns, they understand guns and can appreciate them, and oh my gosh, I'll blow someone up with this, then they wouldn't be doing all this stuff. But they don't.
Hannah's going to jail. Hannah's going to jail.
Oh, she's going to jail once we watched the video. Oh yeah, like the first 5 minutes she's in the interview room, she's going to jail.
And the defense lawyer he actually did a very good job raising alternative theories, raising reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
And then the prosecution put their star witness on Hannah.
Oh,
and she fucked herself.
The best part about yesterday was when he's interviewing, when he's got the corporal up there, and he's like, "Well, did you when you learned there was possible evidence? Did you go look for it?" And she's like, "No, why would I do that?" And she's just standing there. She's sitting there. She's got that weird look on her face. And she doesn't understand. He just made her look super incompetent. And she's like, "I'm a detective. I've got 80 pounds of collagen in my lips." She did not do a very good job. And yeah, all that gives me a lot of questions about reasonable doubt. But what Hannah did there, she creates so much proof on her own. Slagater says, "You don't know any of these people." Okay, you know what? You're right. There might be some honest men in Hollywood. I'm sure they're all God-fearing people who think I should be allowed to own full-auto AK-47s in a garbage can in my garage. How many of you think that? How many? Let's take a guess.
Yeah, 0.
Okay, yeah. Ooh, there's one. Yes, it's yes. It's not all drug addicts are sitting on the side of the road shooting heroin. Yes, some own $1 million companies. Some.
Yeah, if the jury had any doubt in their mind, this is that they just killed that literally.
Oh yeah,
man.
Yeah.
They had their morning comfort break. We are an hour behind at 1.5 speed, so we should be catching up before too long. By lunch, we should be caught up. Holy God.
Let me see.
This is where you just say, the prosecution rests.
I assume
Jeez.
they're wrapped. I assume they're wrapping up. I
Well,
don't
they
know
said
how
they
much
had
more.
30 witnesses on their list, and this
They
said it
don't
was like
need.
15
Oh God, if
no,
the way this
no.
is gone, she could probably rest tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, they're saying between the 6th and the 8th is supposed to wrap up.
Here, I'm
Why would you need that much time?
157.
What do you need to do, Thomas? As soon as you guys are 3 minutes away, I'll do my final
Hey, it's Pickles.
Okay. You hot? No, I'm not hot yet.
You can't do that for every fat person you see on camera, Jeff.
I can. Like I was saying, if I say you're fat, you're fucking fat.
Oh God, he was pointing that right at her.
Did you see anything noteworthy in that?
Yes.
You said muzzle discipline.
And also a
Get a
weapon.
little closer to that microphone, would you?
My apologies, I'm sorry. Muzzle discipline, but more importantly, there was a weapon exchange that occurred with, I didn't see a safety check between those weapons. Not sure if it was a replica that she was handing off or a live firearm.
So.
You had concerns about that.
Assuming that it was 2 live weapons being exchanged, I'm not exactly sure why that would have occurred. There should have been a safety check between those 2. If he had a replica, then that would have been a good thing that he had a replica previously. But then if she handed him off a live gun, at that point in time, there should have been a safety check. But more likely in this particular circumstance, he's wired at the back and he's about to do a stunt where they're going to probably do a dead man's snatch. They're going to snatch him into that wall, probably when he's been fired upon or whatnot. Having said that, they probably.
And by the way, that doesn't
weapon,
happen when you get shot with a
replicas,
shotgun.
He wouldn't get hurt when he lands on the ground, metal object in his hand and whatnot. So that probably was an exchange for a soft rubber replica.
If the guy's holding a string next to you and
And do
you
have a
get shot
comment
with a
on,
shotgun, maybe.
Ms. Gutierrez's
Yeah.
handling of that shotgun that she's carrying?
She's still carrying it by the muzzle end. That looks like a different shotgun actually than the previous one.
Okay. State's Exhibit 158.
So let's wait until we hook them up.
Yeah, otherwise he can catch us.
No, I'm not sure if you want to get that on the
Okay. He's prepping.
How, Thomas, how much blood do you think is going to come out? But the lens is right here. It'll get on you from there. It'll get on the lens here. See, I was thinking that.
It's just blowing away the crew.
Anything worrisome in that video?
Assuming Miss Gutierrez is behind camera, then they would be prepping for that scene and everything would have been in place. So no, assuming she's there.
Okay. And let me ask you this. In addition to seeing videos from the production outfitters behind the scenes collection, have you also seen some of the actual movie takes that were filmed during the 12 days of filming for Rust?
Yes.
I'm going to play for you State's Exhibit 59, which is going to be from that collection.
There,
All right.
There was one additional.
Stop. 159. I apologize.
There was one additional video in that exhibit. Are we continuing on with the behind the scenes now?
No, I was going to move us to the Rust Productions videos.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, just a minute. So did you publish 158? I guess is the question. Is that what the question is?
Yes, I published 158. Now we're moving on to 159.
Man.
Do you think for
And
Russ, when they torture him,
as
they
far
rub
as I think I
sandpaper on
understand
him?
your question. Let's go ahead and move on to okay.
Only 3 more damning videos to go.
Clack.
Rust. Hey, look, they have the names of the people that were shot on the clapper.
Starring them.
One more. I forgot to
You just started blasting.
Here we go. So, Halyna. Hi. Here we go. Come on. Well, I had to go close to Danny did, so.
Why are they running around like it's a real gunfight? Like, hurry. It's like,
Hold on just a second. I think at the beginning,
why the fuck are we gonna hurry?
what I want to show you is out of
This is
frame.
you're rushed and incompetent shit happens when
Yeah.
you're rushed.
Mr. Bowe, how can I do frame by frame?
That's the gun that could have been loaded. That's the gun that was loaded. Alec Baldwin would have his own special gun.
Yeah.
That's
His
his hero
gun,
prop.
as he called
So
it.
that is the murder weapon you're watching do work.
Let me see
Fake
if I can
murdering
get
people
to
as opposed to real
what I
murdering
wanted to visit
people.
with you
Yeah.
about. And for the record, I'm just fast forwarding frame by frame.
Sounds like me in the morning before I get out of bed. He's coming out blasting.
Sorry, that takes a long time. I apologize.
Yeah, why don't you skip a little bit?
I was gonna make a shooting blanks joke, but never mind.
Yeah. Well, you know.
Yes, rest to the Oxidation Chronicles.
Oh my God, come on, skip a little bit. Pew.
Let me ask you this. Mr. Lewis, do you see the issue?
I do.
Okay.
I think
You're going to help me fix that?
I am.
Okay. But for the purposes of this, just so that we can move on, have you seen this video where the frame is a little bit bigger and you can see someone over on the far right side of the frame?
Objection.
Okay.
I'd object to that because now that's
Okay.
that is
not an
evidence that
Well, I'm
we're
gonna
not
show you,
seeing. That's not what's
the
being
one that has the wider
portrayed.
frame. I apologize for that error. But we'll go ahead and go through your testimony now. So
Why isn't he? Stop.
Okay,
What
Sean
the fuck?
Rand.
No.
Sean Rand.
Oh, you saw another exhibit, but we're not going to show. No, then you don't get to talk about it. Like, why are you letting her do this? Like, yeah, the one where it shows Hannah smoking a blunt on the corner of the set. Show that. Oh no, we're just going to talk about it. Why isn't he stopping her?
Because he's a property lawyer. That's why. He's like, wait a minute, we can object to this shit?
Yeah, he's like,
see, I want to see what the actual criminal defense lawyer is doing. She's just got to be like, fuck me, I don't want to be here anymore either. Can you fire me?
why
too,
isn't anybody
please?
saying anything? You know, and you know, Esmeralda's over there, like, my cutters shall take effect any second now. Their crops shall fail.
To the 7th generation.
They're not farmers, Esmeralda. Oh, so I guess it's success. He's beaten down now. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're eating complete shit. You keep doing your job. Oh my God, this is just awful. He's just sitting there while they're fucking. They could be making things up for all we know.
She is charged with involuntary manslaughter and tampering with evidence.
Yeah.
Facing 18 months and a $5,000 fine for the bad one. See, I have to. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's just exponentially increasing during his cross-examination of the police woman. The hey, I'm here just so I can show you videos woman. I said he was imploding. Now he's sort of gone supernova at this point. That's how much implosion this lawyer is doing right now.
Yeah, it's a black hole at this point.
Wider frame of this video. What do you see over on the right hand side?
Oh,
You have 2 cameras operating in that particular scene. If this is the one I'm thinking of, you
Objection, we haven't seen
no. You can't think. You have to fucking show it.
Yes, that's speculation too, because I don't know which one you're talking about.
Meaning they're filming it from 2 different locations. So you're actually seeing from one of the camera angles.
The judge should immediately be stopping this. Like, wait, what exhibit?
Operator, etc. behind that camera. So imagine a crew of people.
No one don't imagine.
And then you've got the other camera that you're actually seeing in frame being filmed. And a lot of times in an action sequence, they'll film it from 2
Sure,
Well, no, he
voice
can
is
say
loud
that.
to us.
Wait, he can say that.
So
Imagine
That's what
part.
I'd be seeing if it's the video that I'm remembering
I
correctly.
mean, we shouldn't have to be imagining. He should be showing.
Well, he should be saying, and
Yeah.
typically, you know, imagine all the people
Yeah.
behind it because you can't see them all at
Yeah.
once. Like that part's fine.
My voice went up octaves. I'm upset.
Okay, and the gentleman here will pull it and we'll play it. Generally speaking, and we're gonna play the other video. Well, you know what? Let's move to the. I think this is.
At least
I'll
she'll be
just
able to
spin it.
charge a lot of commissary when they trade her around.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes, that's probably what she's doing now. Is like, who can I get on my books? Who's going to put shit on my books? Anybody?
Here, let me
Anybody?
here, let's see.
Hey, Mark. Hey, Mark. Set, ready, and action.
Pew pew.
What's happening there? Do you see this over on the right here?
So keep in mind, as I said previously, you will see a camera crew operating, and he's doing what's called a handheld right there. He's hand holding the camera and moving it, meaning it's not on a dolly or a track or anything of that nature. So that camera operator is hand holding that piece of equipment with operators behind him. remember that the frame that you're seeing here has that exact same situation going on as well behind this. So it's a number of people out here, both behind that camera and behind the one that we're seeing POV from, okay? And that appears to be a full flash blank just from the report, the amount of powder that's leaving the barrel, the amount of report and gun smoke that's coming out. I would imagine that's a full flash blank. And one of the first rounds that he fired actually incapacitated the camera and operator in the smoke, meaning he was entirely too close to that camera to fire that. We have a minimum amount of distance that is required for safety when firing blanks, depending on what type of blank you're firing.
Sid from
And,
Ice
that
Age.
was well within
Nice.
safety, so.
And let's say you're wrong. Let's say that wasn't a full load blank. Let's say it was a half load or a quarter load. How does that? Let me stop for just a second and let me ask you this. Can you explain to the jury, talk to them a little bit about blank rounds and whether or not blank rounds can be dangerous?
Sure. So a few years back, the local 600, which is a camera union, and the gentleman that works in that union, he's one of their business reps, asked me to do a soft tissue video series showing the effects of soft tissue from blanks. A tomato is a very good example of the human skin from a very non-scientific standpoint.
John
right?
Eric
But the
Hexam
internal
autopsy
part of
photos
the
would also do.
I'd object here because
is a
he
very
could
good
show
example.
this.
So we took a tomato.
That's the
and
best
at
evidence rule
distances,
here.
Fired quarter flash, half flash, full flash blanks at that tomato and high-speed cameras to show the effects of it. You also get down to blanks that get into 1.8, 1.6, 2.3, but that's really, really small things that just make the firearm operate if it's a semi or fully automatic and not something that we would be dealing with here. So getting back to your point directly, we did that video series, and a full flash blank from the distance of easily 6 feet to 8 feet can peel the skin off and do damage trauma to the inside of it. Half flash blank at 4 to 6 feet,
Prove
so
it.
forth and so on. Again, not an exact distance ratio to here today in court, but well within any distance that's being fired there would have done damage to human tissue if it would hit it.
Yeah, if you've
And
done this
you can
and
almost
recorded the
assuredly
experiments,
say
it was
that a full flash
published.
blank from the distance of the report.
Yeah.
You can see the smoke travel from the muzzle, which is the area of the firearm where a projectile technically would come out, from the muzzle end of that weapon to the end of that initial smoke stream, which if you had a high-speed enough camera, you would see fire in there as well. It's gunpowder burning inside of that smoke. You can see that it's all the way to the camera, which is approximately, I would say that's about 8 feet, 7 to 8 feet.
Is there any, when a blank is fired, is it possible that something is expelled from the firearm?
There is things built in the firearm. Now, movie blanks are a bit different than, say, a military blank because they're meant to be shot in closer proximities, et cetera, and you want all the particulates inside of the casing, i.e. the gunpowder, anything inside of there to completely and totally burn up, almost like magic powder. You see the magicians throw the thing, all that paper burns up instantaneously, something to the effect of that. You want it all to burn up as quickly as possible the minute it is ignited and leaves the muzzle of that weapon, okay? So there is a little bit of difference. However, it still sends unburnt powder and particulates out of that muzzle, which can put an eye out, burn the skin, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
Not to mention the concussive force of it alone.
Okay, so I'm going to get to that frame right there. Specifically that frame, what's concerning?
Well, he's within, outside of the bounds of safe distance. In other words, he's well within the no-go zone there, and he's pointing and firing the weapon directly at camera. Now, there are particular scenes which are set up in a very specific and controlled manner that you can, point at or near camera. But for the most part, you always instruct any of your performers to always aim off camera. Never aim directly at somebody, aim directly off of them, even if it's 4 or 5 inches or a foot or two, right? Now, I'm just speaking with an empty weapon that's already been cleared, not to mention a blank, where this is not even what we're talking about now. When you just generally aim a weapon, cheat it to the side a little bit. But in this particular case, we're firing a blank. You would want to have 4 feet off camera angle. He should be shooting to the side. And keep in mind, no camera crew behind there as well. That entire right-hand side or right camera where he's shooting should be completely clear of any personnel, and he should be shooting at least 4 feet off to the right of that camera, and he should be at least 21 feet away.
One more. I forgot to recall stuff. No, right away. Let's reload. Here we go. So, Halyna.
Hurry. Make mistakes.
Yeah. Halyna, I need you to pretend to be dead.
That conduct that we're seeing on the part of Mr. Baldwin, is that typical conduct from an actor on a movie set?
No.
Why not?
Well, number one, he's basically instructing the armor how to do their job at that point, telling them that we should have had begun a second reload, hurry up, give it to me fast. This is that moment. This is that moment I spoke about earlier. This is that moment that you need to stop and say, no, I'm not going to hurry up. I'm going to slow down. And we don't need to be, passing off weapons this fast or loading guns this fast. This is creating an unsafe and nerve-wracking situation.
Settle the fuck down, Baldwin.
Layman's terms, always on any kind of live training, exercise, military training, or whatnot, you don't want to put people in a nervous position. That creates, now you can stress, it's a level of stress that's necessary in realism training for military law enforcement. This is not that. This should be separate and apart from that. And even when that's being done,
Wild horses could not drag me away from watching Runkle's review of this tomorrow. Your evening.
Okay. And for the purposes of a couple follow-up questions, I want you to assume that that gentleman there in the black with blonde hair is the first assistant director.
Here we go. Come on. Well, I have to go closer to it.
Yeah. No, this part does not help Hannah. This makes it much worse.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
Did
oh.
you see him just walk away?
I did.
What's your opinion on that?
Wait, him walking
really know what he was
wasn't the problem with that. Sean
Yeah,
noticed
he's walking
the
away.
problem.
Yeah, her fanny pack of bullets.
Hurry, hurry, reload, grab into this pouch. You were so fucking happy that you could carry different types of ammunition, different rounds, different sizes.
And she already handed off ammo to someone else.
Oh my God. This is the problem, not him just walking away.
Him walking away is fine because he doesn't have the gun anymore.
Baldwin saying, hurry, 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 and her reaching into her pouch like a madwoman. That's the problem.
Did you see him just walk away?
I did.
That's Hannah.
What's your opinion on that?
I don't really know what he was doing at that particular moment. I saw Miss Gutierrez attempting to reload that weapon as fast as she could. Of course, assuming it's blanks and we're using the same weapon she was doing it. It looked like the prop master may have been holding a lever action over her shoulder. Not really sure what Mr. Halls was doing.
Okay. Is Mr. Halls the person who's responsible for doing the weapons check with Miss Gutierrez?
He would be if you were doing it in that particular scene, just reloading blanks to it would be a quick, check with the armor and with the actors they're loading it to make sure their blanks are being loaded. But many times in a situation like that where you're being rushed to that extent, that's when safety starts falling by the wayside.
And could you see, and I can replay the last few seconds of it, where Miss Gutierrez was
Yes.
getting her dummy rounds?
You could replay it. I didn't.
Let me back up a little more.
I forgot to record something. Right away. Let's reload. Here we go.
That's the problem.
Here we go. Come on. She had two guns.
Yeah, there you go. Handing off weapons, grabbing her own.
Can you see in the video where she's getting her rounds from?
It looks like she was getting the blank rounds, assuming they're about to fire again from her fanny pack.
And would that be advisable?
I prefer to operate out of a secured box for my blanks. They've been pre-checked prior to. Again, that may be her protocol, operating off. But in my
I prefer to be
experience,
competent
having
and not
multiple
kill
things
people.
in one area together, they're not sequestered apart from one another. Just leans for potential trouble downstream.
Okay. I'm going to go back to State's Exhibit 159. So 159 is the other camera angle of 160, where we can see 160 is where we can see the cameraman on the side. Let's do 159 again now that it has a little more context.
Set, ready, and act.
Could you, in that moment, see the smoke go directly at the camera? Frame by frame, please. That might be more than I can do. So that shot, when he fires the gun that time, did we see that initial shot from the other camera?
It appears it may be the first one or the second one. I think the second one was the more concerning.
Okay.
Not sure where that started from.
What are we looking at here?
Well, the camera lens has got smoke obscuring it. Cameras can be, relatively tricky when you're viewing it from the angle of the camera and after that. But the better angle on that was the first angle from the first one. But again, it's difficult to see. You just see smoke over the lens.
Having seen the other video, is it your opinion that the smoke that we are seeing right here is from the gun being fired at the camera?
Correct. I mean, the other camera told the story of what occurred there, more correctly.
Okay.
Big mark.
All right, State's Exhibit 161.
No, yeah. When you drop your arm, that means he's 10 feet away. I can't see how close it is. I want to be almost up by the time he gets there. No, I'm going to go into this. Yeah. Well, let me show you something. Hold on. Step back to your original mark. So 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, I'm getting up. Right. Then when he drops his arm, he drops his arm, that means Brady's close. I'm going to start to really get up. Okay.
Do you see anything concerning here?
He's doing what we saw previously in one of the other videos with the stunt performer. He's using the weapon as a pointing stick.
Why is he so fucking
You've
panicked?
seen this video before.
I have.
And what
We
is
are
your
at
understanding about
1.5
what
speed,
that
but still.
Oh,
He's still going fast.
Okay.
My coke's wearing off.
When Mr.
Hurry.
Baldwin behaves this way and is using the revolver as a pointer, what is the response?
Hey Jeff, I'm gonna step out and I'm gonna start up my watch of this.
All
So
right.
I'll see you guys around.
Give us your little outro here, Sean. Go ahead. Thank you. So
You
much
guys
for
need
joining.
Frame Me Potentially Criminal. We do a live show every Thursday night. So actually tonight, got a lot to cover. Many different things. Covering what's going on with President Trump and what's occurred there. If you guys weren't aware, he got removed off the ballot in the state of Illinois yesterday. So that's something we'll probably just touch on very, very briefly. And then a couple other issues. The judge out of, or I'm sorry, the mayor in Illinois, Tiffany Herndon, she now has a podcast. That crazy judge who's like stealing from everybody.
Yeah.
Among a couple other things we'll be talking about. So we got some stuff to do. We got some stuff tonight, 9:30. Should be a very fun time. And otherwise, you guys can find me at Potentially Criminal here on YouTube and Rumble.
Thanks for being here, Sean. Appreciate
thanks.
it.
I'll see you guys around. Have a good day.
Have fun. Bye-bye.
Yep. Bye.
Potentially Criminal, everybody. Give him a round of applause. Now, let's go back a little bit to that thing with what Baldwin did, and we'll watch this at normal speed. We'll just see just like how hurry he is. Let's watch this at normal speed.
Hey, Mark.
All right, State's Exhibit 161.
No, just. Yeah? When you drop your arm, that means he's 10 feet away. I can't see how close he is, but I want to be almost up by the time he gets here.
No, I'm gonna go into this.
Yeah. Well, let me show you something. Hold on. Step back to your original mark. So 1,000, 1,000, 3, I'm getting up.
Right.
Then when he drops his arm, Halyna get out, he drops his arm, that means Brady's close. I'm going to start to really get up.
Okay.
So he still is talking pretty fast. He still is hustling them along.
Do you see anything concerning here?
He's doing what we saw previously in one of the intercede and correct any unsafe behavior. Now, obviously,
She didn't have the balls to talk Baldwin. She didn't have the balls to talk to him.
Aside or talking to him individually. And say, you know, if we could, let's be careful with that muzzle. Remember muzzle discipline. I even have a little thing that I talk to when I hand a weapon off to an actor. And that's what I used to say back in the day. I would say control, and the actors would have to repeat the word control to me. And by repetitively doing that, it becomes a mental training technique to teach them that they are now fully in control of that weapon, and their actions while they have it is on them. They're part of that other side of that coin we talked about. If moving past that, I was not getting any result on that, I would have to intercede in this on-camera moment or in rehearsal moment, and then from there, it just depends on whether or not they want to be safe on scene or they want to find somebody else.
Okay. All right, we will go ahead and play from 23 seconds.
Here we go. Let's try.
Like in the path of the gun. Could you please move?
You're in the path of the gun.
Tell us what's going on there.
It sounded like Miss Gutierrez attempting to correct the fact that she knew that Mr. Baldwin was pointing that weapon in an unsafe manner, and she was attempting to move the crew out of the path of where he was pointing it, and knowing that it was loaded with blanks.
Is there a problem with attempting to move the crew?
That's one of the two things that should be occurring. You identify the problem that created the fact that the crew was in an unsafe position, and then you clear out the crew. And she was attempting to, I would assume, not correct Mr. Baldwin, but try to make the crew in a more safe position.
Okay. Did you hear that?
A quarter load,
Mhm.
what she said.
And do you know whether or not it was actually a quarter load?
I do not know.
Okay. In terms of the timing of Ms. Gutierrez telling, and why don't you give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury an idea of how many people are behind this camera?
So in a particular scene like this, assume they're shooting it with
Okay, I'm sorry. I've just noticed that we are way behind on the super chats, like an hour. I apologize. I tried to get to him in like 10 minutes, but it's been a while because we watched an absolute horror show with these videos, and I was totally captivated by that. Sorry. So I'm sorry for being slow on the super chats here. DCV Titan with a $2 Canadian. She gave it up for free, hence why she's the PP. That's like, yeah, that was back when Sean was saying she gave up her she gave up her bargaining chip for free. Thank you so much for Island. Don't have the advantage of fake lips, hair, lashes, boobs, just deeply nerdy. That's our instructor, our teacher, Island here, working with the assets I have, just out here doing my best. Well, thank you very much for breaking down the etymology of props. Whiskey 77, what up, tards? They're just tarding along. Excuse me. It's happening with Harper. Did I miss a joke repeating Sean's name? Yeah, it's been an ongoing running thing for quite some time. It's just a thing. I don't even know how far back you'd have to go in Sean lore to pick that up, but it's been a while.
one camera A, okay? Then you're going to have your sound, you're going to have your sound mixer, you're going to have your camera, your DP, director of photography, you're going to have your first AC, generally a focus puller, first assistant camera, you'll have a second assistant camera. More than likely wardrobe is going to be on set as well, hair and makeup as well. You could have even PAs on set standing there. So you're looking at anywhere in a scene like this between 6 and 11 people out there.
Is it advisable?
I'm sorry, props, of course, I love props.
Okay. Is it advisable for Ms. Gutierrez to wait until the last minute to tell the crew to get out of the way?
No, the direction of firing should have been established prior to the scene. Which way is Mr. Baldwin going to point that weapon? Which way is Mr. Baldwin going to discharge that weapon? Where he's going to walk and in what angle is he going to walk? His starting point, his ending point, and you take all of those things into consideration along with the type of load he's firing, and then you move your crew out appropriately.
Okay.
Second, I'm going to shoot right. You want to go inside the camera? I don't want to shoot toward you. Okay, right here. Okay, I'm going to shoot close to you. Here we go. Set. Here we go. Ready. And go.
This movie's gonna suck so bad.
Motherfucker.
What?
So, can you give us an idea? Is it important when you're on a movie set and you hear the word cut? Is it important that the actors not continue to fire the guns?
Yes. And then when you say cut, everything stops. And it's not just from a creative standpoint, it's also from a safety standpoint. Keep in mind, you're dealing with stunts, special effects, explosives, et cetera, et cetera. So when the word cut is said, everything should cease immediately.
So in this instance where Mr. Baldwin was firing the gun after the word cut, is there anything that you would have done?
I would file that under the category of going, as the old saying goes, off script. He went off script there and fired for whatever reason that I guess he felt he needed to, but I would have probably said something to him about that as well.
He felt he needed to.
I would have asked him why he did it, and I would probably phrase it in a way that it was like, is something wrong with the firearm? Did you have it cocked with your finger still on the trigger? Why did that extra round go off at the end?
Yeah. Now, obviously, Ms. Gutierrez is not as experienced as you are.
Obviously.
Does her
Obviously.
lack of experience, in your opinion, change the amount of responsibility she has as the armorer on the movie set?
Once you take, I would like to expound on that.
Sure, move your microphone a little closer if you can, if it will move. Okay.
Once you take on the responsibility of safety for another person, you take on the responsibility of making sure that you do what's necessary, even if it's inconvenient, even if it's not in your best interest. And if that isn't something that you feel capable of doing, then you should never step into that position. And it's unfortunate, I feel, that Ms. Gutierrez's experience level on this film may not have worked in her favor. It's the best thing I could probably say there. However, she took the position, and therefore these people on the movie set depended on her guidance and her professionalism to keep anyone from being harmed. And convenience isn't an option at that point.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness. Can I unplug now?
Woof. Now this is going to be interesting. This cross-examination, I have no clue what he's going to do. I don't know. I'm just scrolling through to see how we're doing on time. We're about 15 minutes behind. Wow. They're going to go to lunch. We'll catch up and we'll call it a day at the lunch break. Wow. What is he going to do?
Yes, sir. I want to first talk to you about your experience and background. It sounds like you were in the police force for how many years?
I worked on and off in different law enforcement groups since about, I want to say about 94 up, and I would bounce back and forth to different departments.
How many years total were you in the police force?
If you count total, I would say probably 4 or 5.
Okay. You were in SWAT?
I worked on New Orleans Police Force SWAT near Katrina.
Okay, sir, and you were in Katrina?
That's right.
And then you also worked after that. That's when you started in the movie industry.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir, so how would you say in total, how many years do you have firearms experience?
Including film?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, I would think. If you feel old, probably 30 plus years.
Okay, and in 30 plus years, I take it you've developed protocols, you've developed best practices over that time. That's probably evolved.
Yes, sir.
So, sir, when you started, is it fair to say you probably didn't have those same practices you have now?
That would be correct.
Okay, and you've been trained both in the military, the police and the film industry, and over time you've developed those series of practices and protocols.
Correct.
Okay, sir, and do I understand from that there is no national certification of armorers?
That is correct, especially in the southeastern United States.
Okay, sir, and that means there's no governing body that certifies how much training or experience armorers have to have?
Correct.
Okay, and I know that you said earlier that 40 hours of training was something that you would think would be required. Am I wording that correctly?
Yes, sir, as a minimum.
Okay, as a minimum. Now, and that's from your experience and background, but that's not in any kind of protocol or written format as in an armor.
That's correct, sir. And those hours, if I might add, would just be for safety handling. If you're going to additionally add the work as a professional armorer, you would need some OTJs, on the job training under tutelage.
Okay, sir. So ideally, there would be a national body that would have a set hours, 40 hours minimum, then on the job training a certain amount, and that would be the practice before an armorer is certified.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, at the time of this movie, obviously in 2021, that was not the case. Is that correct, sir? To
the best of my knowledge, yes, sir.
Okay. And also, there's a difference, is there not, between union and a non-union armorer?
Well, you can be in the union and work on a non-union show. The union armors, depending on which union you're in, like the 44 out of California has different regulations and different safety standards. So really is the point of union gauges and follows the craft a little bit better, but it kind of interchanges depending on which job you want to work on.
Okay, now when from working over the course of your career, there's different tiers. There's lower tier movies, lower budget, and there's higher tier movies. Correct. Okay, sir, and I think you said that in your practice now, where you're at now, you try to work with the higher tier movies. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, sir, and you're established. You have your production company. You try to work with the reputable suppliers like ISS, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're aware from your experience that people just starting out that may be working on these lower tier movies, you're not going to have the kind of resources, management support, that kind of thing. Is that a fair statement?
Would be.
Okay, sir. On those lower tier movies, would you agree with me? A lot of times because they're lower budget, because of how they allocate funds, there's unsafe practices that may occur.
That is correct. That would be a correct statement.
Okay, sir. And would you also agree that the production has some responsibility as well to set the safety tone and to make sure certain safety practices are occurring on that set?
Most certainly.
Okay, sir. And that would also include the first assistant director?
Well, the first assistant director kind of runs the tone and tempo of the movie set itself, whereas the production company would be the governing body that would put these safety standards into practice that are already present.
Okay, sir. And part of that safety responsibility, for example, if there were negligent discharges like there were in this film, there should be a chain of custody and reporting format, and then something done to address that if there's a safety issue like that. Would you agree?
I would.
Okay, sir. And on this set, you knew that from your review and your work in this case, there were 2 negligent discharges. Is that correct?
Correct. I'm familiar with one. The second, I believe, may have been the prop master. I'm not 100% sure what the second one was, but I know there were 2.
Okay, sir. And on both of those, you don't know all the ins and outs of them, but you just know kind of what they occurred. One involved the prop master, Sarah Zachary. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, you said earlier, and I've heard this phrase before, I'm familiar with it, 2 is 1 and 1 is none.
Correct.
So, sir, I think you applied that in this set to, ideally, would you believe there should have been 2 armors?
Yes, they should have had more than 1 armor of this movie.
Okay, and that's because, in your opinion, this was a gun-heavy set, is that right?
Yes.
So, on a gun-heavy set like this, it's ideal to have 2 armors. Were you aware that the Rust Production Company actually had Ms. Gutierrez Reed working as a part-time armor?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and is that, so that, because you believe there should have been 2, I take it that's not an advisable practice on this movie?
No, it is not.
Okay. And were you aware that Ms. Gutierrez Reed sometimes would have them to do props duties and take away from her armor duties?
Yes.
Okay. And sir, in anything that you read, were you ever aware that on days when they brought out real firearms, Ms. Gutierrez Reed also would have to run and do props duties?
It is my understanding that she was having to do that continuously.
Okay. And sir, were you aware, or have you learned in your course of your review that the production treated Ms. Gutierrez Reed, some days were prop days, some days were armor days, and that's how they allocated that?
From a financial standpoint, yes.
Okay. And sir, if they bring out real firearms and it's a prop day, those firearms don't magically change into props, obviously. They still require an armor. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, you said that those firearms should first come from a legitimate prop house, verified safe source, and that chain of custody is very important. Is that right, sir?
That is correct.
Okay. And chain of custody, because you were a police officer, is also important in evidentiary items.
That's right.
Okay. So with regard to a firearm, you want to maintain that chain of custody as the armor and going to the actor and coming right back. Is that fair?
That's fair to say.
Okay. Now, if on this set, if the first assistant director took possession of that, I think you've already said that should never happen. Is that right, sir?
That's correct.
Okay. And under no circumstance should the first assistant director be possessing those firearms. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I know that you also said that multiple layers of safety is important. And on this, several of the videos, we'll get into those more in a second, but I noticed Mr. Halls, the first assistant director. I don't know if you knew what he looked like, but Ms. Morrissey said to assume. Did you see that individual?
I did.
Okay. Now, in certain videos that we saw, if Ms. Gutierrez Reed is not present, do you understand under the safety bulletin that then that falls to the first assistant director for responsibility for safety?
The safety aspect, yes, but the gun handling, no.
Okay. So under that scenario, if Ms. Gutierrez Reed, for example, has been sent off to do props duties, would it be incumbent on the first assistant director to call her back? Somebody call her back to come back and deal with the gun handling?
Yes.
Okay. So if there's a circumstance where that happens, you would expect as a professional armor with your years of experience, somebody to call her back and say, come back, we need you on this gun scene.
Right. If there was a firearm needed to be delivered to or used in a scene, then yes, they should have called her back. She should have been present.
Okay, sir. And with regard to the union that we talked about briefly, in the early stages, do you know people have to get certain hours to become a part of the union?
That's correct.
Okay. And while you're doing that, sometimes people have to take jobs in these lower tier movies.
That is true.
Okay. And again, to do that, sometimes you're going to have to deal with situations where you have a part-time.
Well, thank you, Patrick.
But that's not something you would ever think would be advisable for an armor.
No, it should not be.
Okay. And sir, let me ask you this. Even if it's a movie set with two guns or a really small grouping, is it ever advisable to have a part-time armor like this?
So what you're describing is a day player versus a run of show, ROS. And so, yes, sometimes if there's a show that's only using a couple scenes that have firearms in it or a few firearms, then they can call in an armor for a day player, 1 or 2 days to come in and handle that one particular thing, and then that'd be it.
Okay. And when would a day player scenario be okay to do?
I can tell you one of the last times I worked on Interview with a Vampire, the latest television series, and they had one scene in a funeral home where the actor was shooting a derringer at someone, and they called me in to day play for that exact scene only, and that would be an example.
Okay, but on this particular, I'm sorry about that.
I didn't know there was an Interview with the Vampire series.
Yeah,
Okay, okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Is on this particular Western set, when you've got so many firearms, you wouldn't have a situation where you have a day player, that kind of thing.
No, I would not think so. It's too many moving parts, too many firearms out at all times.
Because we saw in those videos, and I understand what you're saying, there was a lack of muzzle discipline in several scenes, and you described that. We didn't see, though, in fairness, the entire video of the context. Would you agree with that?
Just a clip, that's all we saw.
Okay. So in fairness, sir, you don't know at times when you were saying, I assume, you don't know if Ms. Gutierrez-Reed came up after and said something to those people about muzzle discipline?
No, I do not.
Okay. And sometimes, and I'm not holding this because you're just looking at the clip too, like all of us, but in certain situations where you might think there's a full blank, there might be a quarter load. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So in fact, another scene I think we were looking at, you talked about replacing a replica with a live weapon, and he was going to get thrown back into the wall. In that instance, I don't know if you were totally sure whether that was a replica.
I was not.
Okay. On the Rust set, there were primarily real firearms. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Do you know, sir, how many replicas there were?
I do not. Not into that count.
Okay. So in general, every time the Rust set had guns out on that set, they should have had the armor present doing armor duties. Is that right?
Yes.
And in fact, I think you said they should have had two armors.
That would be very fair.
Okay. And sir, with regard to the industry, you may have answered this if you have, I'm sorry, but is there any specific licensing requirement for armors in the industry?
It is not.
Okay. Is there any specific checklist or written protocols for duties of an armor?
Industry standard and safety protocols put out by IATSE and SAG, et cetera, and CSATF. But aside from those guidelines put out, it's pretty much industry standard. There's no hard and fast rules other than just what's expected on set.
Okay, so I know with your professional experience and how long you've been doing this, you've developed very good practices and best practices. But in terms of an armor just starting out, there's nothing really to guide a specific checklist, for example.
Nothing short of the Cooper's 4 rules.
Cooper's 4 rule, which I want to touch you about that for a second. Those are what you described. Treat every firearm as loaded. Don't point at something you don't want to destroy, and keep your finger on the trigger guard unless you're ready to shoot. Those kind of things.
That is correct, yes, sir.
And sir, you saw several clips of Mr. Baldwin violating those rules.
Correct.
Okay, and I think towards the end, I want to talk about that a little more. But he was using the firearm to point people
in that particular scene, yes, sir.
Okay, and he also, I think, did you notice if he had his finger in the trigger guard in any of those?
In that particular scene, I noticed that he did not. He had it on the trigger guard on the outside.
Okay. And was that the one where Ms. Gutierrez-Reed was present?
That was one where she advised crew to step away from the line of fire.
Okay. So do you know whether she had also told Mr. Baldwin before the scene to make sure he didn't have his finger in the trigger guard?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, in that particular video, clearing the line of fire is an important part of what an armor does. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So, and Ms. Gutierrez-Reed did indicate she was trying to do that.
Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to vintage weapons in this type of Western set, in your experience and training, do they require any specific training for safe use?
Not apart from what we've talked about, the basic. They're not a complex weapon system. They're very rudimentary weapon system. In fact, one of the first modern types of firearms in that category. So aside from just safe weapons handling, they don't require any specificity in that.
Okay, sir. Now, I know that you testified earlier that you're a big proponent of training.
There.
Sounds like, okay. Now, were you aware in this Rust set that production had a one-day training with all the actors in production?
Yes, I heard that.
Okay, sir. And to you, with your background experience, to you, would that have been advisable to have everybody trained in mass on that one day?
It would not have been advisable. It all depends also on the level of experience for each individual actor. Some may have more experience. You can vet them out pretty quickly by just speaking to them for a moment and see how they, what actionable words they give you back for your questions. Having said that, you make your decision on who needs more training or less training based off of that. But having a one-day mass training is not the best way of doing it.
Okay, sir. And with regard to the stuntmen, were you ever aware in your review of this case that they were not participants at that training?
I did not know if they were or not. No.
Okay. You talked about the steps an armor should take to prepare a particular scene. Now, one of them, and it can it vary by the complexity of the scene?
It would very much, well, the basic fundamental safety things of checking the firearm, doing an audit on the firearm weapons that you're going to use, the ammunition you're going to use, that remains a standard. Now, you're exactly right. In fact, that if you're using a M249 or something that's a complex belt-fed weapon system, crew-served weapon system, then you would need to have more training, more time spent with it, and complex. In this particular case, we're dealing with the more vintage, as you said, rudimentary weapon.
Yes,
so yes, to answer your question directly, yes, the more complex, the more time needed.
Okay. And sir, did you know on the day, October 21st, that production was about 2 hours behind schedule?
I was aware that they were behind. I didn't know exact time.
Okay. And in a situation where I know you said you need to slow down, but you knew they were probably in a rush situation that day, at least a little faster.
Correct.
Okay. Now, is it advisable in those instances to have a safety briefing before a scene with firearms every time?
Yes. Each day you should have a safety briefing if firearms going to be used, and camera can rush all they want to, or props can rush all they want to, but those three areas of the set that are dangerous, they need to always take their time.
Okay. So sir, I want to ask you if you would assume that for a moment that Baldwin is in the church. He's has the weapon. Ms. Gutierrez Reed is outside. She's not aware that he's going to be using that weapon. At that point, he goes off script, calls an audible, and starts using it. Should someone in that church have gone and got Ms. Gutierrez Reed and brought her in?
If Ms. Gutierrez was not present in there with the live weapon, then someone should have looked up at the point and said, "Where's our armorer?" and called her in.
Okay. And that would have been important for her to come in and monitor that scene, do the safety briefing, those kind of things with Mr. Baldwin. Is that right, sir?
Safety briefing generally is conducted by the first assistant director, and then sometimes the armorer is allowed to speak if anything is needed to be done at that point in time. But yes, before that is used or any of that stuff is implemented into the day, then those things should have been done.
Okay, sir. And as part of that, would you expect that they call her back in? She needs to take the weapon, do that safety check you talked about with Mr. Halls, the first assistant. Then once
I shall return ASAP.
The weapon cleared it with at least her DP or her first assistant director, a 2-part check, and then obviously the actor that's handling it and anyone else in the room.
Okay, sir.
That wanted to see it.
Yes. Okay. And were you aware whether Ms. Gutierrez Reed was having to attend to prop duties on the moment of the 21st when Mr. Baldwin did do the rehearsal scene?
No, sir. I was not aware of what she was doing.
Okay. Some of those videos that we watched just now, did you notice that Mr. Baldwin was essentially ordering people around?
Yes.
And I think we saw one of them where he said something like, go, 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 reload, reload, something like that. Right. Okay. I think you said that here we see Mr. Baldwin ordering not only the armor, but with like the camera crew. Right. Okay. Now, in that instance, when she's being ordered, I think you mentioned that you would step in and say, take them aside generally and say, we're going to have to slow down. This is a safety issue. Right. Okay. Now, with regard to an A-list actor like Mr. Baldwin, would you agree that it would be difficult for a young armor trying to get in her second or third production? She's not had 100 productions. Would that be a difficult situation?
It would be a difficult situation.
Okay. And with that much speed and that much happening and being rushed, and it's Alec Baldwin, is that something that it didn't look like anybody was doing anything?
No.
And including, I think we saw Mr. Halls in a few of those. It didn't look like he said anything either, did he?
It didn't appear to.
Okay. With regard to the props department, I forgot to ask you something. Miss Sarah Zachary was the props head. Were you aware of that?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and were you aware whether she was Miss Gutierrez Reed's boss as part of that department?
Yes, typically the prop master is the boss of the armor. Correct.
Were you aware whether Miss Zachary had training in the use of firearms from Seth Kenny?
No, I wasn't aware of that. The only knowledge I had of her was her statements that she was not proficient with firearms. Okay.
Had to wrestle me up a 4 a.m. protein
I think
bar.
you mentioned in your direct testimony, if she was trained or proficient, then there's a certain instance where she can handle weapons as well.
Correct.
Okay.
Sorry for the noise.
You talked a little bit about gun safes and properly maintaining weapons. Were you aware whether production provided Ms. Gutierrez and Ms. Zachary a prop cart?
I'm not aware of the prop cart.
Okay. Did you know the quality of the safe that was provided to them?
No, sir.
Okay. And do you know, I know you said you had a Pelican box, but do you know whether they provided Ms. Gutierrez Reed anything like that?
I do not.
Some of those scenes in the videos we saw, there's blank fire by Mr. Baldwin, and the cameras are right there. We just went through that. Did you see any of those plexiglass shields?
Flat on the front of it. I did not. I think maybe there was one on the front of ACAM but I'm not aware of it for 100%. But it may have been one on there. Thinking back now.
And can you tell the jury what those plexiglass shields are used for?
So the plexiglass shields are used to, you would hope that they were there to protect the operators, but they're really there to protect the cameras. So the cameras are very expensive, and they don't want them damaged in the middle of any kind of gunfire or anything of that nature. Generally small shields that go over the lens of the camera to avoid any kind of damage.
Okay, sir, and as part of that, would you agree that in Hollywood there's certain tricks they try to use to make sure, even though it looks like it's pointed at the camera, so it's actually pointed camera right or left?
That's correct.
Okay. And in some of those videos, is it fair to say that, in fact, one, I think you mentioned Ms. Gutierrez Reed was holding a shotgun with the muzzle point upward. Is it fair to say it's difficult from that angle to determine whether it was pointed directly at her or away from her?
The angle of the firearm would be hard to determine, but the general handling would be pretty.
You don't have the barrel pointing up.
Say that it should have been pointed differently.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Muzzle should have been down.
A couple questions about the dummy rounds inside. I think you said you inspected them. Did you find a mixture of types of dummies?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And sir, you've done 100 films as an armor. You've been around this business a long time. Was it your conclusion these were lower quality dummies, for lack of a better word?
That would be correct.
And some of them, is it true that some of them rattled, some of them did not?
As far as the rattling, I'm not sure if all of them rattled or did not. I know that some of them had holes drilled in the base of them. They were just a mixed assortment.
And sir, did you also know there was a round called a Denix round? Are you familiar with those?
I'm familiar
that
with
is correct, Bush.
Middx, I believe it's a Spanish company. They make a lot of
broken
replicas
open and muzzle down.
They do make fake. I wouldn't call them a dummy. They would call them a fake bullet. They don't make them to industry standards. They make them to, let's say you had a display case in your office and you wanted it to look like an old West gun from New Mexico. You have the weapon in there, which was a replica that looked very authentic, but it wasn't a live gun. And then you have some of those Denix rounds in there to look like you had the live rounds in there. They would be for display only.
For display only. Yes. Now, would you think it with a part-time armor, various types of mixture of dummy rounds, including rounds that rattle and rounds that don't, Is that a safe situation when somebody's trying to manage that?
No.
And are you aware that production was the one that sourced the ammunition?
No.
Purchased the ammunition.
I'm not aware of who actually purchased it. No.
Okay. In general, in your experience on movie sets, when ammunition needs to be purchased, is that through the props department, production, or who does that?
Generally, the props department via the armorer, and whoever the armorer is gives their recommendation of where they would like to get this from, and then they submit the invoice to production to be reimbursed. On the lower production, it would be fair to say that the production may pay directly to the source of the ammunition, but most importantly, it's through the chain of the armorer or the prop master if they're a certified person.
Dummy rounds, as I understand, are really expensive.
Okay, sir. Now these dummy rounds cost some money. Not super expensive, but
Weird.
Well, there's various types, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So you wouldn't typically just throw the dummy rounds away after a set scene, would you?
No.
Okay. I think you mentioned that obviously live rounds never have a place on set.
Correct.
Okay. So as part of the safety bulletins, you mentioned Mr. Baldwin had a replica Denix 45 and also the real 45 Colt. Is that true?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. Under the safety bulletins, isn't it advisable to use rubber weapons whenever possible?
Yes, absolutely.
So in the tragic situation when Mr. Baldwin was doing the blocking rehearsal, with your training experience about how long you've been in this, would it have been advisable never to use a real weapon in that scene?
Absolutely.
And in fact, under a blocking where you're not even filming, would you ever want to use a live weapon?
There's absolutely no need for it unless the actor specifically requested, in which case we fall back to the protocol. We talk about the armor being present, et cetera, et cetera. You can, in a blocking scene, literally props many times have Nerf guns or you shoot your finger. I mean, it's just for drawing focus and trying to make sure that everything is in the right spot that it's supposed to be in.
Yes, sir. Okay. And so with regard to that, if Mr. Baldwin, I don't know if you're aware of this, if he always preferred the real weapons, is that something that would have been advisable?
It would have been a bit outside the norm. I have worked with some actors that from time to time wanted to use the real weapons. It just costs more time and effort on the armorer's part to be present each time you're doing a blocking scene with something that's not necessary.
Okay. Just a moment, sir. I'm just reviewing these. Okay, I want to move to the videos just that we watched now. 149. Again, we're not certain if Ms. Gutierrez-Reed was present or not in that particular video.
Is that the one with the camera panned 90 degrees, or was that just?
And I'm sorry, that was the first one we watched.
When the young actor came up close to camera?
Yes.
I can't see behind camera, so not sure who was there.
Okay. Now I know that you mentioned that with regard to the next video we played, that we know now that there were live rounds on set.
That's right.
So Mr. Baldwin would need to treat the real weapon as if it was loaded.
That's right.
Okay. Now, in the review of this case, you're not certain when those live rounds appeared on set. What day? Is that right?
No.
Okay. Or how they got on set.
No.
Okay. But in any event, Mr. Baldwin at that moment should have still treated that weapon as if it was loaded, going back to the other rules.
Correct.
Did you read the OSHA report in this case?
I was part of it, some of it.
Okay. And do you know that they found fault with production for several safety violations?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you know that those safety violations for that there was a financial penalty?
Correct.
Okay. On this particular budget, did you review any of the budgetary items for Rust?
Not many. Not many. No.
Did you look at whether there was money budgeted for the armor?
I did not.
Okay. And one more on video 158. I know that there were some assumptions made about various things, but is it fair to say Ms. Gutierrez-Reed may have instructed, if we can't see it on the video, she may have made those instructions.
Remind me which one 158 was, please, sir?
That one, sir, and I'm getting a little confused, but Baldwin's yelling, one more, here we go, come on.
Gotcha.
Okay. And on that one, we don't know exactly what Ms. Gutierrez-Reed may have done.
No.
Okay. On video 160, this is where Mr. Baldwin instructs the armor how to do her job, telling her to, you saw that video.
Right.
Did you know whether the rounds in her fanny pack, whether they were sequestered?
I did not.
Okay. Who, in terms of the blocking of a scene, directs that? Is that the director?
The director generally blocked the scene along with the director of photography, the DP. They work together.
All right.
Last portion you talked about, you said that Baldwin went off script, and that was the video where they yelled cut, and Mr. Baldwin cussed, and he fired.
Right.
And again, would you agree that's an unsafe practice Mr. Baldwin is known?
Sure. Yes, absolutely.
And now that we know what happened, we now have seen another instance where he went off script, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, man, just a moment.
All right. Looks like we got about 30 minutes before lunch.
You don't have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
All right, redirect.
Mr. Carpenter, when you first started out as an armorer, would you have held a shotgun with the barrel pointing in the direction of your own head?
I would not.
And when you first started out as an armorer, would you have permitted a stuntman to hand a double barrel shotgun to a child?
I would not.
Good
so
questions.
those aren't things that you learned over the years not to do, correct?
They're just kind of smart.
Can everyone hear Mr. Carpenter? Okay.
Sorry, guys.
The dangerous handling of the shotgun in the videos by the stuntman, was it ongoing?
It was.
And did you ever see Ms. Gutierrez intervene?
Not in the videos that I watched, no.
Did you ever hear her voice call out to the stuntman telling him not to do that?
I did not.
And during those videos that we saw with the stuntman and the gun, he was actually on numerous occasions pointing the gun at people, correct?
Correct.
And he was doing that when cameras were not rolling.
That is correct.
Is it the armorer's job to make that stop?
It is.
Regardless of whether this is their first movie or their 100th movie?
Correct. The safety protocols are in place to mitigate accidents, and they're there for a reason. That you have to follow the standard of safety, i.e. checking firearms, checking rounds, checking dummies, and maintaining, again, I know I've said this more than a few times, maintaining the 4 safety rules in their entirety.
And you indicated that a lot of the training that armorers receive is on-the-job training, right?
That's correct.
And in reviewing the discovery in this case, did you become aware of how Ms. Gutierrez received her training?
Somewhat. I understood that it was a little bit of tutelage from her father, from Phil Reed, and that is about all that I knew.
And let me stop you there. Are you aware of who he is?
I am.
And based on what you know of Mr. Reed, is he qualified?
He's a qualified armorer to work. He works in a specific genre of films more than anything, and he's been on a lot of major shows.
Does he have a reputation in the industry?
He does.
Oh, sure.
All right.
Based on everything that you know about this case, was it a low-quality dummy round that killed Ms. Hutchins?
No.
And whose responsibility is it to ferret out any possible live rounds on a movie set?
It's the armorer's responsibility.
And sir, I want to ask you, have you ever worked on a movie set where you discovered live rounds?
I have.
Oh.
And how did you discover them?
I came in initially as a day player, then left the show. Unfortunately, the prop master had a health issue. The show called me back in to do run of show for the rest of the show. So I'd been gone and did not know what they had, what the equipment was, et cetera, et cetera. So the first thing that you do is an audit of the entirety of their equipment. So I went to the safe, went through all the safe, all the firearms, looked at everything, went through all of their dummy rounds that they had available. And I picked up, you've done this long enough, you can just pretty much know it by feel. I picked up a box of 12 gauge rounds that were used for set dressing, which is just decoration such as this handkerchief or that pair of glasses on a set in a scene where these bad guys were just loading their guns, getting ready to do something bad. And that had apparently been used in a scene prior to me being on the show. I picked up the box of shells and they were in a plastic container. I immediately felt the weight was wrong on. And I took one out, looked at it, and it appeared to be live to me. I took it back to the workstation, dissected it, and it was a live round. At that point in time, regardless of the health issues the prop master had, I immediately contacted him and said, what happened? And I said, we're shutting everything down. We're taking everything out of this truck, getting rid of everything on the set immediately. And he said, absolutely.
Okay.
That's what we did.
So you actually just stopped production?
I stopped our part of it. Nobody was getting a firearm out on set, period. They can film the scene on the beach if they want to, but no one can get a firearm at that point.
And you found the live ammunition by just doing your inventory, correct?
That is correct.
There was a safe in the prop truck.
On a movie set, whose responsibility is it to maintain chain of custody of a gun?
It is the armor.
And whose responsibility is it to maintain chain of custody of ammunition?
The armor.
In your opinion, should Ms. Gutierrez have given the gun to Mr. Halls?
No.
Should Ms. Gutierrez have given the gun to Mr. Halls and then left the room?
No.
And let's say that she's got prop duties. Is that an excuse for an armorer to leave the room and leave a real gun out of her sight?
Unfortunately, no.
When you are an armorer on a movie set, and let's say you also have prop duties, how do you prioritize those things?
They generally, if it's a movie where they only have a few firearms, you can work props on the days that there's no firearms present and armor on the days that weapons are present. But on intermingling, the two never shall meet. In other words, if there's firearms on set and you're doing prop duties, you're an armorer. You're not a props person because you cannot do both jobs adequately.
Okay. And are you aware that October 21st, 2021, she was actually, that was one of her armorer days?
I was not aware of that.
Based on your review of the documents in this case, who loaded the gun before it was handed to Mr. Halls?
Ms. Gutierrez.
And on a movie set, whose responsibility is it to ensure that anyone handling a gun on set has received proper training?
The armor.
Mr. Bowles asked you a question about whether or not it would be difficult for a young armorer just starting out to perhaps ruffle the feathers of, I think he referred to him as an A-list actor.
Mm.
And you indicated that that might be a difficult position. Is that right?
That is correct.
Is the armorer required to do it anyway?
If it becomes a safety issue, yes.
In your opinion on the set of Rust, was it a safety issue?
Yes, it was.
You were asked some questions about Ms. Zachary being Ms. Gutierrez's boss. And I want to ask you, in the film industry, can the prop master tell the armorer what to do with regard to firearms?
They can administratively tell them what to do with firearms, i.e., we're not going to use any today on scene for this reason, or maybe they choose to get the firearms from a different location that the armorer wants. But from a safety standpoint, the armorer is the final say.
And you were asked some questions about the safe that was used to hold the guns in this case. Were you aware that Ms. Gutierrez actually picked out the safe?
I was not.
Hannah said the rifles and shotguns were real.
And you were asked some questions about Mr. Baldwin demanding that he have his real gun during the blocking. Who permitted the real gun to be used during the blocking rehearsal by Mr. Baldwin?
What did I say about approaching from now on? Come up on every step.
All right, now see, this is an interesting thing. She is now, right now, as of this minute, officially shut down speaking objections. Now, if you have an objection, you're going to approach the bench. This is the moment you were all waiting for when they cut off the they cut off the speaking objections. Daily Quick Bite says there's no fact and evidence. Again, like as I just said, Hannah said that the rifles and shotguns were real. She included those in the list of live real weapons that were on set.
Do you recall the question?
Could you repeat, please?
Who permitted the real gun to be used during the blocking rehearsal by Mr. Baldwin?
Ms. Gutierrez.
All right. I don't have anything else. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Can I ask a few more questions?
Do you have any objection to that?
As long as they remain within the scope of redirect, I do not have an objection.
Go ahead.
So a few more questions on that last question. You're not certain whether, or do you know whether Mr. Halls handed Mr. Baldwin the weapon?
It's my understanding that he did hand the weapon off to Mr. Baldwin.
And is your understanding as well that Ms. Gutierrez Reed was not in the church at the time Mr. Halls handed him the weapon?
Also true, yes, sir.
Okay. And with regard to the prop duties that were discussed on redirect, were you aware whether production was directing Ms. Gutierrez Reed to focus more on props duties?
I was not.
Okay. Were you aware that on the day in question, there were a number of props that needed to be present?
No.
Judge pulling him up there by herself. He's done. Whew, okay, let me tell you what I thought about that. First, let's get through these super chats and a couple of others that I have flagged here. Afix, what's up, Afix? It's been a minute. How you doing, brother? Trying to shout out to a friend. Hi, people in court. Hey, person in court, you shouldn't be watching this. I hope you see it later. Good to see you, Afix. And Adara the Wholesome. What's up, Adara? That man's head is a signal mirror. Holy guacamole. Little. See, I have a little bit, I shave it like once every 3 weeks and it gets shiny for a day or so, but yeah, he has to work on his. I actually have hair. He seems to have none, but just like a little dusting of baby powder would go a long way. Go a long way to taking the shine off of it. Thank you so much, Adara, for the super chat. Rachel K says, "Are people going to watch to see how bad so the movie will end up making money?" See, this is the problem. I mentioned this a couple of days ago. I'm torn by this. I don't want anyone to see this movie. I don't want it to make any money. On the one hand, because of all this shit and because of Alec Baldwin. But on the other hand, the civil settlement with Halyna Hutchins' family gave them as probably the bulk of their compensation. I assume they got some amount of cash, but what I believe to be the bulk of the settlement comes from they get points on the box office, as I understand it. I hope it's the box office and not the actual profits, because movies have a way of never making profits. But so their compensation depends on the success of the film, so people should go watch it, so that Halyna's family gets things. I think that was a pretty shitty underhanded deal that the Baldwin and the other companies did with that for the civil settlement. Here, we'll give you a chunk of the profits. So that creates a situation where people need to see it in order for the family to get compensation. JKD Buck, dude is doing his job, deflect blame. He has to in light of those movies. And so is the whole line of questioning just trying to deflect responsibility from Hannah onto Alec, since he was the one calling all the shots and whatnot. That's the takeaway that I got from. I mean, the direct was crushing and damaging. I mean, it was just crushing. The defense, he did the right thing from the defense perspective. I think. He didn't attack the guy's credentials. That would have been stupid. He didn't try to say Hannah did good things. That would have been dumb. He did what he had available to him, which was deflect. She had the pressure. She was doing the two jobs. She couldn't rush. She couldn't confront him. He deflected. Other people were to blame. She was sort of trying to make the implication that she is the product of everyone else's bad choosing, everyone else's bad mistakes, everyone else's negligence. She is the natural result of it, and she could not have done otherwise, given the tools and the situation at her disposal. Given the situation she was in, she couldn't have done better. That's what he's implying. And the problem with the deflection, is she gets to do the redirect. And then she gets to pull it right back into focus and basically crush his deflection. Now, some of it may be justified. Some of it may be real. But again, at the end of the day, she has her responsibilities. And two, I think, O.J. Simpson was almost 30 years ago. It was 29 years ago. But we've been watching that on Thursdays when we don't do trials. We watch the O.J. Simpson trial, and we're just about ready to wrap that up and move on to something else. But it's kind of like that, where they gave some very good scientific evidence. They gave some very good arguments as to who should be responsible, whether or not O.J. did it. But what I think the jury's going to remember from this is those videos. They're going to remember Hannah's own statements. They're going to remember the videos. And although he's saying it, she was having pressure, there wasn't the financing, the budget wasn't there, she wasn't getting any direction, she was told to do this, she was told not to do that, deflecting the blame, but the jury is going to remember what they just saw. Hannah not doing her job while people are waving guns around. Hannah saying it was my responsibility, I did this, I checked all of these, which is a lie. They're going to remember that. I said you had all this wonderful evidence in the OJ trial, but what the jury remembers is seeing OJ try to put on a glove that didn't fit, regardless of whether he faked, not being able to get his hand in there, regardless of whether it had shrunk from the dried blood on it, regardless of the fact that he had a medical glove on underneath it. They just know what their eyes told them. It didn't fit. And I think that's what the jury's going to take away from this. Hannah wasn't doing her job. There's guns being waved all over the damn place. And she said that was her responsibility. So he did the best he could. I can't fault him for what he did in his arguments and trying to deflect it. But I don't think it was effective, because on the redirect, she crushed him. And then I think the jury's going to walk away remembering the videos. That's my takeaway from his testimony. And if you agree or disagree, let me know here in chat while we go. All right, we are where are we now? 42 minutes, and then lunch 15. So we got about 20 more minutes of 1.5 speed, and then we'll be wrapping it up. Think she's going to jail. All righty, let's see who our next witness is, and we'll correct the banner.
All right, counsel approach.
Updated. Why is counsel approaching? That armor expert was a great witness.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, have a seat, talk into the microphone.
Good morning.
Morning.
Would you please state your name for the record?
My name's Ryan Winterstern.
And would you spell your last name for us, please?
Winterstern.
Thank you. Mr. Winterstern, were you involved in the Rust movie?
Yes.
And what was your involvement?
I'm sorry, I was watching the subtitles. The subtitles were wrong, and then they were wrong again. So I need to go back here. Winterston?
Yes.
All right, have a seat, talk into the microphone.
Good morning.
Morning.
Would you please state your name for the record?
My name's Ryan Winterstern.
And would you spell your last name for us, please?
Winterstern.
Thank you. Mr. Winterstern, were you involved in the Rust movie?
Yes.
And what was your involvement?
I was one of the producers.
And as a producer of the movie, can you give the jury an idea of what your description, your job description was as a producer?
Me specifically, or the producers in general?
You specifically.
I was one of the producers who helped procure the financing for the film.
Okay. And were you on the set of the filming pretty regularly?
Yes.
Okay. Would you say that you were on the set every day?
Yes.
Okay. And what would you typically do while you were on set?
It just depended on the day. Sometimes I'd be a liaison to the actors.
Okay. The primary reason that we've asked you here today is because the defendant testified at an OSHA, or actually it was an Occupational Safety Board hearing. And during the hearing, she testified that she spoke to two producers, one named Ryan and one named Nathan. She wasn't clear about the last names, but she did identify the first name. She said that she had come to Ryan and Nathan and complained that she needed additional armor time to work, in particular with Mr. Alec Baldwin concerning his cross draw. Do you have any recollection of a conversation with the defendant about her needing additional armor time?
I don't recollect that conversation.
Okay. And do you believe that she had that conversation with you, that it would be something you would have remembered?
I believe so, that I would, if the conversation did happen.
Okay. Did you have many conversations with her?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So it's likely something you would have remembered, you say?
I assume so.
Okay. Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Well, that. All right.
Good morning, Mr. Winterstern.
Good morning.
I believe you said that your involvement pertained to financing, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is the financing of a film gathering investors to contribute money for the funding of a film? Is that what you mean by that?
That could be part of it.
Okay. Now, can anyone just invest in a film, or do you have to be an accredited investor with a high net worth?
I believe anyone can invest in a film.
Okay. Is it true that a film that's made here in New Mexico can have it actually receive about 40% of its costs back as a transferable and sellable tax credit?
I don't know the exact. There's a tax credit though.
Okay, you don't know the specifics, but would you agree with me that there is a tax credit where you get costs back?
Yes.
And that tax credit is in fact transferable and sellable?
I don't know specifically. I know that at some point there's a credit that can be monetized.
Okay, and that credit that's monetized, that would be there regardless of whether the film even makes money at the box office, right?
I believe so.
So would you agree with me then that Rust was essentially a tax shelter?
I don't understand the question.
Okay, do you know what a tax shelter is?
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes. Oh, liar. You do too.
What is your? I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing here. So, do you know what a tax shelter is? Basically.
Objection. Ask and answer.
Well, if there's no counsel, because of the outburst yesterday, everything is approached. So come up.
This dude knows all about tax shelters. You're not going to get me to believe he doesn't know what a tax shelter is for one fucking second.
Now, you're one of the producers on this film. In the beginning, were there 6 producers for the film, or was it 10?
There were, I believe there were 6 people listed as producers.
Okay, and who were all the producers of Rust?
So there was myself, Alec Baldwin, Ryan Smith, Angel Nigam, Matt Del Piano, and Nathan Klinger.
Okay. Now, to me, I'm not greatly familiar with film. That sounds a little top heavy to me. Is that normal for a low budget film to have so many producers?
Yeah, they all chipped in $5.
I don't know specifically. I would say it could. Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Okay. And part of the producer's job, you mentioned financing, but it also involves the budget for the film, right?
Well, I mean, in terms of what?
In terms of the budgeting for how funds are going to be allocated to make the film.
Oh, a budget is made, but that would be by the line producer.
So you're saying that just the line producer makes the budget? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, the line producer is the one who creates the budget.
Did you have any role in helping create the budget?
I received the budget. I saw the budget, so I was.
He totally invested in this film for a tax write-off. He fucking
right.
knows
and you
it.
then approved the budget also, right?
Kind of like the speaking objections. It makes it go faster.
Involved in approving the budget. Mr. Winterstern, did you approve? Were you involved?
Okay, who is this attorney? Just catch up for those of you that weren't aware. Bald guy Bowles, he's been around since the early days, since her second interrogation by the police. The co-counsel was Mr. Bullion, Todd Bullion. He was the heavy set guy with the beard. They fired his ass a couple days ago. There was something that went on with him and Hannah, to where he wanted to withdraw. He filed his motion to withdraw, and the court said, "Sorry, no, you can't withdraw in the middle of the trial, and you have to remain as co-counsel, and you're not allowed to talk to Hannah because she doesn't want you to." Something happened, and I kind of agree with Sean, potentially criminal, was here earlier. He speculated that he thought, "Oh shit, we're in this, and you need to make a plea deal now," and she didn't want to. I think that's probably accurate. That would be my guess if I had to guess into what the problem was. He said we need to plea this, and she said no. But anyway, they got rid of him. They sidelined him, and then they brought on this new defense lawyer. She's the new defense lawyer. Yeah. What's her actual defense? She doesn't need it. The defense they're putting on is deflect, make it somebody else's fault. Raise doubts on whether or not these things actually occurred the way they said it, but also try to make it sound like somebody else's fault.
Involved in approving the budget in this case.
I would say that my role was to procure the financing to match the budget.
I see. Okay. And you became involved in this film. It was several months prior to the actual filming, right?
Yes.
How many months was it?
I don't know for certain, but roughly I would say 3 to 6 months would be safe.
So for 3 to 6 months before starting to film, you collaborated with the other producers to plan this film, right?
Yes.
And you planned who to hire?
Can you be more specific?
Sure. Who to hire in terms of the hierarchy? For instance, Gabrielle Pickle.
Yes.
Okay. And who to hire in terms of who is going to assist with props, armors?
No, that would come more closer to production.
Okay. Well, you were a producer, right? Oh, but I guess the question is, did you have any involvement in the process of hiring the armors?
No, not that I can recall.
But your planning did involve what resources to allocate, right? To the various departments for the film?
No, not that I recall.
Okay. Are you aware of the original budget for this film? I think you did say you were involved in the financing and reviewed the budget. So were you aware the original budget for this film was $7,000 for the armor, $7,000 for an assistant armor, and also funding for a full-time prop master?
No, not that I recall.
Okay. Are you saying that you don't recall what it is, or that that's not what you remember?
I think what I'm saying is that the line producer creates the budget, and it's predicated on union obligations, and so they would create that predicated on what that would be. I don't really get involved in what they call the below the line aspect of it.
Okay, so the below the line, you were above the line, right?
I believe a producer is part of the above the line.
And as a producer, you don't know what funds were set aside for the armor?
I did not know. Not that I recall.
Do you recall what day filming actually began?
Just specifically?
Right.
I know it would have been in October of 2021. I don't know. I can't remember the exact date. I would assume it was early October or around October 10th.
Okay. And do you know how many total filming days were allotted for this film?
I believe it was,
He
at the time, I
kind
believe it was
of he
21.
kind of does look like SBF, but with much
You said
better
you didn't
hair.
know, I believe, specifics on the budget breakdown for what was allotted for the armor, part-time or assistant armor, all of that. But were you aware that it finally came down to the set having just a part-time non-union armor with no assistant armor?
Like I said, I wasn't involved, so I don't recall specifically how those decisions were made.
Were you aware that Halyna Gutierrez was only working as an armor part-time? She was also working as props. Were you even aware of that?
Yes.
Why was this guy even called? This seems like a completely unnecessary witness.
Are you aware of what was finally allocated in terms of the armor for arrest?
I don't recall.
Are you aware whether there were any other armors who were willing to take the terms and the pay that was being offered?
I don't know. I don't recall.
Right. I think you said on direct that you were on location. You were on location every day, right?
Yes.
And once filming began, you were actually present for some of the filming itself, right?
Yes.
Flux doesn't
Who
like
was the
this guy.
actual signatory for the Rust Movie Productions, LLC?
My understanding is it to be Ryan Smith.
And he was also one of the producers, right?
Yes.
And he was on location during the filming as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. Was the owner of the Rust LLC ever at one time Alec Baldwin?
I'm sorry, can you ask the question again?
Yes. Was the owner of the LLC who owned the rights, let me rephrase that, to the movie ever Alec Baldwin or his company?
That was my understanding.
Okay. So I want to be clear. So if I understand what you just said correctly, Alec Baldwin was at one time the owner of the rights to Rust LLC? What can you
Just a minute, you objected.
I think I know.
She wanted to get out of that question.
And that he
Ownership of the movie rights. What was your understanding of Alec Baldwin's ownership?
that he had at some point commissioned a script or through his company, and that him or his company had controlled that script.
Okay, and you said had controlled that script. Did Alec Baldwin, to your knowledge, ever sell the rights back to Rust?
Yes, that in order for the film to get made, the rights were transferred to Rust Movie Productions LLC, from my understanding.
Okay. And was any part of your job as a producer to give direction to the stills photographer?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Were you were also there on location when the shooting occurred, right?
I was at base camp.
Right, and base camp is on location, right?
Yes, I assume so then, yes.
Well, I want to make sure you said previously, I believe, that you were on location every day, right?
Yes.
So you recall being there on location the day of the shooting?
Yes.
What did you do? I guess, how did you become aware of the shooting?
I heard it on a walkie-talkie.
Okay. And once you heard that, what did you do?
I headed towards set.
Okay. And when you got to set, is it true that Ryan Smith was already there on location?
Yes, from what I remember.
And there was actually an attorney representing the production company there on set too, right?
That I do not know.
You don't remember talking to an attorney on the day of the shooting?
I do remember there was someone, but I don't know what their role was specifically.
So sitting here today, are you saying you don't remember if there was an attorney on set the day of the shooting?
No, like I said, there was an attorney.
Okay.
But I don't know specifically what they were doing there.
Okay. Did you know that attorney, whether or not that attorney represented the production company?
I did not know at the time. No.
Do you know that now?
No, actually, I don't know.
Does this guy know
After the
anything?
shooting, did you see Alec Baldwin?
I just got piles of money. I don't know
Yes.
anything
Right
about
after the
it.
shooting, when you ran up there?
I don't recall exactly when I saw him specifically, but I do remember seeing him at some point after the shooting.
Do you ever remember seeing Alec Baldwin outside the church making phone calls after the shooting?
Yes.
And was Mr. Baldwin also there with his assistant Jonah at the time?
Yes.
And this is after the shooting?
Yes.
And did you talk to Mr. Baldwin in that moment?
I'm sorry, which moment?
The moment after the shooting, when you're there and you see him on the phone?
I did speak to him at certain points, I believe. Yeah, I remember speaking with him.
Okay. And have you communicated with Mr. Baldwin since the shooting?
Yes.
In fact, is it true that you did stay on the production after the shooting and finish the film, right?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to switch gears a little bit. Do you remember the morning of when the camera crew quit?
I'm sorry.
Do you ever remember the camera crew in this production of Rust quitting?
Yes.
Were you aware of any of the without telling us right now, were you aware of any of the grievances that the camera crew had about, were you aware of any of the grievances that they'd had throughout this production?
Yes.
She's
Were
not
you aware
very good at
whether any
asking
of those
questions.
grievances had to do with not being properly paid?
Not that I can recollect.
Were you aware of any of the grievances about regarding the camera crew quitting were about production ignoring requests about safety meetings?
Not that I can
No?
recollect.
Well, were you ever made aware of emails sent to emails sent by the camera crew stating reasons why they quit?
Well, there's only I can only recall one email.
So you were aware of an email that camera crew sent stating reasons why they quit? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't take any steps to try to remedy the situation with the camera crew?
My understanding that the people who were in charge were handling. So I just assumed that the people who needed to take care of however that needed to be handled were doing that job.
Okay, and so you assumed that people were in charge were handling it. Who would that be? Gabrielle Pickle?
Yeah, she'd be one of the people. Yes.
Would that be Dave Hall?
Would this be everybody but Hannah?
Yes.
Okay, it wouldn't be Hannah Gutierrez, right? She wasn't in charge, was she?
I think the context of that question matters.
Okay. Let's talk about, were you ever made aware of accidental discharges when making this movie?
I was aware of one.
All right, let's stop here before we get too far afield here. This guy has some impressive eyebrows. I mean, they go all the way down to like his lower eye. But wow. Again, if you ever had a question in your mind as to whether this was the trial of Hannah or Alec, now you know this is the trial of Alec. This guy's purely here for Alec. But first we have a massive super chat from Ian Soforth. You get the big foghorn for that. Wake up, everybody. It's foghorn time. You are now the official Law Racks of the day, having just eked out the position over our previous Vice Law Racks of the day, which was Examoon, just by a bit because you use British pounds. Thank you so much for that. Tax shelter. I'm sorry. Could you spell that? Yeah. This guy clearly knows what a tax shelter is. That's why people invest in shitty money, in shitty movies, especially movies that low budget ones that are expected to lose a lot of money so that they can write them off on their tax returns. They can get the tax breaks from making the movie, and they can write off their losses as tax deductions. This guy knows. This guy knows what a tax shelter is. That's just ludicrous to say he doesn't. And the DCV Titan, he was called because Hannah said she talked to Ryan about more Armorer time, and he's a Ryan. That was Ryan Smith, I believe, the other producer. Either he's the wrong Ryan, which I think he is. He doesn't remember the talk, or Hannah lied about asking. I think it's the wrong Ryan. I think she was talking to Ryan Smith. Wow. Just real quick here before we move on, we are at where are we at here? We are at, what have I done? I've lost myself. 531 concurrent viewers and 590 likes. We're 10 likes away from 600 likes. Do me a favor, people. Smash that like button. Let's get us up to 600 likes, because that's my target goal for every stream is 600 likes. Get that 600 likes. Come on, people. Just give me 10 more likes. And we picked up about 11 subscribers since we started. Thank you so much to the new subscribers. Hope you stick around for this and other things. We're going to be following this trial all the way to the end. Then we're going to go back and we're going to talk about the Clayton Eckert trial. There's been some developments in that. Not trial. The Clayton Eckert lawsuit. The former Bachelor contestant guy who was accused of impregnating a woman with twins from oral sex. We've got some developments in that we're going to be talking about, and everybody's begging me to get involved in the What the Hales thing. We're going to pick that up as soon as this trial is over. We'll get into the What the Hales drama and figure out what the hell is going on over there in Florida. But right now we're just doing this trial until we're to the end. And then the Karen Reed trial is supposed to start on March 12th. If that goes ahead as planned, we will pick that up. But I think the judge just delayed that a month. I think, if I recall correctly, I saw some news about that. I think that may have been delayed a month. or a few weeks anyway. We'll do Karen Reed whenever Karen Reed happens. So thank you very much so far. Let's keep us going. We are at exactly 600 likes. Thank you, chat. You guys rock. You got me there. Love you all. Let's figure out what else we're going to learn about Alec Baldwin and what he did wrong with financing, because somehow that shows Hannah was negligent. This witness is purely here for Alec Baldwin.
I can remember.
Did you, in fact, you said you were made aware of it. You actually heard it go off, didn't you?
That's how I was aware. I was aware.
Yeah, that's right. The Karen Reed was pushed
discharge,
back a month or so.
On set that you actually heard.
Like 2 days ago.
Did you direct
it was
any
pushed
safety
back.
meetings about that?
No.
Okay.
This trial is supposed to wrap up sometime around the 6th or the 8th. So Wednesday or Friday of next week.
To direct safety meetings? Or to tell your people that you need to do safety meetings? I heard this accidental discharge.
My understanding is that the AD department is the safety officers.
Okay, AD. Is that David Halls also?
Dave Halls would be the AD, yes.
Okay, but AD worked for production, right?
Yes.
And you're a producer, right?
Yes.
And Alec Baldwin is a producer, right?
Yes.
In fact, Alec Baldwin was not only the producer, he was also the star of the film, wasn't he?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that he would have significant influence over things that happened on that film?
I would say as an actor, yes.
And as a producer, right?
Like I say, it depends on the context.
Okay, and as an investor that benefits from those tax shelters?
I'm confused. I'm confused by that question.
Okay, I'll withdraw the question.
She's not very good at asking questions. I know I just said that, but she's not. A couple days ago, she wasn't very good at asking questions. She wasn't very good at asking questions here. I think it's just for familiarity with the case
Redirect.
at this point. She's not been there long enough to be overly familiar with the case.
The defense counsel just asking you about whether one of the complaints from the camera crew was accidental discharges on the set.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. Do you recall the defense counsel who was just standing up here asking you questions about whether one of the camera crew's complaints was regarding accidental discharges on set?
Yeah, come on up.
This guy's like, dude, I just gave money for a tax break, for a tax shelter that I don't know what it is, but that's why I just gave money. Don't ask me all these questions. I don't know. That's sort of him.
You were aware of at least one accidental discharge on set, correct?
Yes.
And who would you expect to be in charge, the person responsible for ensuring that there are no accidental discharges on set?
My assumption would be that it would be.
Overruled.
I would say it would be both the AD department overseeing safety, and also be obviously the role of the armor.
Okay, thank you.
All right, excuse, thank you. All right, we're going to take our lunch break.
Oh.
Please be back downstairs at 1 o'clock. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Thank you.
All right. Well, that's it, folks. That's all she wrote for today. We are now in the lunch break. The lunch break should just be wrapping up in about 10 minutes, but that's what we do here. We do a delayed and sped up deal. So if you don't want to spend your entire day watching it at normal slow speed, we do it. So we watch afternoon of the previous day and the morning of the current day. And now we're up to lunchtime. So what's going to happen from here on out for the next few days until Monday? Got several special circumstances that I'm dealing with. It's Thursday night here. Well, now it's Friday morning. It's 5 a.m. on Friday morning here in Korea, where I'm at. We have Friday is a holiday. Today is a holiday, so it's a 3-day weekend. 12 hours from now, I'm going to be on a plane to China for 3 days. We're going to spend Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in China. So we will not watch Friday session tomorrow. We'll do that on Sunday morning. But I'm basically ready and packed. I just have to get the house ready for a few days, get the person that's going to be taking care of the dogs over here to, show them the ropes for taking care of the dogs, do some laundry. If I have time, we will watch the afternoon session of today in the evening U.S. time. So we'll watch it a few hours from now, if I have time. So stay tuned, check Twitter, check my feed, make sure you're subscribed and the notifications are on. Make sure the notifications are on, because if we do watch the afternoon session a few hours from now, it'll be a very last minute impromptu thing. What holiday is it here? It's the Independence Movement Day. This March 1st is where it is one of the it's one of the movements for independence from Japan started. Yep, JKD Buck just got us here. It is Independence Movement Day. So it's sort of like the, hey, let's have a July 4th. It was like they're planning for the Independence Day. So it's the Independence Movement Day. It's the day the movement started. So again, I'm guessing if we do this, it'll be probably 5 or 6 hours from now. We might watch the afternoon session. If we don't, we'll do it on Sunday. Either way, we'll do Fridays on Sunday morning, US time. And then we'll be back on the regular schedule Monday. That's it, people. That was a wild day. That was weird. I think Hannah is screwed. After today, I think she's 100% screwed. Those videos were damning. That's what's going to be in the jurors' minds, not the deflecting that the defense tried to do. All the deflection in the world isn't going to erase what they saw. And the fact that Hannah said she was in charge of all that shit and it was her job to stop it from happening. Right. That's it. Thank you, mods, for being here. Thank you for doing this. Chat, you are and always will be the greatest chat on the entire internet. The Vice Squad rocks. And thank you so much. We did a thing that I forgot to do, and I owe you this, and this is going to hurt my soul. We did get to the we got to the $200 mark. So the very last thing I'm going to be doing is we have the $200 what I call punishment reward. It's my punishment, your reward. We have this bottle of soju here. This is Korean soju. It's sort of, if you don't know what soju is, it's like sake, but Korea. It's the Korean rice wine thing. Why is it focus? Don't focus on me. I know I'm handsome. But come on, camera. It doesn't like the blue bottle. What if we put it there? And we slowly. Anyway, that's as good as it's gonna get. This is soju. This isn't your average real Korean soju, rice wine soju. This is mint chocolate flavored soju. It's blue. It's mint chocolate, and I thought it was just like the bottle was blue until I poured it in the shot glass the other day, and it's just blue. This was really, really bad. So I said $200 gets a double shot of mint chocolate flavored soju. It's just blue. Eeg gods. Thanks for the $200. Thanks. It does. See, Bush. It does look like Listerine, and it tastes like Listerine. Like, imagine if you had like Listerine mouthwash, like kind of watered it down a little bit, like watered down Listerine mouthwash, and you do a quick shot of Listerine mouthwash, and then you stick like a spoonful of chocolate mousse ice cream into your mouth immediately thereafter. It ain't good. 3, 2, 1. See, it's worse because I know what it tastes like this time around. Thanks for the support. Thank God we didn't get to the $300. Whew. Oh, thank you. Chat, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much for the support. We'll just put that away until it see, now it's hitting the stomach. Ugh. It was just kind of there. Now it's like in the stomach and it's going, all right, what do we do now? Thank you again, mods. We gotta that's really bad. I'm forwarding us. We're probably gonna go over. Let's see where should we send you, everybody? Blech. I'm getting you somewhere where we can forward you to. We're going to send you somewhere. Not sure exactly where we're going to send you here yet. I need to stop clicking on the wrong buttons. There we go. YouTube Studio. Oh. Content. Live. Here we are live. Oh. That is so bad. Customization, redirect. And in our redirect, we have Danny on direct doing day 6. We sent you to Branca last time. Let's send you to Danny this time around. Tell Danny hi. Danny on direct. We're going to go over there, say Legal Vices sent you, like her video, subscribe to her, tell her how awesome she is. She would appreciate that. Chat, thank you for the support. Chat, thank you even just for being here and talking to each other, keeping me entertained, keeping each other entertained. Thank you for being respectful to each other. Disagreement is awesome, and thank you for just keeping it awesome. I know I've said awesome because you are awesome. Let's go. Legal Vices saying, whoever you are, whatever you do, whoever you do it with, however good it feels, however many times you do it, just make sure you always, always, always enjoy your legal vices. Law Rack saying peace out. Stay tuned. We might be back in 6 hours. We might be back on Sunday.